Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Here we are going to be going through week 2's games. We had last week, it was absolute madness, chaos and mayhem, we have to definitely say, considering some of the upsets we did not expect. The leaderboard went up and down like a seismic toss, like a yo-yo, and we're going back and forth. It was just ridiculous, and the amount of stuff we saw there, you know, how can you not be entertained? Let's be real. I am Lethal. Joining with me is Lady B, and we are going to be having a look at the leaderboard just before we discuss a little bit going into that first match. But B, you have to take us through this leaderboard because Tompinai Empire at the top of the table. Who would have expected that?
Yeah, so Tompinai claiming that lead, and I think it was pretty surprising after their first performance where they just completely turned it around with a 1-star, took the win over Team Elevate, and then they continuously dominated throughout, including pulling in a 15 and a 14-star war to follow. Now, MCS and Tribe Gaming here tied up between 2 and 3, and I gotta say, this was pretty epic because MCS wound up tying up with Tribe because they knocked them down. Tribe, up until that point, had been perfect in their standing in that number 1 spot. So MCS moving them out of the way, knocking them down a couple of notches to take that 2nd spot, and Tribe Gaming there in 3rd. But we had ATN, who also wound up with a loss as well here. And I think that was also a little bit surprising. But it was against Tompinai, who's up there on the top of the leaderboards. So, I mean, Tompinai's really earned their position there. And then we, of course, have Penta down at 5th with 2 wins, 1 loss. Repotted Gaming just a little bit further below. And then we have Team Elevate and Burger Rangers, who have been struggling a little bit to find that opening. But we still have so many more matches to give them that opportunity.
Yeah, one of the big talking points you're talking about is the fact that you saw with Tribe and MCES. MCES just, you know, shoving them out of the way into 3rd place just so that it gives them a little bit of leadway because they did win that match against them last week. But let's forget about the past. Let's get to the present. Let's see exactly who's going to be playing against each other in these upcoming matches. We do have Tribe Gaming playing against Tompinai Empire. Fantastic way to start the evening. We do have alternate Attax versus Team Elevate later on. And we do have Penta versus Tompinai as well. And you know what? It just keeps coming, B. It keeps coming and coming with some of these games. It's just going to be an absolute slobber knock with alternate Attax once again playing against Repotted Gaming. Burger Rangers versus Team Elevate, 2 of the teams bottom of the barrel on the leaderboard, looking to try and get that first W on the board. It will be guaranteed to happen here today. And then we do have MCS playing against Penta. But the final series of the evening, if we have a quick look, will be Burger Rangers versus Repotted Gaming. But I do feel like for Burger Rangers now, yes, sure, they've had 4 matches, 4 losses, but against the 2 teams that are coming up very shortly, they definitely have plenty of work cut out for them, but plenty of opportunities to try and actually make their way higher up onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I'm rooting for them. Burger Rangers is a team that we have seen actually holding some strong defenses, including against ATN, but we'll talk a little bit more about them later because we've got this incredible first matchup to come. Tribe Gaming, who's going to be facing off against Tompinai, and you know, Tribe's logo is Fear the Tribe, but with what Tompinai's been coming in with, I think Tribe's going to have to fear the Tompinai at this point.
They absolutely will be indeed. Tribe had a very good showing last week. They only lost that 1 match against MCES, but can you blame them? But Tompinai, though, let's switch over to them because this is a team came out of the woodwork. We're not really too sure what to expect from them. We know we've got, you know, in terms of reputation, very, very good team, great squad of players. And they came from the ESL Mobile Spain region. And we're thinking to ourselves, okay, you know, I haven't seen much of them personally myself in the play-ins or, you know, in the ladders, etc. So I was very curious to see what impact they're going to create coming in to this region just as a whole against the other oppositions. But so far, you know, we saw them beat alternate Attax, very, very close series. But let's be real, considering that war, it's the fact that, you know, you're never going to absolutely slam alternate Attax into the ground. No way. It's either going to be very, very close or Attax are just going to walk all over you. Luckily for Tompinai, they proved to us that they're here to make a statement and they're going to try and continue to pile on the pressure on the rest of the teams by keeping up with that win streak. They're the only team who haven't had a loss so far.
Yeah, at this point, that puts them in a really good position, but their star count has really been doing considerably well. I mean, that first war that We thought that they were not going to be able to turn back around with the 1-star. Turned out to be a 12-star war, which is very impressive. And then they led on to go into a perfect war and a 14-star war. But, I mean, Tribe is a no-schlep team. They would be the ones to try and hold back Tompinai. We'll see today if they can do that. But Tribe also picking up a 15-star war in their match against Penta. So we know Tribe can easily throw down those perfect wars. They just need to see if they can work around the defenses that we are seeing coming in from Tompinai. I think that has been a huge help to them. Obviously, that was the biggest help to them in the matchup against Team Elevate, where it really came back down to percentage.
Certainly did indeed. But you know what, B? Enough chatter. I think we need to get straight into these games. I'm sure everyone in chat is also thinking the exact same as we're going to get into our first game of the evening, our first war, shall we say, with Exorcist from Tribe Gaming. Let's see how his first attack is going to go.
Yeah, so we've got Exorcist coming in with the Queen Charge Lalo. And we are seeing a lot more Queen Charge Lalo action, particularly because the meta has relied heavily on air. So air, I think we're going to see continuously more and more of, though we have seen some ground attacks coming through since the update. But the Queen making her way in. We do have one more single layer wall break to actually give her a nice clean access. Ideally, the Queen, we want to kind of push through. We want to take care of the core, with the King actually wrapping up to the multi-targeting Inferno, though. I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to get that central compartment where the Warden Tower is, so the Queen can reach not only the scatter shot here, but also take on the Town Hall. And it's actually the jump that's going to lead her, not worrying about that wall break, because that's what's going to allow the King into the multi-section.
Great use of the spells as well, just using that Loon on the left-hand side just to see if I can find any of those traps. But in with the Love Hound coming into play, it's just going to delay the inevitable, just wasting enough time to potentially be able to create something with the Eagle Artillery. Of course, going to get himself involved momentarily. But you can see as well the Queen doing a fantastic job, like you rightly said, just taking out everything in that compartment. But you can see the bulk of the attack now coming up in that 2 o'clock position, with the Stone Slammer just taking out the Inferno Tower, and the rest of the Dragon Riders, of course, being able to push on through with that Warden as well as the RC. So we'll have to see if this funnel just work in his favor, and we'll start Tribe off with a great attack.
And I want to point out that position of the jump, because it does put that Queen directly into that central compartment, so she can reach both the Town Hall and the scatter shot, which is important. If he forced her into the center of the base, she might avoid going into that small compartment to get the Town Hall, and vice versa, going into the Town Hall compartment. But the unfortunate thing here is that the Lalo and the Drag Riders are falling apart a little bit, but he has some power left over with the Queen, with the Royal Champ, and this invisibility spell actually keeping the Loons alive and what Drag Riders he has left over. So it is coming back around to potentially be a strong start here for Tribe Gaming.
Certainly is indeed. As you can see, the push is going to continue on through the RC, just making sure that can get out of any harm's way. Just a few structures just to finish up here. Plenty of time left on the clock, as you can see. And do you know what? Exorcist is going to be very, very pleased about that. We're a little bit worried at the halfway mark, considering the circumstances he put himself in, especially with the Loons. But apart from that, that was a very clean attack, exactly what Tribe wanted. And Tompinai, how are they going to respond? We have to find out.
I think Tompinai can respond with a pretty amazing start if they are coming in with anything we've been seeing as of late. But I'm curious to see what strategies they're going to be bringing. We have seen Tribe relying actually heavily, and I realized I just called it a Queen Charge Lalo with it, and there were those Drag Riders working along. But we have seen Tribe Gaming coming in with a lot of these Drag Rider attacks that they seem to be really excelling with. And for a team like Tompinai, who's also a big air team, we're seeing a little bit of a mix from them, because we are still seeing them go a little bit more towards the ground level, and then a couple of their players like Almualin, who really has embraced the Dragons, though he does switch it up from time to time back into his former roots with the Queen Charge Lalo as well. So these are two really well-paired teams when it comes to the type of attacks that they excel at.
Well, let's take a look and see what Tompinai are going to do here in this first attack. And, you know, we spoke about before, they haven't had one loss in terms of their war count on the leaderboard. They're going to be looking to try and continue that streak if they can. just taking out a couple of structures on that 11 o'clock side, with the king on the 9 o'clock position just being deployed to take out the rest of the structures there as well. The Queen Unicorn will of course be joining that as well to try and take out this compartment here, including that Inferno Tower and especially that air defense as well. And the RC will be coming out a lot earlier than usual, so this could be quite an aggressive attack here, B.
Absolutely. For something like this, you need to get an aggressive push coming in, though the Zapquake really helps connect this, so you don't have to work your way inside the base. You can get what you need, but it's a matter of ensuring that the Clan Castle troops go down, so the king will help to tank this, to give the queen what she needs to pick it off. And while all of this is going on, we bring in that Royal Champ just to connect additional value. And as you can see with this, we only have one multi remaining and one scatter shot remaining, all kind of centralized together in close proximity where the Warden can get a lot of value within it.
And here come the rest of the pack now, with the Loons just coming in from all angles on that right-hand side, looking to try and get the best flank possible, especially with the Testers there. A couple of chunks reappearing, you see, from that 12 o'clock position, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue, especially with the hilt as well. Looking to push on towards that south side. And again, we said it before, it needs to be a very aggressive attack. He wants to try and avoid that time fail as best as possible, especially after that 3-star. But with the scanner shot going down from that 3 o'clock position, he's going to be pretty damn pleased about that. And still a few more bits and pieces to clean up on that south side, especially with that air defense and the Wizard Tower. And you can see a couple of Loons coming from the south side already, using that spell and the freeze just to see if it can take out the air defense before the rest of those Loons come into play. But you see that the air defense has been up for quite a long time, and it's actually done a fair amount of damage there with a minute left remaining.
But that Hound there continuously tanking, and that's exactly what he needs. I feel a little bit bad for Almual, and that his queen went a little bit on a tear, did not go into the center of the base because that's where we saw the traps coming out, knocking out the Loons, but he still had such a beautiful push from it. And we have to note the timing of the blimp that came through, where we talked about the best spot to use that Warden ability, not only because of the multi-scatter shot combination, but because of the timing to get the blimp sailing through was absolutely stunning and gave him what he needed in the end, despite that air defense up. But the Hound doing solid work for him. And even with his queen in left field coming back around a little bit too late, he was able to come in. But that's what we are seeing from Almual, and not just those beautiful drag attacks, but he really does phenomenal Lalo work here.
Yeah, that Lava Hound just doing, well, you could say tanking so much damage, made sure to get in before the rest of the Loons come into play and actually be able to tank too much damage themselves, so it's good stuff from him just to make sure. And now we're going to see what Tompinai can do to defend this time around. Tribe and Tompinai, both of them had a great start, both in that 3-star 100%. Let's see which one is going to topple at some point, some stage. But so far, it does look very good from both sides in terms of a very methodical approach we saw from Tribe to begin with. But Tompinai there, you saw a very aggressive approach, completely different from what we expected. But with a base layout such as that, it's not really too much of a surprise.
Yeah, just a really nice connection there. And that's what you're seeing a lot of with the players. If they can find the value in the center of the base, particularly where there's multis, get an easy connection along the outside perimeter with some additional bonus value, scatter shots, sometimes eagles, and sometimes a town hall. That's what you look for, but it's all key to pathing. Now Maxie, who has been dominating with this particular strategy as well in his own pursuits, coming in with this queen charge drag rider, dropping the queen and keeping her alive by getting those healers raged up quickly. But she's going to be on a mission to continue her push around. Now, she doesn't necessarily need to get as far as the town hall because we do have the blimp that will help work, but we do want her here for some cleanup and continuing to keep the pathing alive. But the king is doing excellent work by assisting with this.
Yeah, Maxie with a very aggressive approach already to begin this attack, already using that queen to continue taking up that compartments, especially you see there with the air defense, and actually taking out a lot of the traps as well. So that's going to definitely do him wonders and give his next attack, especially the bulk of it, a lot of leadway coming into the middle. Of course, you can see they've still got the scanner shot into the center and the multi-inferno tower on that left side as well. So he knows that he's going to use another loon just to make absolutely certain that all the traps have been taken out. But the queen earlier on did actually run into a little bit of bother, but that should be fine. Looking to see if it can add a little bit more insult to injury going in towards that south side. But we'll see what we can find there. The scatter shiver is still in the center. Yeah. We're looking to see how they can at least deal with it. But the queen's still alive and still continue to pile on the pressure on that south side.
I like what he's doing here, and I honestly thought he was going to use the jump to connect the queen into the core where the scatter shot is. He does send in a loon that helps pick up a couple of traps, and this is where he wants to send in the blimp straight into the center of the base, keeping it in line, obviously, towards a town hall to ensure that it goes here, but this is going to keep the Dragon Rider's path through. So a little bit of a different way than I thought he was going to go about it. You can see opening up to ensure that he gets a scatter shot down and keeping the majority of his troops out of harm's way. The blimp also helping to absorb some of those traps there that remain, but the queen needs to help pick up here. She's still alive with the ability. I think the Dragon Riders are getting here to the town hall before she can even think of doing it. I mean, the whole goal to get her here to get it taken down, but this shows the strength right now of the Drag Riders and Maxie's just exceptional use of them and really smart thinking about how to section off this space.
Yeah, the queen a little bit late to the party than expected, but that's perfectly fine. Made it in the end, and did use that rage spell as well, just to increase the DPS a little bit more to help the queen take down the air defense before the rest of the bulk of the attack came towards that south side. Again, Maxie, great stuff from him for the second attack of Tribe, and doing absolute wonders here so far, B.
Yeah, it was nothing less than what I would expect to come from Maxie, particularly in this current meta. This has been one of the strategies that we're seeing him use a lot, and I think we're going to actually see a lot of attackers kind of finding their little niche in where they should be working. That is a strategy of a lot of teams where they'll have players that just excel at a certain type of strategy, though there's a lot to be said about players that are versatile, or at least practice this. And we do see that from a lot of the Legends League hitters. They'll try and switch it up and keep sharp on the various strategies, which would help. But these Dragon Riders are just absolutely superb. And we do have some of these players that just love them so much and have not seemed to switch over for anything but. And Machuo also sticking to the Queen Charge Drag Rider here, sending in the Yeti Blimp. Now with these Yeti Blimps, we can use them on a various amount of strategies, but they really do help to navigate a path, and typically they're used if you're not taking out the Clan Castle troops trying to get the lure, just to shape up the funnel and try and protect your queen or your healers on her walk moving forward. And because we were able to take down a scatter shot, that does help the queen so she's not taking on too much damage, and also so that the healers don't get targeted by it, so the queen can work through straight towards the multi.
Yeah, looking very good indeed. Not to say a lot of his hybrid Dragon Rider compositions, you love to see it. Is one of your personal favorites, we know, so we've seen it every single attack from the last few attacks so far. But for Machuo, let's see what he can do for Tompinai to see if he can continue three-star run, using that queen to just carry on pushing through against the Expo and the Tesla Bear as well. Spell will come in just to help him get a little bit of leadway here, just to make sure things don't get out of hand. But the Expo has been taken down, has to deal with some of the bits and pieces in terms of the defense, which is going to be a little bit of a pain in the backside for him. But still, though, a minute 40 left on the clock. Haven't done a huge amount as of yet, but has done a fair amount of defense using that spell. So, of course, going to be pushing on through. And you can see on that top left-hand corner, that Rocket Loon as well, looking to take out some more defense if they can. And taking on the Archer Tail will give him a bit of leadway, but you can see one of the back bomb traps there does get in the way, and the King Yak has been dropped down on that left side as well. But Queen still looking to push on just slowly but surely here.
Yeah, now the Queen's already forced through her ability. I think the timing on the poison was just a tad bit too late. You saw how much damage those super minions really let off, but the combination is freezing up those headhunters and having to quickly put down the poison. But the Queen able to actually work her way through, but the King actually cuts across here, creates the funnel, which is going to help this Queen quite a bit to pick up more value, which in essence is going to help these Drag Riders even more. Now we do have one Dragon Rider centralized here in the center of the base, trying to take on the multi, but getting pushed back from the air sweeper. The one good thing about it is at least he's keeping the focus off the main pack, but he's lost so much, and we see the Royal Champ struggling to make this connection, make her way through, with the healers starting to get picked by the multi. Royal Champ, the only one to try and knock it down. And he does force the King ability. This is smart that he's holding on to the Royal Champ, her ability, as long as possible, because he needs to get that scatter shot down, and the Queen might not have been enough to do it. But 19 seconds here, and it's all about cleanup in the time.
Cleanup duty indeed. 15 seconds left remaining. Seems to be okay so far. King and Queen have been trapped just a little bit on that left-hand side, but still though, 8 seconds left. Is using these minions to finish things up, and the Rocket Loon comes out to play just in case, just have a little bit insurance for the ending. But Machuo from Tompinai is going to be very pleased about that, and definitely one of the talking points, especially what you pointed out as well, is the fact that both the King and especially the funneling from the King on that bottom left-hand side, and then the Queen actually synchronizing with it as well, just to share out the DPS between the two in case one of them gets taken down. Great stuff from him, and keeping the RC alive as well was absolutely vital towards that north side. And yeah, a great clean attack nonetheless. So, you know, very slow start, don't get me wrong, in terms of like how he's trying to make that approach, but when he got all the funnels through, he was okay. I mean, the King and Queen didn't have to worry about too much afterwards. Like you said, it was just clean-up duty. So Tompinai man to respond again with another 3-star. 3 stars from both these teams, going up to 6 stars, 100%, and we're still waiting for one of these attacks to slip up a little bit here, but no minor mistakes so far, B.
Yeah, I always call this a game of chicken. You know, you have these teams that have been dominating in various leagues and coming in with these incredible star counts, and today seems like it's going to be no exception. EVE-Check, aka Danny, you'll always hear me refer to him as Danny, coming in with more Queen Charge Drag Rider action. And again, we set course towards the Town Hall. I'm curious to see if he's going to go with the same approach here, similar to Maxie, cutting that blimp into the center of the base, allowing the Queen to take on the very open chamber Town Hall compartment.
Yeah, you can see King Yak as well coming from that south side, looking to add a little more damage towards that Wizard Tower, the Teslas, and the Archer Tower as well, using one of the balloons as well to push on through. And it will be a good way to start things off, especially with the amount of defense and that scatter shot there, just to clean up the Queen, just making sure that it can secure that as well. The Loon's still pushing on through, so at least that way won't take too much damage and will give it enough room to take out one of those traps. There was one there, as you can see, that black bomb trap does get taken out momentarily. And now you can see the Dragon Riders are going to come with the Warden, as well as the RC going to be taking out the south compartments, especially by Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, so the blimp cutting across a little bit wonky here. A bit worried. It looks actually, yeah, he was set off course here, but he can still get that opening because he's got the Loons to come in. Does make his way there, but look at all these traps. He would have been much better served right over top onto the scatter shot, and this could throw him off quite a bit because we don't get the scatter to go down, going to continuously pound away at this Queen while she's taking on some of the damage from these super minions. But she does have her ability, and it's a Royal Champ who actually sneaks her way across, gets to the scatter shot to give this maybe the final push that it needs.
Yeah, doing his absolute best, but you can see the minions taking the rest of the structures from that 3 to 6 position, whilst the push is going to continue on there, and the Queen just trying to stay in after the best of her ability with the ward on that right side and the Dragon Riders. The Town Hall does get taken down, thankfully, but you've got to remember, still 60 seconds left, so got to work out exactly how things are going to pan out. The black bomb trap just going towards those healers. The Dragon Riders again just trying to stay alive, and just looking at the defense so far, you can see it's just that air defense left, but apart from that though, it will be clean-up duty for the rest of the troops on the side of Czech from Tribe Gaming. So I think it's going to be okay. 40 seconds left, not a problem in the world, as Tribe Gaming will be looking at that 9 stars and 100% over the course of the last 3 attacks. And I must say, B, looking very strong from both teams. And it's weird that, you know, we've gone from last week where we saw a lot of drags, the E-drags now and again, even some Inferno Dragons, because a lot of the times, in terms of that composition, they've been lurking in the shadows a little bit ever since the updates with the upgrades and everything else. But yeah, a lot more Dragon Rider hybrids in comparison.
Yeah, I think it was everybody trying to get a handle of it, trying to figure out maybe the best combination to use it. And once you get a team that shows that they can dominate it, that's where you see a lot of the other players taking notes, following suit, and even putting their own twists on it as well here. But, you know, EVE-Check coming in, and we can see the importance of the heroes. It's one of the things I always like to highlight is the use of the abilities, why you need to hold out on them for the most part, not use them, you know, immediately, because that Royal Champ can really get you out of some sticky situations. We saw it in a previous attack, but her coming through to help pick up that scatter shot was absolutely huge. And those are the things you have to think about, is where is that value that you need it to go? And you have teams that help back you up with some of the spotting here. But Michael was going to bring us through. I told you we were going to see some ground from Tompinai. Michael, the one to bring it through with these super witches.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all in the slightest. Nice to have a bit of change, a bit of diversity here and there. Love to see it. Don't get me wrong, you know, if it works, it works. If in terms of if it's not broken. Inferno Tower, though, is going to be one of the first things they will come towards to make sure they try and take that down ASAP. The Loon's going to go straight in. Not really needed, actually, in the end. As you know, they're doing worth its weight in gold, pushing from that south compartment. And now you do have that Town Hall on the left side of the Expo getting involved. But the Ice Golems are going to be coming out to play to try and waste as much time as possible, just being a real nuisance towards the Warden and the Queen there. But so far, we'll have to see how this goes, because, you know, we haven't seen an attack like this in a while, and I'll be curious to see what the outcome's going to be.
I mean, these Ice Golems definitely trying to do their work, holding off the Witches, holding them back while the Eagle fires away. But he does manage to go through relatively unscathed, because he still has those Super Witches up, still has those big boys up. The healers doing their job of keeping them alive, and those Rages really helping in that. The Blimp sails across, as you see, to pick up the Town Hall with the sneaky Goblins. And the Royal Champ here, her sole purpose not only to take on some of the heavy hitting damage like that Eagle, knocking it out quickly, but keeping that flank moving forward, keeping the Queen and those Super Witches alive and together. But we need a little bit more power, no more jumps here. So the Royal Champ really needs to be the one to get to that scattershot compartment, because otherwise I fear some issues with the time with the Queen beating through. So hanging on to that ability again as long as possible.
Certainly is indeed. And we'll pop it as the charge is going to come in to take that scatter shot, like you rightly said, just pushing from one compartment to another. And see the Inferno Tower and that air defense's last few bits and pieces, as well as that mortar, just to try and clean up. 50 seconds left remaining. The question is, will he be able to do it? Is the RC just trying to stay alive as long as possible? Does not, but the Queen will be coming through anyway. Still got a couple of healers with it as well. That RC did do a little bit of damage onto the Inferno Tower, but will it be able to continue on with this aggression here? As you can see, using a couple of minions from the outside to clean up the structures if he does manage to take it down as well. And will he be able to? Yes, he will. And there we have it. But you've got to remember, though, we do have that storage on that north side, depending on if he's got enough time to at least try and approach that and finish the job.
Biggest problem for him here is getting through those walls. There are no openings in it, so the only one that can make their way over is that minion. But how much damage was on it? It's actually not going to matter. He wouldn't have had enough time with the full health storage, and of course, perfectly placed traps there to try and eliminate that, knocking it out. And that is going to be the first 2-star of this war, and it's left at a 99%.
Typical, isn't it? That damn storage, yeah. Of all the things he's done, he managed to clutch her right at the very end. But yeah, you're right, though. Like, if that is a full health storage, yeah, that minion's not going to do enough. Maybe like a quarter of a half, and that's literally banner with 10 seconds left remaining. But what a shame, though. What a shame. What a way to, you know, stop that occurring 3-star throughout the entire course of this war. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit, but the main thing is the percentile is very, very high, which means the pressure will still be on Tribe, because they know that they need to keep the 3-star count every single time round. If they don't, then that's going to cause a lot of issues and a lot of trouble here. So Tompinai won't be kicking themselves too much here, because it's still a very clean attack nonetheless. But now we're going to see how Tribe go in with their 4th attack. We've seen 6 attacks so far in total. Both teams really not letting go of anything here, and it's just been an absolute pleasure to watch. But let's find out to see what Kronos can do for Tribe.
Yeah, Tompinai hoping to see a defense, and really all they'd need is a 98% 2-star defense to try and get them back in this one. But I don't know if Kronos would be the one to wind up slipping up here, particularly coming in again with Queen Charge. Drag Riders, I saw it in the chat, they call them Drag Rider Gaming at this point, because we do see this quite a bit from Tribe Gaming. They found their niche, they found their like pocket item, and this is what they have been doing so well with. Now the Queen already set and on her path. We can see the funneling that's been created. Now the only issue here possibly would be the Tesla farm, but she's right in course, and she should pick up the storage easily and work her way into the Wizard Tower and Expo next, rather than pulling to the side. So enough to keep her in line and on track, and even using one of these Dragon Riders to help pick off that multi-targeting Inferno, which is going to protect the healers once it goes down. That ensures that they don't get picked off here.
The defensive Queen's been taken down, and now just focusing on that Town Hall to try and create as much of an impact as possible. Does manage to clean Van up, and so will the air defense. The Kinyak has come to play in that 9 o'clock position to deal with any of the other structures. We'll go straight for that air defense to start things off. But so far, no, the RC has managed to rejoin the rest of the pack as well, taking out some more of the defense on that left-hand side, looking to take out the rest of those Teslas, with the Eagle Artillery just primarily focused on that King in terms of range. But still, though, really looking pretty damn good with the Loons, the Minions, and there's Dragon Runners coming from that south side, looking to push on up. The RCs just continue to take out all this defense, looking to try and go for that scatter shot momentarily, as we're going to see how this push to come to fruition, because still got a minute left and still got a fair amount to take out here.
Now, the reason we bring this Royal Champion so often is when we have some heroes that are lying inside the base. So it's treated similar to using hogs or using a hybrid where you need to help take down the heroes quickly. Obviously, with a hybrid, with the miners, they can take it down. But with these drag riders who only target defenses, you need something a little bit more powerful to do that. And that's the key to bringing in your Royal Champ here. Now, the Queens really cleaned up the center of the space, even breaking through the walls quickly to meet up for the back end. And I mean, we still have drag riders on the board. We don't have any abilities left over, and that's something that you have to be a little bit fearful of, particularly coming in against a scatter. But there is so much working together right now, and we'll likely see the Royal Champ actually taking on some of the heat of the scatter shot to allow, I was going to say, what drag riders left over remain, but that's not going to be the case. So the Warden and Electro Owl have to help pick this off, which they do. Kronos is not going to have enough time, though, to get this done. And my goodness, I mean, we had Tompinai who needed the 98% 2-star. I guess they prayed to the Jinx gods and were able to turn it into a 97, giving them the opening and 2% lead now that they need.
Yeah, it's typical. A couple of storages and a mine just to separate from the two. Could be a storage and a mine separating from the two now, consider what we've seen. It's absolutely typical, you know, from what we were talking about before, you know, now we're getting jinxed left, right and centre. But a little bit of a shame that the tank turned out a lot better than we expected, considering the start he had. A lot of time was wasted. That's why that time fail was a little bit iffy. We weren't too sure he was going to be able to clean up the rest of the pack. But, you know, even after taking out all the rest of the defenses at the end, just didn't have anywhere near the DPS. Needed at least another 10-15 seconds to be able to free-start 100% that, which is just a tad bit of a shame here. Is Kryson from Tompinai will be up against Maxie's defense. Maxie had a fantastic attack early on, making it look so easy, B. So easy, but this is what Kryson can do here, starting off with the Queen on that right-hand side, just taking out some of those structures. The King getting involved, creating that nice little funnel.
Yeah, beautiful Zapquake in the core here is going to help Kryson with the pathing. Now, he is looking to get a lot of big defense down. We do have that defending AQ, so the Queen needs to be tanked for. And because he's deciding to split off his King to pick up the Eagle, he needs something to keep that Queen alive, since he's not bringing the healers coming in with this very shallow hero dive. But again, picking up some big value Royal Champ to pick up the scatter shot. So we're talking about defending AQ, 2 multis down, the Eagle down, and a scatter shot ideally to go down here as well, which is huge. Plus, we still need to take care of the Clan Castle troops, which a King helps pull out. But we do have a poison and a baby dragon to ensure it goes down. The only problem is the Royal Champ has not made enough to actually pick up the scatter shot, so he's going to have to adjust his plan for the Lalo ever so slightly.
Oh, the defense was just too strong for the RC. He used a couple of spells just to see if he could delay it enough to take down that scanner shot and the cannon on that south side, but it just wasn't enough. Even after popping his ability, he just could not, for life of him, take it down, as the defense was just way too strong for Maxie. But let's see if he can try and improvise a little bit here. He's not going to be crying too much about it, as going to be focusing onto that north side with those Loons, taking out the air defense and a couple of expos there as well. You can see the trap just trying to do a fair amount of damage onto the blimp coming towards that town hall. But this is a fantastic flank there with all of these Loons pushing towards that town hall. And will he be able to do enough damage here? The sweeper just trying to push him back as much as they can. The Loons will be coming out as the love hand as well, but the Loons still taking a fair amount of defense out here, using the rest of them just to clean out some of the structures on that southwest side here. The Inferno Town just doing as much as possible. These Loons just walk into every single trap so far here, B.
And that was a smart move to drop the freeze to hold off the defending super minions that he had targeting his Loons, because it gave the time for the Electro Owl and the minions and the pups to actually come in and knock it out, but he did not have that freeze reserved to help him get through the back end, and try as he might, it still would have been problematic as a multi picked off what loons he had remaining. I know he wanted to hold that freeze for the scatter shot since it did not go down, but we're talking about a clear case of not getting the initial value that you needed. Scatter shot had gone down. Should the full town hall gone down as well, or I'm sorry, the full clan castle with the troops gone down, it would have been a very different story here for Krasan, but unfortunately not the case. But a beautiful try at the recovery, and a lot of that is about getting as much possible percent as you can, so those moves are made, like dropping those freezes, to give your loons more of a fighting chance in order to pick up as much possible percentage when you are in the run for that. Now, they did have that 99% two-star that put them in a good position. This 82% now could start knocking them down, even if they do see another defense coming in against Tribe.
Yeah, oh, it's just such a shame. The fact that he lost his RC so early on. As soon as I saw him pop his ability, I was like, he knows full well he's in trouble. There's too many units for him to deal with, especially with the RC. And you rightly said though, you know, if the scanner shot and the cannon taken out, that could even... It was just a little bit of a shame it didn't work out in his favour. But, you know, with 81% percentile, okay, it's pretty bleak, don't get me wrong, but we'll have to see how these last attacks go. It means that Tompinai needs to try and guarantee himself a free start in this last attack. Or if you know, in terms of defense, we've got an anti-2-star base. You never know. These things can happen here. We'll have to work out going into this last attack. As Knowledge will be the final attacker for Triumph Gaming. And we're going to have to say this now. If we 3-stars this base, then it's going to be all over for Tompinai. And Tompinai will have their first loss in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Absolutely. But Kai, also a base builder here. I feel like, you know, it makes you a much better attacker as a base builder, because you know these small things to expect, and often not easy to trip up a base builder. But we'll see what tricks Tompinai has up their sleeve. I think that's like the kiss of death when I say it.
Too late now.
We do have the queen working her way across. We're clearing out the path. We do want that blip to settle in place to pick up the town hall, but the queen just ensuring that additional surrounding defenses are taken down along the way.
Yeah, we'll see what happens so far, as already a couple of loons have taken out some of those black bomb traps. The warden's going to get himself involved to join the rest of the pack. The queen's still trying to do as much as they can. There's a huge amount of DPS coming her way, with the lava hound now continuing to try and delay that push if it can. But the Expo just being an absolute nightmare, but should be okay so far with the amount of healing she's going to have. You can see a couple of minions there just trying to give a little bit of leadway as well. So once you turn this Expo and this Archer Tower and Wizard Tower, and then manage to finish up the Inferno Tower straight afterwards, it should be perfectly fine with the King Yak now coming from the north side as well as those Peckers. And we're going to see how this is going to turn out, because remember what I said, Knowledge, they get a 3-star to their name, then it's going to be all said and done here for Tompinai.
Yeah, so Queen doing beautiful work. We even get the majority of the healers to transfer over to the P.E.K.K.A.s and the Super Wizards, which is exactly what we want to see, but a small split over to the Queen. Great timing on this Warden ability. We had that cleared out path, and the Eternal Tome is going to help secure that if there were any traps along the way, that it is safely secured into position to pick off the Town Hall. But the Yeti Rage combo quickly working through. Will it be enough to pick up the single targeting Inferno? That's ideal, because we don't want that roasting away at the very end of this raid, though the Queen and Royal Champ do still have their abilities intact, so that could get them out of it, particularly if that Royal Champ can hang on to the abilities, since it would need to hop over a wall to get there.
This is going to be very difficult to call, even with 50 seconds left remaining. Even with the RC coming in, the RC needs to take down these scanner shots and maybe an Inferno Tower just to try and add whether it can in order to try and stop this. But actually, fair enough, you do have some loons on the north side as well going towards that Inferno Tower to see if it can take it down. And will it be able to? No, it does not take it down, but are they even in range to be able to do anything? I'm not really too sure here. 30 seconds left. And looking at our defense, we've still got left, still got the scatter shot and a few other bits and pieces on that south side. The Inferno Tower stayed alive by the smallest of hit points. Going to be kicking himself a fair amount here. And this could be the leadway which Tompinai were looking for.
Yeah, and this is actually what Tribe needed, most likely percent-wise, to try and keep them back in this, at least on percent, but it's really going to depend what we get to see here coming in from Tompinai. 90%, not a bad way for them to go, considering they have those two defenses at this point.
I do feel like for Tribe now, after what we just saw, I think it is mathematically impossible, especially even if they get a 3-star, considering the circumstance of the percentile difference they had on the attack beforehand, which was in the early 80s, I think, something like that. But you can see from there, anyways, it's going to be a real struggle to say the least. But Tompinai is going to try and go for that 3-star anyway, just in case anything does occur. But pretty sure that, you know, just because of that one attack, okay, didn't actually get the 3-star and 100%, but with at least getting that 90%, they should be okay and in the running to be able to take down Tompinai. But we'll confirm that later on once we've finished off with this attack with the overall standings. But so far, though, it doesn't matter really, because Tribe still had a very good attack nonetheless. It's a shame that Inferno Tower just literally the smallest of hit points not get cleaned up by those loons, which, and I do feel like he might have been able to take out. I'm not too sure about the spell positioning. He might have just been just outside the range of Tom's of going for that Inferno Tower, but I could be wrong there. But just have a look at the percentages. We are right here. So we're going to see if Tompinai do get this 3-star, and we'll check the percentages straight after this war. But so far, let us find out what React can do here against Exorcist's defense.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was an 99 and 82% that came in from Tompinai, which would mean that Tribe, no matter what, are in this for the win. But I'm sure Tompinai really wanting to finish off strong and 3-starring this, keeping the match close and showing why they've been so, exceedingly dominant. It would be the first loss for them here, but I mean, keeping it close against a team like Tribe Gaming that is coming in on fire and holding the defense is huge for them. Again, just showing how strong Tompinai really is this season. Now the Queen charging her way through. She'll be in a good spot to actually take care of these Ice Golems to quickly pick them off without, I would say, taking on too much defense. So she does have the 2 ground bows surrounding her, but rages up the healers. Only problem is that the healers keep getting swept back by the air sweeper, but he does manage to keep them in the rage, which is going to allow the Queen to continue holding this ability almost as long as possible as she breaks her way through the wall, unfortunately taking on just a little bit more steam.
Talk about cutting it close there, and now have to delay the Inferno Tower doing so much damage to the healers. Need to be very careful using that RC to take it down, but the Queen does stay alive. The healers just barely stay alive as well, taking that defensive RC down, and now the Expo as well, cutting it very close like you rightly said, but looks like the Queen will be okay. Just hopefully those healers won't find any air traps along the way, because of course we're able to continue supporting the Queen on her progress towards the center. And you can see they're just in range of that tower as well, and you can see from that north side a lot of the Dragon Riders, the minions, and of course the loons as well, just doing a little bit more damage to the defense on that north position. But so far so good here, as React just looking to try and get that 3-star. Like you said, Tribe have pretty much won this war, and of course we will confirm that later on, but pretty much said and done anyways. But getting this 3-star will definitely give it a massive help in hand for the future of their standings. But this defense so far has not been too bad, but the attack looking very clean. It was very shaky to begin with, but it looks like it's going okay.
And his Queen has been going all day long on this one, now having to beat her way through the wall to get to the scatter shot, but she is full health. So these healers are keeping her alive long enough to do it, but we just need to see a little bit more out of these drag riders coming in with the assist and even trying to surround the outside edge of the base, dropping the baby dragon, dropping a loon to give the Queen just a little bit more help. But biggest problem for React now is 10 seconds remaining. That struggle to get through the wall slowed down the Queen quite a bit. And that is going to leave him ultimately picking up the 2-star. So, I mean, 1-star win now, no issue of it being tied up, even though Tribe did have the percent needed. That gives them a bit of a knockdown, and Tribe is probably pretty happy and celebratory after this, because this could put them back up in the lead where they previously were.
There we have it. Tribe Gaming managed to win against Tompinai 13-12. Who would have called it? We were talking about upsets in that last week. First game of the day, Tribe do topple Tompinai in a very close matchup indeed. And Tompinai, I think people have mentioned about the consistencies in the past. Last week, they were having an absolute field week nonetheless. This week, a little bit different, not the start they really wanted here, but Tribe did some fantastic attacks. And don't get me wrong, Tompinai had some great attacks themselves, just a few time fails and only one failed defense, failed attack, you could say. So a little bit of a shame for Tompinai, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger and better than ever. But Tribe are going to be pretty happy about that nonetheless. But guys, do not go anywhere. Still got 6 more matches to come. And our next one will be Team Elevate versus Alternate Attack. So don't go anywhere, as we'll see you in just a few moments.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, I'm Vale from Alternate Attax.
So how did your adventure with Clash of Clans begin? So, did you play from as soon as it came out? Did you play a lot? And did you realize, you know what, I'm getting so good at this game, I should go pro? How did the journey happen?
Like I started like 1 or 2 years later after it came out. And I was had a fun day with a friend and we were playing football and he was always like on his phone. I was like, bro, let's play another round. Like, don't be on your phone. He went, yeah, quick, just rest briefly. I will collect my gold and have to do one attack and then we can continue. And it kind of annoyed me really a lot. But like a few days later, I thought like, yeah, what is he doing there? Like, and I also tried it once, just downloaded the game, and I think it was in October 2013, so quite a long time ago. And yeah, I played with him for a couple of years and then he stopped playing and I continued. And yeah, I don't know, it was just really competitive in the game. So I just tried to be always in the next level of a good clan. Like when I was the best player in my clan, I always looked for the next step to play with people on my level. And yeah, it kept going and going and going, and I ended up in Attax.
I mean, not a bad clan to end up in, right? What would you consider to be your team's biggest advantage against your opponents at this point?
I feel like our best advantage is like that we really have a lot of experience. Like we're really experienced in all of these events and this environment. With the pressure, we can really we can deal with it really good. And also, like I feel like we have a good understanding of our opponents, how they will attack, how they approach the game, and this gives us the little edge in a few matches for sure.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lethal. Joining me this time round, it is none other than Judo. And Judo, what a fantastic series to start off with. As you saw there, Tompinai talk about how great it's been for them on a winning streak, haven't had any losses, and they just bagged their first L, which is just typical, how much we hyped them up. But Triumph, though, a very, very solid team indeed, and definitely gave a lot of pressure onto Tompinai.
Yeah, I was really excited watching that matchup. It's kind of like an old rivalry. And one thing I am excited for is an interview with EVE Maxie as well. That's going to be super interesting. So here we are. How do you feel, my friend? Especially after having an extra week following the update. How exactly has that impacted your preparation for this match?
Hello everyone, and thanks first of all, Judo. Yeah, we're very happy that we could take the win, and of course the last days or 2 weeks have been quite stressful because we had to farm a lot to get our defenses up, and we also had to invest a lot of time into getting to know the new things that came with the update, especially the Dragon Riders, which you saw us use today 3 times, but as well, same for the Rocket Loons and the new troop levels. So there's been a lot going on for us, and we're very happy that we were able to adjust and to find new strategies and to get this victory today against Tompinai, especially after we lost to them on the past weekend in the World Championship pre-qualifier on percentage as well. So it was quite a close match as well that time. Both teams had 14 stars. And we were just down like 5% in the end or something. So we're very happy that we could bounce back today and get the victory against them.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well, just overall. Was you expecting this kind of result against Tompinai, considering you only lost by 5%? Because pretty big gap in terms of deficit to the stars. Is this the result you're expecting just overall because you had a great attack? But what we've seen so far, do you feel like Tompinai have struggled a little bit in comparison? Is there anything you saw in the pre-qualifiers compared to today which you noticed, any kind of weaknesses you exploited?
Well, we kind of knew what they were going with. They always prefer air strategies, and then from time to time there's a little P.E.K.K.A smash in between. But of course, the other clans have been very active in getting to know the new update levels as well. So you never know if they came up with something new, something different, because it's, the strategies are still in the making. So we weren't 100% sure what we could expect, but we are actually very happy that we were able to defend them 3 out of 5 times, because they are especially known for their offensive strength, which they showed in the pre-qualifier as well. I think there were very few wars where they scored less than 4 triples. So we have to have made something right with the bases for sure. So we're very happy about the defense as well, and with us falling short in 2 attacks. That was the key to success today.
You guys did great. 1 and done. Your only match today, so congratulations, my friend.
Yeah.
Have a good rest, and I look forward to seeing you guys again next week. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, and shout out to all the fans out there watching this competition. Bye-bye.
See you later, Maxie. Congratulations once again. And some brilliant answers from him. Very well detailed and concise, and explain exactly what has gone through. And the fact that they've already played Tompinai in the pre-qualifier as well gave them a little bit, of a flavour of what they need to do and some changes they need to make to their attack and defence. And that's the problem as well against Tompinai, was just the fact that they didn't know what to expect. They could expect something completely different. But we'll move on now, as we've got our second match of the evening between Team Elevate and Alternate Attax. And we've got to remember that Alternate Attax do have their first loss as well. They did lose to Tompinai, funny enough. And, let's go towards the Elevate side, where we did bring up some big points as well. Juno, is the fact that I think 3 out of 4 teams, or 3 out of 4 matches, you could say, they have been perfect ward. But then again, it's not like they haven't had any bad attacks themselves. They've had some extremely great attacks, some incredible attacks nonetheless. But it's just, in terms of their defense, it's been a real struggle. So we'll have to see if they've made any major changes going into this week.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting because Team Elevate, as EVE Maxie mentioned there, we had the pre-qualifiers last weekend. Team Elevate won that, they move into the World Championship weekend this weekend as the #1 seed, and I think they will have, you know, a lot on their plate. Alternate Attacks already have their golden ticket. They can throw their best bases out here. They can really take their time, whereas Elevate are trying to juggle 2 tournaments right now. So I think it's going to be an interesting week for them. But we do have Boom of Alternate Attacks starting us off, and a nice blizzard in towards that town hall.
Like Maxie said, it's been very, very stressful for the last 2 weeks, from farming and just trying to get everything up to its peak. And rightly so as well. It's been very, very busy. All these players and teams have been very, very busy, of course, with the championships and the ESL Mobile Champions. But, you know, you've got to do multiple things here and there to try and continue on. With Boom now going to be starting off, like you said, with this first attack, the Queen Unicorn push on the in, and you can see there as well the King Yak at the bottom, and you can see a couple of bits and pieces on that right-hand side as well, just cleaning up some of the structures. So taking out that first compartment on that south side, looking to continue on through to go towards that scanner shot especially, and we're going to see how quick this is going to be pushed up here, as already trying to deal with a lot of damage, and you can see the ERC as well just taking out that Inferno Tower into the center.
Beautifully planned here from Boom. This is one of his specialty attacks, if you will. He used this in Legends League a lot of the time, and being the team captain, I think it's awesome to see him go up first and set the bar for Alternate Attacks, because he did have 3 3-stars last week during the challenge series. So let's see if he can keep that perfect going. He has decided to fly in towards the 2 multi-target Infernos to the left-hand side of the base. I think that's pretty wise, but he's also got quite a strong lava balloon push from the north of the base here as well, Lethal. There are balloons moving in from everywhere.
Yeah, this is ridiculous to say the least. Had the perfect arc, you could say, going from that west side, and now be able to continue to pile on the pressure. The Eagle Artillery, one of the last structures to actually still be alive, which is a little bit surprising considering the circumstances of Team Elevate's base here. But not really too much to say then. Look how many loons and look how many units he has left overall. He's pretty much laughing here, Judo. He's going to be very happy about that. 100%, 3 stars, Alternate Attacks. What do you expect?
Job done. Exactly what he needed to. Like you said, starting off strong. Alternate Attacks, though, they did have a bit of a shaky start last week. I think being the reigning world champions and the only team with a golden ticket into the world finals this year, everybody thought they were just going to tear apart everybody's bases last week. And like you said, they actually had a couple of mishaps. A 1-star, a loss to Tompinai Empire. It was a little bit of a mixed bag for them. So I'm excited to see how they come back into things this week, because they will be looking to push further up the league and make sure that as the weeks go on, they can almost be safe towards the end of the challenge.
You can remember, Alternate Attacks already has that ticket, which means but they need to solely focus on this and, you know, anything else in between. So they've got a lot less preparation for other events and can purely focus on this and anything else on the sidelines. So it's very, you know, important to talk about that, because it means a lot more stress on the other teams and a lot more preparation involved. And I mean a huge amount, which is why Maxie said earlier, you know, it can be very, very stressful at times. And with the update included, just, you know, just making things even worse in terms of the time restraints they have for the preparation. It's a lot of work cut out for a lot of these guys here. But let's see what's going to happen with on Team Elevate side against Ast on Attacks, and we'll see what they can do here, starting off on that eastern side, going in with the Queen and a couple of loons.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky start to the Queen charge here. Eve Carle had to be ready with the freeze spell, but he has mitigated that danger zone. The Queen is moving in towards the scatter as planned. King in towards the multi and the enemy Queen. Hopefully she stays on the correct side of the wall here and the King doesn't try and go through. It looks like she is, but she's jumping back and forth. It's got me worried here. There we go. He pops the ability to try and pull the King in towards the Queen. She will go down. But now it's all about the multi. Is he actually going to get that? He might not. Barbarian King!
Oh, it's going to be close! Oh, literally the smallest HP does manage to get it there, Judo. You're absolutely right. I was literally holding on for dear life onto my chair to see if he could actually get it, but he did manage to in the end, as the Queen is still continuing to charge on in. We'll be taking out that sweep and the Inferno Tower if it's in range in the sense, if it's a possibility. But of course, the rest of the defense is now just trying to distract the Queen as much as possible, even with the spells included, but also take out some of the structures on that north side as well. But speaking of the north side, we do have those Dragon Riders and a couple of loons, as well as the Warden rejoining the fray to take on EUR Artillery and the rest of those Teslas, with the Stone Slammer coming in from that 10 o'clock side.
Yeah, Eve Kale obviously feeling confident with the Archer Queen, getting the Town Hall. That's why he's brought the Stone Slammer in as well. Sometimes you will see players holding onto the Siege Machine as a bit of a backup plan for the Town Hall. Royal Champion deployed as well alongside the Dragon Riders, so he had to make sure the Queen was getting the Town Hall as she did. And we've seen Tribe Gaming use the Dragon Riders, as Eve Maxie said, very successfully. They do seem to be one of those troops that have, obviously being a new troop, surged into the meta, but they're a little bit up and down. You do see attacks going south with them, as this one appears to be doing so, Lethal.
And he does indeed. Still got a couple of heroes left standing, as well as that Dragon Rider. So 42 seconds left, though. Just looking at the units so far available, it hasn't got really enough to try and take out that southern side in terms of the structures. That one air defense is definitely going to be a nuisance for that Dragon Rider, just due to the fact that, actually it's going to get taken down here. So even though the RC is still alive and only needs to deal with that Archer Tower on the southeast side, it's going to be very, very difficult nonetheless. Look at all the structures still left. I'm not really too sure if he's actually going to have enough time here, Judo, but it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I think the gold storage at the top will be the main. Yeah, the elixir storage, as the minions started firing at it. It is full health, so it is going to be a time fail, unfortunately. I feel as the Dragon Riders split up, moving into that central area of the multi, they just lost a little bit of their momentum. So after one attack, it is going to be advantage to alternate. And really, I'm not sure you can give alternate attacks much more of a leeway.
Yeah, I know. Any little mistake, they're just going to jump on, aren't they, Judo? Primos Kali did a great job, but it was a clean attack nonetheless. And even if that Dragon Rider stayed alive at the very end, it still wouldn't have been enough DPS in the slightest. I was looking at the troop count, didn't have could say I realised he had no more minions to even clean up some of the structures on the outer side, especially on the east side, like you mentioned, with some of the storages. And yeah, just a little bit of a shame there, because it was a good attack. Nonetheless, it looked very clean until right at the very end. It's a shame, but the RC got taken down as well on that south side. It was just a little bit of a shame nonetheless. But still early days yet, still the first attack from both sides. But against alternate attacks, you saw what Tompinai had to do to try and take him down, and it's not the start Elevate wanted. So Mark is now going to see if he can actually defend against Yo-Yo here of alternate attacks. But we know what Yo-Yo is like in terms of how he likes to approach a lot of his attacks as well. Probably one of the best attackers in alternate attacks, and we're going to see if it can continue that 3-star trend.
Oh yeah, I actually released a video with Yo-Yo today, which was super exciting because he is such a creative player, and it's interesting that he's going with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash for this one. Maybe he recognizes the base as such, and that's why he's chose this strategy, because it's certainly not as popular. And I feel Yo-Yo needs a 3-star here, because last week he started out with a 3-star, went down to a 92%, and then an 85. So he's kind of on a downward trend, and he needs to snap out of that moving into week 2. But it looks like a gorgeous start here with the Grand Warden already sniping off the Town Hall.
Yeah, you could say it's a bit uncharacteristic from Yo-Yo especially, and now we're going to see what it's going to do is the push is going to continue on in, and you saw one of those air traps as well, just doing a fair amount of damage, pushing it in towards the Inferno Tower on that east side as well, with the P.E.K.K.A. actually going around to the outside of the structures. So now we will be able to have enough DPS to push on in here. It's going to be very, very difficult, as the other P.E.K.K.A. is now just pushing into the center.
Yeah, he's got 3 of them there, but fortunately the healers are on the P.E.K.K.A. in the middle, so that is the advantage here. Alongside the Queen, it could be enough, because it's pretty good actually that he's got enough DPS moving down to the bottom. And honestly, I quite like this attack. If the Queen can get that scatter shot, it looks a whole lot better, because he still has 2 hero abilities, 2 freeze spells, and I know that Yo-Yo is not going to miss those spells. So he used one of them on the Ground Expo, but alongside the Archer Queen, that just preserves the Royal Champion's health. And I don't want to speak too soon. I never like to do that, but I do think this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, so it is looking good indeed. As you can see now, at the bottom side of King Yak just pushing along the outside to get rid of those structures. But yeah, it is looking very, very good. 45 seconds left. Queen's still alive, been alive the entire time of this matchup, and of course the RC as well. So it looks like it's going to be very, very good indeed. Yo-Yo doing the usual stuff, back in the back, another 3-star for alternate attacks, just to make life a little bit more of a misery for Elevate, which means that they need to continue to guarantee themselves those 3 stars, but it's going to be very, very difficult against alternate attacks.
It certainly is. They are going to have to get a 3-star now. Yo-Yo doing what he does best, and I actually jinxed Yo-Yo in the video I referenced, so I definitely did not want to do that again, but he did what he needed to there. He got the 3-star, and ultimately they're just keeping the pressure on Team Elevate here, and if they do not 3-star in this attack, I actually feel it might be game over already after attack number 2, because I could not see alternate attacks then giving away 2 stars.
Yeah, they normally manage to attack through every single time anyway. The only time they do get let down is maybe by a time fail, but that's pretty much about it. It's Carlito's now going to go up against Yo-Yo from alternate attacks. And like you rightly said, though, they need to try and get every single star possible as they will be pushing in towards that northeast side. One of the balloons are coming in as well, just to push on up to not let the healers take too much damage as well. Now going to push on towards back town hall. You can see the Expo and the Sweeper there just trying to push them back, but it's just not going to happen. It's not going to make too much of a difference. Good start over the Queen as well, to take out the additional defenses for Carlito. So not looking too bad so far. Diego is Hillary now just going to prioritize the fire on that north side as well. But so far, so good with the bulk attack coming into play with those Dragon Riders soon.
Yeah, I think it's just waiting for the Arch Queen here to take down the Wizard Tower, and then that will hopefully send the Wall Breaker in a bit of a better direction, but I still think it would go towards the Wizard Tower and the Builder Hut at the top, so he doesn't really have a way of getting the Queen into the central area with the multi-target Inferno there, which I believe is what he's trying to do. Now, the Dragon Riders are being deployed from the north of the base, but the Archer Queen has actually gone down, Lethal, and that is crucial with this attack. Now trying to adapt and send in a Stone Slammer, but this is not what was needed for Carlito.
Oh, no, not at all. He's going to have to try and improvise the best he can. That Stone Slammer is coming in from that 10 o'clock side with the rest of the composition now just pushing towards that Eagle Artillery, though. But is it going to be enough? As it's going to be very, very difficult, at least the healers to be able to rejoin with the rest of the pack, but it's not going to make too much of a difference, especially with the units in hand. And now he's got to still deal with 2 Inferno Towers. He's got to deal with the Scatter Shot as well. The Stone Slam has been taken down. And look at the air defense as well down the south. He's still got a fair amount to take out. Even if he does this, he has a minute left remaining as the minions just take out some of the structures on that north and east side as well, if he does make it through. But the Warden is still alive, but not for much longer, though, as you can see now the RC just trying to take out as much of the defenses as possible before the rest of the troops do come in with the rest of the pack.
Carlito has done incredible here, saving onto the Royal Champion and the spells. The RC actually takes the defenses, but she's not really going to be able to clean up. I don't think, he could still get this because he's got an invisibility. He just needs to try and make sure that the Royal Champion turns invisible perfectly as she gets over to the Archer Queen, but might not even need to take out that Queen. Can the Royal Champion get the gold storage? It all depends on how much health these buildings have, but I still don't think it's enough.
Oh, no, I don't think so as well. He's going to push in anyway, but he's still got an army camp as well on that right side. Just not going to happen. That is such a shame. Carlito, it was, even though he was, he lost a fair man right at the very beginning, it was a very good recovery nonetheless. It could have definitely gone a lot worse in comparison to what we saw early on, but of course with the DPS and the minions there wasn't really many of them. He couldn't really at least continue to try and take out the storage or the army camp as well on that right hand side. But what a shame though, that was still a great attack even with that poor start, and it just shows that Carlito just improvised and recovered very, very well. But what a shame from Team Elevate, as now they've got another 2 stars against alternate attacks.
95% 2-star, probably higher than my average, and he lost his Queen early on in the attack. I mean, being able to adapt like that is so critical to compete on the highest level, and often it's not really something that can be appreciated when you just automatically think it's not a 3-star, but really he did amazing to get as high a percentage as he did. But we have Vale of alternate attacks already using lightning spells to take out the multi-inferno, but I notice he still has 3 lightning spells, so I wonder if he's going to take a sweeper and then use one of them for clan castle troops or something. But knowing Vale, he's always got a trick up his sleeve, so I'm looking forward to this.
Certainly does indeed. I don't think Carlito's looking forward to it from what you've just mentioned, because he's probably thinking, right, what's he got planned here against my base? And as you see, the Queen now just looking to continue to push it on through here. Nice attack there, just looking to see if it can take out not just the defensive heroes, but of course take out that Town Hall, which is going to be the absolute main priority, of course. But will he be able to take it down? It's going to be a little bit close, and it looks like it actually manages to stay alive, I believe, Judo. And that is definitely not something he wanted. The Queen is fair, won't be in range though, because she's already got enough on her plate here with the amount she's got to try and deal with, and this is not the start Ballet wanted.
Certainly not. The only lifeline that he has is the 3 lightning spells were actually used for the battle builder huts, meaning the Town Hall is not getting repaired. So he's actually just going to use the blimp to take the Town Hall. Might even change that to a slammer once the lava loon moves a bit further in, but either way, it's still a siege machine off of the lava loon, which is not planned. And yes, he does use the slammer at the top.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise there. At least he can take out the Inferno Tower as well, with the loons coming out straight after us. But look at the amount of air traps he had to deal with up there in the north side. So, but at least Inferno Tower has been taken down, and not really too much left to deal with on that side as well. But let's have a look at the rest of the units here, Judo. The loons just doing so much here and taking that damage on the air defense as well. Still doing a huge amount of work, and this is just textbook recovery here, Judo.
Varley with a back-end Dragon Rider to take out the air defense once the Ice Hound throws it. I've never seen anyone use that particular technique, but that is pretty awesome. And really just shows the creativity of not just Varley, but alternate attacks. I personally felt like a really good use for the Dragon Rider, which I hope I do see, is using it to tank a Wizard Tower in the second layer, because an Ice Golem couldn't tank that, the Dragon Rider could, and Bats could then move right on around and take it down. But I've never seen anyone use it the way that Varley just did. Super impressive, but it is going to be a time fail, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shame. It did look much better than what we actually expected, but considering the Town Hall did stay alive, of course, we know that with the lack of builder repair, it didn't actually matter too much because the Stone Slammer was able to take it down, but still, that's one beefy unit to have to give up in order to push on from that north side to finish up that Town Hall. But it will be 90% 2 stars. Barley's not going to be, too pleased about it, but at the same time, it could have gone a lot worse, could have gone a lot more pear-shaped than he originally planned. But never mind though, it's not going to be, well, you could say it's not going to cause too much trouble here, as now for Elevate we're going to see exactly what's going to happen. But it does mean as well that for Team Elevate, they can be pleased about that, because at least another team isn't going to perfect wall them like we saw last week.
I was going to say something else, but yeah, I agree. It's strange that so many teams were able to perfect war them, so they have broken that. But the other thing I was going to say, the fact that they pushed the previous attack to 95% means they actually caught up a little bit on that last attack.
True.
So it throws them a lifeline, and with 3 attacks left for Elevate, they are still very much in this now, but Eve Mark has to make it happen.
Yeah, Mark really does need to. If he doesn't, it's going to cause a lot more headache for Elevate coming into this, as Boom's defense is going to have to see if it can stop him from getting this free start. And you can see already going at it inside that Town Hall compartment. The Queen now, of course, just pushing it on in to take out that Archer Tower, and now pushing towards the air defense as well. And still plenty of time to work with here. A very aggressive start nonetheless for Mark. He clearly wants to try and get the damage done as soon as possible, relying on the Queen to focus on that Town Hall straight after with the healers and the raid spell, as well as one of the loons coming in to see if there is any air traps lurking around in the frail back compartment. But looking good so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. I've got my eyes on that one rocket balloon. What is he thinking of doing with one single rocket balloon? Maybe snipe an Archer Tower or something, a little bit of recovery. I am keeping my eye on that troop, but the Queen charge is so far going pretty good. He has found a couple of black air bombs with the Coco loons. The Tornado Trap nicely luring the Queen and healers in towards that multi-target Inferno, but it doesn't really do anything. And his Queen's home and dry right now. He is going to need that one rage spell to get through the enemy Queen, but after that, she is good.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm keeping on that Rocket Loon as well, just to make sure. Maybe to take out the air defense on the south side, because there's not really too much DPS in order to try and take it out, possibly, depending on what the Archer Towers and Wizard Towers can do anyway. But let's have a look at the Loons, the Warden, Andy. Now the Dragon Riders coming into play to take out those south compartments, looking to try and do as much damage as possible, trying to take out that scatter shot as well. As a lot of the air traps did affect one of those Dragon Riders on the north side, but it's not going to be too bad so far, as Dragon Riders still trying to push in into the center to take out that Inferno Tower, which they rightly do, but looks like the RC would be the thing to at least take out that air defense. But there's the Rocket Loon, like you were talking about as well, Judo, coming out on that 4 o'clock position to be able to push on in and take out a little bit of the defense here and pushing on towards the cannon as well. But we've still got that scatter shot as well in that northeastern side with the Dragon Riders and the Warden and the King as well looking to push on up.
Wow.
And this is a fantastic attack, Judo.
Crushed. Absolutely demolished. I do wonder whether he had that rocket balloon for the Archer Tower and Scatter Shot when they both locked onto the Archer Queen and was then forced to use it at the side. But either way, whatever he had planned, it does not matter, because like you said, that is a crushing attack. Pretty much all of the Dragon Riders left over, 30 seconds to spare, and Team Elevate back in the game.
Yeah, they're going to certainly be happy about that. A little bit more pressure off their shoulders now, considering the circumstances they had to put themselves in after those first 2 attacks. Do bag that 3 star, which is a great way to be able to lead into those final 2 attacks. Didn't want anything less, just to give himself further headaches nonetheless. Don't on migraine going into the last attack, knowing they've got absolutely no chance to continue this war with that W. But great stuff from Elevate nonetheless. I'm just happy to see that they're continuing on, piling on a lot of pressure with their attacks. Their defenses seem to have improved, and if alternate attacks are struggling just a tad here and there, but it shows that a lot of improvements have been made over the last week, which I'm really happy to see from Elevate.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said earlier on in this matchup, alternate attacks did have a few mishaps last week, so that could play in Elevate's favor, because alternate, they're still 1 star up here, so they just need to close out the war. But if they slip up once, Team Elevate, I mean, they were putting up 13, 14 star wars every single time last week. It really was their bases that let them down. So if alternate do happen to slip up again on one of these attacks, I think Team Elevate will take advantage.
I certainly could indeed. You know, one of them being a 499%er, which was just absolutely criminal, Judo. But we'll see what Sir Iron can do here and try and bag that 3 star to add a little bit more pressure onto Elevate for their final 2 attacks. And Mudda as well from the Elevate. We can see how good his defense is going to be coming into this, with the Blimp now just pushing towards that Town Hall. And you can see, but actually it's actually dropped down into that compartment to take a lot of the defenses there, with the Lava Hound now coming out to try and delay this push as much as possible, with the Yak and the King on that north side taking out some of those structures.
Perfect start from Sir Iron there, taking out the multi, the expo, even getting the battle builder hut in the center of the base with the Yeti Mites. So it is exactly as planned, and Sir Iron did have a tough attack last week, so he is really wanting to correct that. And I can't take my eyes off the percentage on the right side of the screen, I'll be honest with you, because it's so close right now, this match. Alternate attacks, though, we just need to see them close this out. Now, notice the 2 headhunters moving in here to try and get to the enemy queen, but they are going to go down before the Archer Queen actually gets there. So a couple of wasted troops means the Archer Queen has to get a little bit more to get to the enemy queen.
And it doesn't deem the rage spell is going to give him a little bit of leadway here. The King has been taken out on that 9 o'clock as well. Dragon Riders have come out to play with the Warden on that 3 o'clock side, looking to take out that scanner shot and the air defense, as well as everything else in that compartment. And still, though, like I said before, the Queen trying to take out that Town Hall if it can. Will it be able to stay alive, even with the healing spell and the healers trying to tag along with it? Will it be able to? As it's looking very, very close, but it looks like it should be okay. Just barely. That was so close, Judo, but you can see now the RC is coming in from that top left side as well.
Yeah, I think the Royal Champion Seeking Shield could have been the savior either way, but that was a scary moment for Sir Iron, because spells to the Queen in order for her to get the Town Hall, and look at what it has meant. The Dragon Riders are down. He couldn't use the rage spell with those. And now the Royal Champion fighting for her life. He still has 2 free spells. I can't believe he didn't use them in that situation. This is a low percentage too, from alternate attacks, it means Team Elevate have the opportunity in the next attack to take the lead.
Okay, it's going to be one of those days, it looks like, Judo. We've already seen it from Tompinai losing that first series, and now Elevate able to be able to take control of this matchup if they can. Again, such a shame what he had to deal with, and you said about the free spells as well. That is absolutely true, just to give a little bit of leadway for the Queen and to be able to stay alive as well to take out anything else in that compound. So a little bit of a shame there. That's going to be an 86% from Sir Iron, and you said it rightly so as well last week, but Sir Iron didn't have the best of attacks in last week's matchups, but nevertheless he's hoping to kind of redeem himself just a little bit. Sadly he could not, but once again it just shows for how much improvements there have been for Elevate's defense.
Yeah, and I'm sure Sir Iron, he'll be kicking himself there. He's an incredibly talented attacker and one of the core base builders as well. He builds a lot of bases, so his knowledge is incredible. So I think he will be really focused on improving, but what it means is, moving back to the match, Team Elevate here, if they 3-star, they take the lead, and that means they are in the driving seat moving into the final attack. And like I said, they were putting up 13, 14-star wars every single time last time. And Eve Mudder, I think, is the last player to attack, as we have Eve Vision now. And Eve Mudder was their MVP last week.
Oh dear, so Vision, if he managed to 3-star this, he's going to be absolutely laughing right now. And, you know, rightly said as well with Sir Iron, he is one of, you know, an incredible attacker nonetheless, as well as that base builder as well. It's just a shame that he couldn't redeem himself coming into this matchup with, you know, a better attack, but that could sacrifice their W coming into this. And Elevate need this win more than anything. Very happy that they've made such great improvements coming into this, and they're hoping it will pay off in this matchup. This is one way it's definitely going to pay off with an upset coming to this matchup, but it's all in their hands now, especially their fate, if they can continue piling on this pressure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens at the north here, because the lightning spells could have been used to get a little bit of damage onto the Royal Champion, but let's be honest, the Barbarian King with all of his barbarians shredded her anyway, so it really didn't matter. But little things like that can sometimes make the difference, and I'm a little bit concerned about that single target Inferno that has survived at the end of the base, because that is not ideal for dragons. He's got a lot of them, still has a lot of spells, so let's see if he can close it out.
Yeah, this Dragloon Warden combination with the Stone Slammer, our personal favourite here, just looking to push on up towards this base. It was great, you know, in terms of the attacking composition working out before last week. Let's see if it can continue that trend. It's now that Stone Slammer still tanking a lot of damage here whilst making that push. The Rocket Loon, you see two of them there at the south side, taking out that air defense, and he's still got a few more loons hoping to push it on through, but you saw there it was actually targeting something else instead. But when you have enough time to take out that Inferno Tower, is absolutely crucial here, which he does, so to be happy about that. But yeah, let's look into the center now with the Drags pushing in with the Warden as well as the other Dragon at north, so just taking out some of those structures, and it's going to be very close.
So unlucky with that freeze spell. He just lost the dragon as he placed it, and he has done brilliant in the spell usage here, to be honest, because the dragon split due to the clan castle troops. He lost a lot of the DPS, but he can still get this. There's only really the archer tower that's going to do any type of damage. He's got the invisibility spell. Owl being the MVP, tanking 2 black bombs there, and Eve Vision is going to get the 3-star. He takes Team Elevate into the lead in this matchup against alternate attacks. I can't believe what we are witnessing right now, Lethal.
Who would have thought it, eh? And he still had plenty of time left to spare as well. Vision keeping Elevate in the running here, and that means that both teams are on 10 stars overall. We'll be going into their final attack here. And Elevate with that percentile advantage, only by a couple, but it's going to be more than enough considering the circumstances they have been in. Judo rightly said as well, if Mudder is going to be the final attacker here, you know, it will be the cream of the crop for Elevate going into this. But it's all about how Ast from alternate attacks does here. Has to 3-star this in order to avoid any kind of upset coming in. So very excited to see what they can do here.
I'll share a little secret with you here, Lethal. Ast is also currently alternate Attax MVP because he was flawless in their qualifier into the World Championship, and he was flawless last weekend as well. He's not missed a beat this entire season. Town Hall does go down to the Blizzard. I do notice the tornado trap popped down there as well, so that's always nice to see. And he's just slowly taking down the Lava Hound at the top, waiting patiently, catching his breath before he sends in the other heroes to get a little bit more value.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice Lalo hybrid attack. You see a couple of the rocket loons as well to maybe pinch one of those the air defenses there. But Asto, very excited to see if he can be able to break this setup. Like I said, he's got a great reputation in terms of his recent form, but what can he do here? As of course going to take up that air defense with the RC as well, coming into play to take out the scanner shot as well. Did you try and take it down earlier on, but could not, but that doesn't matter because the RC is going to do its job nicely. We'll be taking out the cannon as well. Taking a fair amount of damage here. Will they be able to take up this compartment? This would be huge if they do, especially finishing off that Inferno Tower in the middle, which they do, and he's just trying to breeze through, and now the RC prioritizing that Inferno Tower into the center, just trying to keep it alive as long as possible.
Oh, no!
But doesn't clean it up as of yet, but should be able to if he able to stay alive on those last couple of expos, but he does manage to clean it up here.
She got distracted by the king, went back and got it with the final strike. If Ast did not get that multi-target Inferno, this would have sure been a whole lot more difficult. But he is now just flying that Lalo around exactly as planned. And honestly, with the Grand Warden ability, 2 haste spells, a freeze spell, I don't think I can jinx this at this stage. Ast is so talented. That's why he's their current MVP this season. That with that ability, he catches all of the balloons. And there you go. It's down to Team Elevate. 3-star and they win. But if they do not, Ast has meant that alternate attacks could take the lead right back.
They certainly could indeed. It means the fate is going to be in Elevate's hands now. I still can't believe how great that attack was. The RC pulling back as well did make me, not gonna lie, my blood pressure went up ever so slightly. And then when it returned to do that final strike, I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. But, you know, it would have given up like a few loons maybe to push from the north side because he knew he cleared everything out anyway, and just to make sure and absolutely certain. But, you know, he will be able to clean that multi-inferno tower in the middle. And even then, though, even giving up a few loons just to make sure it is clear for them to continue that path of distraction on the right-hand side. Would have been okay. Would have avoided the time fail soon, considering the circumstances and the amount of units he has left. But let's see what Muda can do. So, guys, remember, if they actually 3-star in this attack, then it does mean that Elevate will take down alternate attacks, but also get their first win on the board here at the ESL Mobile Challenge. So very excited to see what Muda can do. But like he already said, Judo, he's one of the star players, doesn't want to let him down.
He is. Just a background for everybody tuning in this week that missed last week. Muda had 4 attacks. He 3-starred in 3 of them and got a 99% 2-star in the other. But the highest for Team Elevate. And it feels strange that you just said they've lost all their matches. This is Team Elevate, one of the best teams in the world. It shows how incredible this tournament is. He's struggling with that multi-target Inferno, tried to send in some loons and missed it again. The Archer Queen cannot reach that even after taking down the enemy Royal Champion. So he's sending in another loon to try and get that. But interestingly, he's wall breaking that section as well. Oh, just so he can break into the core. Okay, I get it.
Well, do you know what? I'm glad they didn't ask for our predictions today, because if Elevate win this, I can guarantee we'd all be 0 for 2 or something like that going into play day number 3. But let's see what they can do. The Queen is still pushing into the center towards those 2 expos there. But healers will be okay to continue supporting that Queen nicely. But in the north side as well, trying to take up the Eagle Artillery as well as everything else with that King going to be pushing on forward. But the Queen, worth its weight in gold, will be focusing on that Town Hall shortly as well, but doesn't actually take it down yet.
Oh, the Queen is safe down there, but I just want to say that invisibility spell was incredible onto the Royal Champion to turn the Skellies invisible. Perfect placement to not turn the multi-invisible, but right after that, he is now struggling with the Barbarian King. He needs to try and take that down. The Eagle Artillery stands, and whilst the Lalo is flying in there, it will get a shot off. Fortunately, though, it's locked onto the Owl and the Warden, so that is not the end of the world. And look at the Queen, Lethal, still going in the middle of the base.
It should be illegal at this point for the Queen to be able to stay alive for so long, but we'll need a bit of support soon. It's trying to stay alive as long as possible, but you remember, managed to recover, takes down the air defense there, but look on this north side and the east side as well. Sorry, the west side, excuse me. As the spell does come in to try and take out as much as possible. We said it before, 3 stars absolutely vital for Mudda as the Queen trying to stay alive to take down that cannon and be able to help out straight afterwards. Actually be able to stay alive here, so we'll be able to continue to pile on the pressure, but now look at this on the west side so far. The defensive Queen just trying to keep everything back. This is not what he wanted. 15 seconds left. This is such a shame.
I didn't see the enemy Queen when she charged in. He wanted the Archer Queen in the center to take out the enemy Queen as well. And if she had have done that and moved across to the other side of the core, this was done. The balloons would have flown on over the top. Heartbreak for Team Elevate, but it is going to be the victory, as we might have predicted. 2 alternate attacks, but Team Elevate actually winning on percentage, Lethal. I loved that matchup.
Absolutely. I've never known a team to be the bottom of the barrel on a leaderboard, but have shown such promise coming into this. And this is why I'm glad there's so many play days in the ESL Mobile Challenge. They've got plenty of room and opportunities here to bring that back, even going 0 for 5 currently. But they had a great showing against alternate attacks. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And do you know what, Judo? That was only the second match of the day. We still got 5 more to come, considering what we've witnessed in a lot of these series. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, as the next matchup will be coming up in just a few moments, so stay tuned.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. What an incredible matchup we just had. And it seems like it is war after war. I can't wait for the next one. We're joined again by Lady B. What did you think of the last war, though, Lady B?
It was insanely close, and I'm not surprised it was that close, knowing what Elevate has been doing, that they can take on the 2020 world champs and current reigning, well, right now, the only qualified team to go into the world so far. But it's, I gotta say, it was pretty impressive to see Sir Iron's defense coming in when needed. I know it wasn't the attack that he hoped to put in, but sometimes that's all you need is that good, strong defense to come through in the end. And knocking down Muna, who you actually pointed out, has gone 4 for 4. So they're really just like nailing in that final death blow for them, unfortunately. But that's going to keep them just back down a little bit. We do have these incredible matches coming up today. As we had Lethal point out, 5 more, including Penta, who's going to be facing off against Tompinai, who we just saw in the first match.
Yeah, you get to commentate Tompinai again. Look at you. Top of the table. Well, maybe not so much. I'd have to check the table, see whether Tribe's overtaken them. But anyway, they will be wanting to put themselves back at the top by beating Penta, who I feel are very much at that mid-table surface, just about cracking into the top 4. Because remember, for the challenge, it is only the top 4 teams that go to the challenge finals after the 4 weeks. Penta currently in 5th position, and they are kind of wanting to nudge into the top 4 sooner rather than later, I'm sure.
Yeah, and for Tompinai, it would keep them pretty solid. Yes, indeed, Tribe is in that top position right now, that they did have the extra match played. So Tribe right now 4-1, and with Tompinai going 3-1 now after the defeat against Tribe, that's going to just really urge them on to try and pick up this win and not give any slack to Penta, because that would actually tie them up. Well, maybe even put them up above Tompinai if they're to get the win. But Epi to kick it off here, and coming in with the ground, we've got some Queen Charge Hog action.
Yeah, still very close in the table, isn't it? But a great start here by Epi. Interesting that Penta have put up their star performer from last week. Epi was the only player to get 3 stars in every single one of the wars last week. So really wanting to put the pressure onto Tompinai early on. And I think this attack has started out great, using the Yeti Blimp to take down that little area, lure the Clan Castle troops. And with those out of the way, he can now Queen Charge into the enemy Queen with a lot more safety.
Yeah, so this Queen working her way around, and it looks like leading a little bit further over. There we go. We've got the wall break to come in, get her set and in place, and we'll still have the King to help create a little bit more of the pathing needed for those hogs to come in. But we've got a beautiful shape going on. The patience that Epi has definitely paying off. I mean, even dropping this rage, holding it as long as he possibly can, knowing how much damage his Queen can take on so he can get the most value out of it. Look at this connection. Pushing open the Queen into the Eagle compartment is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, beautiful play there. Being able to hold on to that rage spell as well, like you said, until he absolutely needed it, just shows the sign of a top-level player. The Archer Queen will get this Eagle Artillery down pretty quickly, which is always nice to see. It's interesting, the King walking on the outside. I think he's just building the percentage and pushing the hogs to the Town Hall, but time is ticking here, Lady B.
Yeah, patience is usually a good thing here, but you don't want to wait too long. And we know we're going to have these hogs ripping their way through towards the Town Hall. We needs to wait for the percentage to pick up in order to activate it. No Quake here to do it. So that's a lot of the patience coming in, but that Queen needs to survive to ensure that there is going to be enough left over for cleanup. Warden ability coming off to try and spare these hogs along with the heal, but he had a huge pack actually cut their way through the core, which is huge for this.
I think his deployment of the Hog Riders was perfect because it did push a huge pack of them to the multi, and I think he only had 3 Hog Riders inside the poison, which obviously they can get through the Giga Bomb with the Grand Warden ability, but they can't get through the poison. However, the Hog Riders at the north go down, and with 20 seconds, it's just not going to be enough for the Queen to get through here.
Definitely not. Even with her ability, he has a freeze that's not really necessary here to keep everything alive that he needs. He just needs more power coming in for the cleanup, which unfortunately there is not quite enough of. And that's going to put Epi in the unfortunate position going up against Tompinai here with a 2-star. It's a tough thing to go up against a team that you've seen coming in with perfect wars, with really strong performances and taking down some of the top teams and coming in with a 2-star, but a great percentage that could keep them alive in this.
Yeah, I feel he was kind of backed into a corner because he wanted the Archer Queen to be a little bit further ahead for when the Hog Riders merged through, but obviously he was kind of forced to use the Hog Riders, otherwise, I mean, he was going to time fail even more, so he had to do what he did ultimately. But with Tompinai Empire getting an early advantage, I would say, even though they haven't attacked, I always think having a defense to start with definitely gives that team a little bit of momentum and makes them feel like they're in the lead. It's certainly going to be an interesting one because Penta are, like I said, right on the cusp of being in with these top teams. It's so hard to predict who are going to be the top 4.
Absolutely, indeed. And I mean, we've seen some solid defenses coming through from Tompinai, which I think Penta's going to have to be very on guard for. Machuo, though, coming in with one of the most popular strategies that we're seeing right now, and that is this Queen Charge Drag Rider, the Queen invaluable to the push, helping to shape up the path, taking down some of the key structures. Now, we're seeing a little bit of difference here with some of the strategies the way players are going about it, working the Queen through and even using these blimps to cut across the pathing in the center of the base so the Queen can actually pick up that big value by taking on the Town Hall.
Yeah, that's something that we've kind of seen in recent times, is delaying the blimp, like you said. Sometimes even a Yeti blimp, just getting the Queen walk started and then using the blimp. And I actually quite like it because if you can get the timing right, it tends to work well. Now, the Archer Queen is going to get stuck on the Ice Golems for a little bit, and that's probably why Metro now decides to shift his focus to the left side. The battle blimp moves in. You know I always get nervous with the sneaky goblins, but there they are. They do get the Town Hall, and it's perfect because just as the Town Hall goes down is when he now has to shift his focus back to the Archer Queen.
Yeah, this Queen gonna have to work her way through into the center of the base, eliminating the multi and taking out any risk of these drag riders from being exposed to the traps that are likely in the core, though we do see a couple on the outskirts as he drops down the drag rider that's assisting the Royal Champion here, and actually 2 of those invested to keep this moving along, which means there's really only going to be 3 here for the back end. I mean, he's doing this beautifully because he is working it all together, knowing that their strength is in numbers and with the support of the Royal Champion involved.
I'm still just admiring the Queen Charge, to be honest with you. I think Tompinai have long had a kind of presence of Queen Charge. They always tend to be able to get that Archer Queen exactly where they want. Time is something I'm a little bit concerned about here, but he's got a few minions cleaning up at that top side because remember, Dragon Riders are defense targeting troops, so they have to flush through this entire area before they try and go back. And whilst he has the hero abilities, that's something you always have to be careful of in using these troops.
We have seen those hero abilities coming into the very end, even knocking structures down at the buzzer. I think there were a couple last week that we saw. So you have to play your cards right with it, but he knows he needs to get moving along with the Queen, particularly stuck in that center of the base, finally making her way through. And there are a lot of storages to get past, but the Queen with the assist, the minions coming through to meet up. Question is, can the Royal Champ help in the end to pick up the 3-star? With those drag riders coming through? Yes, indeed, she can.
4 seconds, he's good. What were we worrying about? Honestly, 4 seconds is pretty good in current times because, like you said, a lot of attacks tend to come down to the buzzer. And what that means is Tompinai, irrespective of how long the attack took, it is a 3-star. They are in the lead. And how do you think Penta are going to respond here? Do they put up their top attackers now, or do they... I mean, I guess they can't adjust their lineup at all, really, but it's interesting that they went with one of their top attackers to start with. Do you think that's maybe their game plan in terms of put the heavy hitters up first?
I do. I think we see that from a lot of teams because it can be the motivating factor to keep things going along. Plus, it puts the pressure on the opposing team to have to perform. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in this case for them, but they can still turn it around and recover. Penta is a team that we have seen coming in pretty strong, not only in this tournament, but in other tournaments. their defenses just need to speak for themselves. And GK Tim, I mean, he had the interview last week. He has been doing wonderful work with these drag riders, or I'm hearing a couple different names for it, Hydra and Skybrid, working along with this. But he is doing superb work, and this could be the heavy hitting push that they need.
Yeah, I'd love to see some names put out there in the chat as well. Let's see what the general consensus is for this attack, the Dragon Riders and the Dragons. It started out pretty good though, taking out the Town Hall, just picking off a few of the defenses, particularly using rocket balloons for that is great because it means you get that funnel for the Dragon Riders. Since you don't have to worry about the regular buildings, you just have to take down the defenses to funnel for them. I feel the rocket balloons are a great choice.
And those rocket balloons sweeping across, and look at the king and queen go. Nice funnel here to allow the king access into the scattershot compartment. He's able to actually not only take on the scattershot, but he's going to take down the defending AQ here, giving the queen even more life to work around the outskirts and keep these dragons trained through.
They're doing pretty good, but there's a few dragons steered off to the south of the base, so he's lost a little bit of DPS because I feel that's the specialty of this attack, is keeping the dragons and the dragon riders together so they can work as a hybrid attack, if you will. And this multi-target inferno, Dragon Rider locks on. Grand Warden is there, but he's turned away. Come on. Oh, the Dragon Rider's got it easily. What am I talking about? RC now swooping in with the ability. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. GK Tim did say in his interview last week that he loved the Dragon Riders. He felt for him they were a little bit OP, and he is not lying because he's crushed this base and really just puts the ball right back into Tompinai's court now with an overpowering 3-star.
I think it's these Dragon Riders and Dragon combinations, it's almost easy to forget how powerful they are. Even when you start seeing them thin out, we are seeing a phenomenal amount of value that gets picked up. And because of that particular attack, he still has the Royal Champion left over, invested for the remaining defenses on the board. But it really, you're talking about this new unit that came in, 4,900, I think, deep hit points on it, which is even tankier than the Dragons. So we're able to bring a little bit less, give more power to the Dragons for the assist, since they just fire away rather quickly against the defenses.
Yeah, and I think often you forget about how many hit points the Dragon Rider has when it was first introduced. I compared it with the Dragon and the E-Dragon, obviously, and I was expecting it to be kind of in the middle, but it's actually right up there with the E-Dragon hit points. It's a very tanky troop, but I feel one of the reasons for that is being susceptible to the heroes, and if you're trying to use it at home, that's one thing you have to think about, is those enemy heroes. And it looks like we will have another nice demonstration of it by Krisan, who will be trying to keep Tompinai's lead. He did miss one of the attacks last week. He got a 92% 2-star, but all of the other ones were 3 stars, so I'd say the odds are in his favor.
I'll hope to keep this going along. Now we do have the Queen making her way across, clearing out this path towards a town hall. We get the wall break open, which means we're going to need to find a viable way to pick off this town hall. I'm curious to see how he's going to do it. I do notice that we have the Stone Slammer here. Not sure if he's going to switch it up slightly to work the Queen through. But we do have a jump, so he could be really shaping out a very interesting path. And it looks like with the wall break coming in, we'll see the King to pick up the Town Hall, so the Queen can get even more value pushing down towards the 6 o'clock, 7:30 side of the base.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I seen that wall breaker, it's funny that we're kind of seeing this meta shift back to the Barbarian King to take out the Town Hall, because that's what we always used to have back at Town Hall 12, I think it was. And a lot of the base builders would put the defending King next to the Town Hall to try and prevent that. So maybe that's something we will see in bases or kind of slowly develop. I feel there's so many different strategies nowadays. You can't have heroes all over the base, so you can only have them defend one area. And the Queen charge, though, Lady B, getting back to the attack specifically, it's going pretty nice right now. Jump spell in place, and it looks like the Queen's going to have an easy ride into the center of the base with the RC nicely joining in at the bottom.
And we even have the Stone Slammer coming in for the assist to cut through the center of the base. Queen's a bit distracted here, not making her way to the multi, unfortunately. quite yet, but she does have a little bit of steam left, though the healers have diminished quite a bit. I'm surprised the Stone Slammer hasn't actually made its way through. Tangled up with the BK. It's going to be a tough go, so this is a good thing he actually dropped in that Stone Slammer.
Oh, the Queen and Royal Champion didn't have enough to take down the King, but yeah, the Stone Slammer was perfectly designed for that. Unfortunately, both multi-target Infernos did manage to lock onto the healers. Balloons inside the tornado with a red A-bomb popping, but I think the Dragon Riders should have enough. There's a black bomb following, and 32 seconds. Can you believe they will get through this? Placement of the Stone Slammer being key in that one in order to drift on to the multi-target Inferno and basically keep the Dragon Riders alive.
Really fortunate for that dragon that went up to the top side storage, working its way up, ensured that this did not risk a time fail, because if it was just up to the minions, it would have been a little bit tricky there too. So I got to commend him on some of his spread out of cleanup and troops. But yeah, I think that that Stone Slammer came in kind of double duty on a bunch of fronts for him.
Yeah, beautiful. I always like to see how bases can be slowly picked apart like that. You know, started with the Queen charge, then once he felt comfortable with that, slowly breaking the King in. And that's one thing I really love seeing from this high-level play, is just how surgical they are. And even if you're trying to, you know, watch and implement any of the strategies that people are using, it might just be one little thing like that. Maybe I can break the King into the Town Hall, and there you go. Try and implement that into your attack. But let's move to the next one, Lady B, because we have these Super Witches, which can be good against these bases, but it's a troop we don't really see as much anymore.
Yeah, we're not seeing it too much. We did see one earlier today, and it can be a little tricky with these anti-2-star bases. There's many different ways to actually approach it. We do see some of these pro players using this particular strategy, but the focus has to be on quickly eliminating the Town Hall and trying not to necessarily allow those Super Witches to cut through, though I have been surprised by many things, including seeing Hogs going through a Town Hall and coming out super clear in an anti-2-star base. But this is exceptional. Look at the patience on his Warden walk here so far, really clearing out this this path as he goes.
Yeah, he is not missing the funnel on this one. That is for sure. The entire bottom area of the base eliminated. And I have my eyes on that Battle Blimp. I think this is really interesting because he's used lightning spells to one side of the Town Hall. And he's either going to blimp the Town Hall or use the blimp for the other side of the Town Hall. But I would believe he's probably going to go with the Town Hall, because if you can move the troops around the Giga Poison, then that is massive. I watched the Clash Me Anything interview you did with Ask Lady B, and he talked about that, being able to pick off the Town Hall and make sure that as many of your troops as possible do not go over it. So it is the blimp that moves on in.
Yeah, so the blimp to take in, and this is perfect because we do have the scatter shot, the multis that are all reachable along the outskirts. It's just having most of the pathing cleared out to get that safe push in, which I'm a little bit worried about, but it does actually go down. I know that you hold your breath for that, and just able to get that done. But the split here in the pathing, we don't have the full support, and the Queen cutting through is not necessarily ideal. Unfortunate to see so many of those Super Witches, although actually we do have them coming into the core, only one going around the outskirts. I wanted to see a little bit more, particularly with the healers on them working along the outside ring.
Yeah, and I was going to say the Royal Champion still not deployed, but she just moves on in from the top of the base. Is that too little too late? Holding on to her for the last moment so that she can move around the final defenses. Archer Queen does get the single target Inferno, and the Royal Champion is pretty well protected. There's no other buildings at the other side of the base, so if the Royal Champion can get through the defenses with the Seeking Shield, he can then deploy the two archers, but it's going to be close with 10 seconds remaining. I still can't predict if it's going to happen or not. Royal Champion moves in. Archer Queen finally gets through the wall. Don't tell me it's a 99. Oh, it is!
I feel he did pop that RC ability just a tad bit too early there. he could have gotten just a little bit more value if he waited even like an extra second or two. You know, and that's the thing. It's that gamble that you take, the timing. It really can make that huge difference.
Oh, it's such a tough call because I think he knew he had the archers and he just wanted them on the board as soon as possible. Really unfortunate either way because it was a great demonstration actually of the super witches using the lightning spell in combination with the ward and walk to set that funnel, have them just move around the base with the battle blimp. It really was a clear-cut version of how you can take down an anti-2-star base like that.
Yeah, just unfortunately it doesn't seem like their day today so far, but we've easily seen wars turn around. Just because we get off to a rocky start doesn't mean we're not going to see some sort of big switch over. And, you know, I say it a lot, but I think Tompinai was that main team that showed us that anything is possible with their first victory in this, really turning around a tough war for themselves. But that's what's going to keep them alive and going in this one. And Al Mualin going with, we've got the Drag Rider coming in from him. I don't know that I've actually seen him using this quite so much as I've seen him using Dragons and Lalo, but a nice value out of the Zapquake to completely obliterate the Eagle and the Core.
Yeah, I was barely even starting to watch the attack. I mean, he obliterated that corner before we even begun. And again, we talk about pathing from lightning spells. It is perfect because now he can just send his heroes into this side of the base, nicely take care of that. And Tompinai need to keep the pressure on here because Penta have got some fantastic attackers. Let's be real. They perfected Team Elevate in last week's matches. So you never know when they're just going to switch it on and start putting the pressure on, and Tompinai just need to keep things going so they don't even have to deal with that. But it looks like he's had a very comfortable first minute here, Lady B, taking out those two compartments, and now the Royal Champion moving on to the third.
So the Royal Champion looking to help pick off this multi-targeting Inferno, even has her ability, I would say, to get through the air defense. So those Hogs work their way in, actually take on some damage for it. They help to knock it down, but the Seeking Shield just enough to knock it across. And I mean, look at the exceptional value. We're seeing beautiful work from these hero dives coming in, 50% of the base being taken down.
Yeah, I really like the early deployment, actually, of the Balloons and Dragon Riders. No other troops were going to be used down that area, so he might as well deploy them early on. Nice Warden ability to get the Battle Blimp to the Town Hall, presuming it's sneaky goblins in there, but he does decide to invest a freeze spell onto the single. That's the Dragon Riders moving right on in. Decides to do it again so that they can take that down. And as the Balloons move on through, I think he's going to get this one because pretty much there's nothing left. Those Dragon Riders have taken out that left-hand side of the base super quickly.
Yeah, this the exceptional work from the heroes really helped narrow out that pathing, which is why you can see an attack like this actually go rather quickly with so much time remaining, which does indeed help with the cleanup, especially if it's slightly spread out. But I mean, we're talking about 30 seconds left on the clock with that finish.
Tompinai keeping their perfect streak in this war, so they are now 2 stars ahead of Penta and trying to get back to that top spot. They've been knocked off from Tribe earlier on today, and they don't want to be off the top spot for very long. They are coming right back in at this and showing us why they are as good as they are. And, you know, I think they're a real contender to even top the group moving into the finals.
Yeah, I think they've really taken just quite a I want to say liking to the meta, but it's just done them huge favors coming into this being a predominantly air team. And it looked like a little bumpy start for them originally, but they found their groove and they've been really showing up. Even during the World Championship pre-qualifiers, we saw phenomenal action coming in from them, and I think that's probably putting a little bit more pressure on a team like Penta, who watched that performance, who's seen what Tompinai has been doing, and it can throw players off when they have a little bit more of a shakiness going into a match.
Oh, certainly, particularly when you have a war against a team that is so on form. And Muffin, though, is a player that has a lot of experience himself. I don't think he'll let that phase him. He's got this queen charge nicely set up now, moving on in towards this town hall area. He does have the jump spell, which looks like he's literally just going to jump the queen into the town hall area. Then he'll be swooping the dragon riders in, I would think, straight towards the eagle to take that down early on.
Yeah, so the queen making the approach here, keeping those rages going right on top of the healers, helping to navigate her. He wants to hold on to the ability here as long as possible, not only because he's coming into the town hall compartment, but he's also going to have to worry about this warden tower for her to come through once that town hall goes down, once she gets through these clan castle troops. But unfortunately misses a couple of those headhunters. He does have the minions working along, and the Electro Owl helps to quickly knock it down so he can spare the Warden ability.
Yeah, nicely done on that one. The Archer Queen also taking down that bottom area, and he's used another rage to try and keep the Archer Queen going. Automatic ability goes off. She steps inside the poison, but I think that's about to wear out, which it does. And with only one Expo now on the Queen, she can recuperate her health, continue to tank that area, and with the Royal Champion moving in, it's looking good for Muffin. I never want to call things too quickly, but he's got a lot of Dragon Riders to the top. Queen just about to go down, but the RC also still alive at the bottom.
Yeah, the Queen taking down the ground bow, helping out the Royal Champ just a little bit more for the cleanup on the back end. And those drag riders to come through, meet up to get
needed to keep the pressure on. Whilst this war is not likely to be spun around, I would say, with Tompinai's recent form, as we've been discussing, at least it keeps it alive for them, because if Tompinai slip up, then they are in the position in order to just take advantage and sneak the victory.
Yeah, Penta, it's got to take a little bit out of this as well. Likely, you know, I think these teams that we're seeing excel, like Penta, they have to take something away from these losses. You know, what they're not able to overcome, what kind of defense styles some of these teams are coming through. So when they do have to match them up again or go up against similar bases, they're able to find those ways through and really work their way up this ladder, because we still have many more plays days for Penta to try and find their place up there. But Michael to come through now, and he really wants to secure this at this point. A 3-star here, of course. I mean, in any direction, safe 2 stars for the rest of the go for them is going to give them what they need.
Yeah, Michael, I've lost count at how many 3 stars I've seen him do with the Queen Charge Lava Loon. I'm so sure you're exactly the same. He is so good with this. And I do want to highlight the 2 headhunters that were used alongside that RC for the enemy Queen. I thought that was beautiful, in fact. Really helps the Queen to stay on track here through the town hall area. And he's pretty much just wanting to push the Lalo straight through once the Queen gets a little bit further. He has 2 wall breakers, so she's going to be taking a bit of damage, but it seems to be all splash in the center of the base, and I think that's what he's counting on, is the Queen being able to just survive through that.
Yeah, he's not yet dropped a wall break for the King. I'm curious if he's just going to ride him along the outside edge. Obviously, the Queen has access to pick off the air defense here, though she has not yet, and we'll still have, well, we have already used the Royal Champion to shape up the pathing here. So yes, we actually used one of those wall breaks to open up the multi-chamber for the King, but the Queen's a little bit veering off, and he's got to start his Lalo, making that push towards the air defense, but this will cut it through the center of the base.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought he was going to break the King into that southern compartment as well, because that would have meant the second wall breaker could have actually broke the Queen into the center and to the multi-target Inferno over there behind the clan castle, because from where she's standing right now, she actually can't. So he has to freeze that alongside the Eagle. He does have a lot of balloons moving through, though, with the Grand Warden ability still intact. Probably going to use that any moment. Red air bombs go off. They did catch a lot of balloons there, but I don't think too many went down. So he's still got a lot of them. And although the healers go down at the back end, Queen gets the multi-target Inferno. And even if things were going south, Michael makes sure to get it done with Lava Loon every single time, it seems. How does he have so many balloons left over? Wow.
We're going to have to find out the secret trick from Michael, especially a little bit pathing just a little bit different than we would have expected. A little bit wonky, especially with the Queen working through, but she was able to cut through that back end, get to the multi, which really does help these loons from any additional possible damage and, possibly running out of some steam there. That multi, when you have them on the back end, you run the risk of loons that have already gone through traps, have already suffered damage, and then it just picks them apart, and you're relying on your minions, or if you even have heroes left over, to finish the job.
Yeah, absolutely. And what that now means is it's pretty much said and done. It might actually, well, no, I don't think it's mathematically over, because, I guess Tompinai could have a disconnect or something, but it's pretty much done now for Tompinai. It means they've got a lot less pressure into that last attack. But like you were saying earlier, Lady B, I'm sure Penta will be just trying everything they can here, because not only does it mean they have more stars on the board for the entire table, but you never know when you might see a similar base, or when you do need to use aspects of an attack moving forward. So Lewis will still just give everything he's got here, I'm sure.
Yeah, every time I see Lewis attacking, I'm actually checking his scroll bar, because I want to see if he's going to be bringing in that Blizzard with his super archers that we got to see. And we've only actually gotten to see it once, I think, so far, with him bringing through, but obviously very base specific. It is a powerful strategy, but not something you can use all the time. So opting for that Yeti blimp to take down the Eagle and help shape up a little bit more of a path for this Queen charge.
Yeah, already setting the funnel for her to move in towards that multi. That's what I love to see the sneaky goblins for. It's so easy to just pick off one building and then the Queen's walking in, as he's done in this example. Sneaky goblins and super wall breakers always seem to be the best combination for me. I'm not sure about everybody else. But as the Queen moves in, he's got that jump spell as well, which you can see will perfectly give him access to probably the scatter shot and even the town hall area down there. I think he's probably going to charge the Queen throughout it all, or is he going to send the King into the town hall? I guess we will find out in a moment.
Yeah, with the funnel, it looks like he would, which he indeed does, drop the King here, because he already lined it up to work that King through the opening, which gives the Queen the jump access into the center of the base, which is going to help out these drag riders quite a bit, considering we have the scatter shot and we have the possibility of a lot of air traps in the core there. But he does start off those drag riders a little bit early, trying to section off the funneling by picking off the archer tower before he sends the main pack in. And because we've already used that King, we need to keep these drag riders trained through the center of the base, but luckily there's actually not a lot of defense. It's only that one mortar on the outside edge of the base.
And he's doing a pretty good job here moving on through. The Queen still has her ability, so a little bit of a lifeline as she engages the Royal Champion. The King does go down to the Expo. Not the end of the world here, but the Royal Champion at the top of the base, now just having to use the ability. It's all about this multi-target Inferno down the bottom, because the Queen cannot reach it, but he does have an invisibility spell. Interestingly, uses it on the RC, because the Dragon Rider is full health, actually, and it will get through the multi without the Royal Champion. Queen now through the wall with her ability, and Lewis is going to finish off strong for Penta. Exactly what you like to see. Teams fighting until the bitter end, giving it everything they have, and Penta will actually be putting up a 13-star war against Tompinai, which I think they can go away from this. 13-star war against a team like Tompinai is fantastic.
Absolutely. And, Tompinai has been excelling there. They started off today on the top of the leaderboard. Now they're going to be up there alongside of Tribe Gaming, holding that 4-1 record for each of those teams. So, if you're going up against teams like this, you do have to hold your head up high, but knowing that you could be facing off against them again, and thinking about what you're going to do the next time around, because we will have the teams facing off against each other twice in this tournament.
Yeah, and we mentioned, Team Elevate earlier on, how they progressed into the qualifiers this weekend for the Worlds. Alongside this, I feel like Tompinai are doing a really good job at juggling that, because they've qualified as well, number 3 seed, and yet they are still right at the top of the leaderboard here within the Mobile Challenge. So they are managing to balance their bases and their focus across multiple tournaments, and I feel that's something that's really hard to do. Let's see whether Tompinai can do what they do best, I guess, with a perfect.
Yeah, they'd like to seal the deal here, and it would not necessarily be the first perfect war that they've actually had, with them actually getting a 15-star war against Repotted Gaming. And I mean, they did do that 14-star war against ATN, which is pretty impressive, knowing some of the bases that come through from that team. But Riak, with the Queen charge to start this off, again, a lot of patience, dealing with the clan castle troops, trying to keep that Queen going and taking it down where she's not taking on quite so much damage, so he can spare the ability and use those rages a little bit deeper into the base.
Yeah, I'm just remembering that opening match we seen last week with React, but after that one he did spin things around to get 3 stars in the rest of his wars. So let's see if he can do it on this one. I'll say one thing that, let's change what I was about to say, because the healers just got obliterated by 2 black bombs, so maybe things aren't going as good as what they were.
We'll see how much value he can pick up out of this Queen, though I'm sure he is being a little bit more cautious before starting anything off. Those heals and the fact that he's got the Unicorn still moving forward, not a lot of damage coming in for the Queen is going to help as she works her way to this Town Hall. When she gets that secured, we have a pretty good path to lead along for the Hogs. The only big concern would be trying to cut across the center of the base, picking off that multi so the Hogs don't have to contend with it.
I have to say, I really like sending the King into that left-hand side of the base, because if it can push itself forward towards the scatter, as it does, it tanks the scatter shot. So even if it doesn't take it down, it's tanked a couple of shots there, but I guess he used a warning ability anyway. I like little things like that in terms of planning the overall strategy, but the Hogs took a huge blast in the middle from the giant bombs next to the multi, and that has finished them off. Can they help to get the point defense so that maybe the Royal Champion can finish it off?
Yeah, the Royal Champ still has her ability and making her way into the center of the base, launches it. She's not got a lot to worry about dealing with those multi-targeting Infernos, and the ability, or the invisibility spell, is just the icing on top of the cake. But the biggest challenge now is only 12 seconds on the clock. And yes, he did drop some cleanup down at the bottom side. He even used that last wall breaker to try and get some damage initially on the laboratory, but in the end, not enough to bring them through with a perfect war. But come on now, 14 stars for them, and that 96% being their only fail. Not a bad way to finish up.
Yeah, I think we can let them off on that one, right? 99.2% for Tompinai, taking the victory over Penta, and that puts them level with Tribe Gaming at the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunate for Penta on that one. They will have to try and fight back from that defeat, but again, it seems like every single war just tops the last.
Yeah, you almost never know what you're going to see from these teams, particularly because we've seen some really, really strong defenses. But speaking of defenses, we're probably going to have a lot more crazy action coming in from some of the next teams. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hi, I'm Yannis, team member of Repotted Gaming. I'm 16 years old, and I've been playing Clash of Clans for approximately 6 years, with several breaks in between. So, yeah, but like.
So how long would you say that you play the game daily? Because we've already said, 6 years you've been playing the game for. So how often were you playing? Every single day, and for how long?
Right now, I'm usually playing like 3 hours a day, which goes into base testing and practicing my offense and stuff. Yeah.
So how long would you say, you know, the transition between casual gamer to now pro player, what was it? Did someone reach out to you and ask you to join their clan, or did you, you know, seek out a professional clan?
Yeah, like I was part of like kind of a casual clan earlier, and I just always thought like there is more, and I would like to like become better at the game. And I was like considering Clash of Clans is a team game. I also need some mates who are good as well. So I joined one of basically the best German clans, Inquisition, who already were quite competitive, and that was basically where it started. And then I started joining a team of like 5 people, which was named Incredible, and then we became Repotted Gaming. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a good little transition. So like Repotted Gaming, who you're playing for now, was there a lot of preparation before going into the ESL Mobile Open? Because obviously there was a big update in the game, you know, as this tournament started. So how did you find it?
Yeah, like obviously we did quite a lot of preparation going into this tournament, especially the play-in. And like this preparation mainly was base testing, because that is obviously a big part of the game. And yeah, we had like 3 base builders in our team, which was very, very helpful. And they designed like so many nice bases, and yeah, that was basically our main preparation. And yeah, considering that Town Hall 14 dropped just a few weeks earlier, we also had to adjust to that. Which means we had to find out new good strategies in the offense, and also think about how defense might change.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lethal. Joining me is Lady B as always, and now we've got our next match coming up between Repotted Gaming versus your favourites, Alternate Attacks, coming in, and a little bit of a struggle. A few oopsies here and there from Alternate Attacks. Was a tad bit worried here and there, but you know what, still came up on top against the likes of Team Elevate earlier on. But you know, confident past them. Team Elevate played fantastically well if you completely ignore their win-loss ratio coming into this ESL Mobile Challenge. Absolutely did a great job against Ultimate Attax, but Ultimate Attax still came out on top. They want to continue that trend, don't they? Getting that second win on the board in this playday against Repotted Gaming. So let's see how things go.
Yeah, and you mentioned the oopsie, but I gotta say, nice to see a base builder who's also playing, coming in for the defense that made a difference, and that was indeed Sir Iron's defense at the end, holding off Muda. That got them the win there, which is huge. So it's invaluable to have these kind of base builders on your team. So we'll have to see how they do now against Repotted Gaming. But ATN was in 4th place prior to their first matchup. They were 2-1, now 3-1, but they are going to be going up against Repotted Gaming, who is a little bit lower in the rankings, but still doing some phenomenal work. And you spoke about Eve and where they are, but I gotta say, with the caliber performance we're seeing from these teams, from the players, the rankings don't necessarily tell the story of how incredible these teams really are and what they're doing.
Yeah, Repotted Gaming, we were quite shocked to see exactly how well they did in the play-ins before leading up to this ESL Mobile Challenge. We were like, oh, okay, this team's looking pretty good so far. I'd like to see what kind of a statement they're going to make coming into this matchup. But against Ultimate Attax, it's going to be quite difficult for them considering what they've seen in that second match early on. Like, it has to be almost close to perfection to take these guys down. They're coming in 6th place with 1 win, 2 losses, still have a match in hand anyway, which give them a little bit of leadway coming into this matchup. But I'm interested to see what you expect from Repotted Gaming here, because we've had some ups and downs coming into this matchup. Not the most consistent team across the board, but do have a bunch of players with a high caliber of skill coming into this matchup. But Ultimate Attax have been looking strong so far. But the only problem is, we've seen the likes of Sir Iron, like he said, is one of those base builders coming into this matchup, and had a few struggles here and there with his attacks, still looking to try and redeem himself if he can. But already a very aggressive push from Boom on Ultimate Attax.
And Boom has been doing phenomenal work with these Blizzard Lalos. Or the first attack he did today was just an incredible Sui Lalo. But these Lalos are one of the things that ATN particularly excel at, and many of the teammates do. The Blizzard here to just get a little bit deeper inside the base. That invisibility spell just on the cusp, keeping those the Super Wizards alive. Now, the only thing is he doesn't get down that multi, which I don't know is the end of the world, because we still have the push from the King and Queen to get in, though he might need to adjust possible position here of the Royal Champ to get more value from this.
Something we'll do. Indeed, the Expo will stay alive as well, just getting fully prepared whilst the Queen and the King coming in from that 9 o'clock position. One of those air traps, the Black Bombs will be taken down. The RC just absolutely swinging here. B taking down the Inferno Tower as well. We'll be pushing towards the Expo as well, with a little bit of a sprinkle of damage into the other compartment right next to it in that 2 o'clock side as well. But pushing into the center now, as you can see, a huge amount of damage coming across the board. The DPS, you can see the Queen Unicorn actually pushing towards that south side here to take out some of the other bits in pieces, and trying to take down the mortar as well as the storage down there. But the King does manage to take down quite a fair amount there, leaving that Wizard Tower and the cannon alive, but still got to try and do a fair amount heading towards the center, as the bulk of this conversation will be going towards from that northeastern side to take out that scanner shot and that air defense.
Oh, I love that opening in the 7 o'clock corner of the base to get the Queen in, but will she have enough power to get down that multi? That is huge for it if she does. Unfortunately, not quite enough for the steam there, but the Warden ability, leaving that multi up is a bit of a risk in the center of the base, but he knew he could get that timing right. And in conjunction with the scatter shot that's flanking, the freeze to hold it off gives every bit of push it needs. I mean, it wasn't even a question if he would be able to get this done, because we've seen the incredible power from Boom's Lalo. And it starts off with his openers, the incredible value that he gets with it. So many loons left over here in the end, and even swagging that final freeze.
That looked like, magic in the making there. It looks so good. 38 seconds left. All the units in the world just, literally just adding to that flavor of the attack. Doing that 3-star 100% from Boom. Incredible stuff. I mean, great way for Ultimate Attax to come up in this matchup. But we're going to see the response now from Repotted Gaming momentarily. Very excited to see what they can do and what they can bring to the table now in comparison to the previous play days they've had to deal with so far. But great attack, very methodical. You saw, didn't really beat around the bush there. Very aggressive to start off with, kind of what we expected from Boom as well. We've seen it time and time again with how he does plan out these attacks from a quick but also calculated approach now. But we do have Yanis. Funny enough, we just had a little interview with him, little snippet of what he thought it was like coming into not just this matchup but just into the ESL Mobile Challenge overall. And very well detailed answers, just discussing exactly how he was thinking about coming into this overall, and did seem quite confident with what he would like to do in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But the defender will be violated to see exactly how he can do to try and keep this push back. As you can see now, the King and the Queen as well just coming in from that northwestern side.
Yeah, so we drop the Zapquake, start sectioning off this compartment here, getting the King and Queen in, and he wants to go for this deep dive. We have a tanky going to work along. The Royal Champ has the opportunity to connect where he's already Zapquaked out, pick off that Eagle. So, I mean, we're really only talking about a couple of multis here, which is a big thing with your Lalo pathing and the scatter shot in the back end. But to take down the Town Hall, a scatter shot, an Eagle is huge value for a Lalo. And these are some of the key items that you want to focus on when you're doing these pushes. But the Queen a little bit hung up here, not making that approach with the King, with those ice golems, as they're actually doing the work to hold off the defenses. The King is already down, but she does have her ability to get her through and help finish the job here. But we do have a very it's not the narrow path that we usually see with the Lalo. It's pretty squat and fanned out here on the back end, but that means that he's going to need to time this Warden ability properly, just like we saw Boom come in with, so he can pick up the most amount of value, particularly because we have a double combination of multis and the defending RC still standing in the core.
Looking good so far. You saw that Lava Hound just tanking all that damage from that air defense, leaving the Loons plenty of room to be able to come in and push on forward. But you saw as well the RC, if you didn't catch it in that 9 o'clock side, did take up the entire compartment in that left-hand side just to give a little bit of leadway for Yanis here to try and push on up. A lot of DPS coming out of Valley here, just trying to defend as best as possible, but he has created such a good arc with these Loons. It's going to be very tough for him to try and hold this off. Only a little bit of defense left now, just trying to take out the remaining structures. B, it looks like it will be potentially another 3-star depending on this scatter shot. Should be okay. 45 seconds left. He's got so much to work with. He can just be able to speed up and have a nice brew, as the rest of the attack is going to be able to clean its way there. Good stuff here from Yanis, and a great way to start things off for Repotted Gaming.
A beautiful start here. This is going to give them a lot of power trying to keep up against ATN. And we do know that ATN, they're not infallible. We've seen some great defenses coming through from some other teams. We'll see them a little bit later, but Burger Rangers did a beautiful job last week trying to hold off ATN defensively. So I think that's going to be the biggest approach right now for Repotted Gaming if they want to take down the quote-unquote big boys here.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. It's a bit strange because, with alternate attacks, they do bleed. We've seen it on a few occasions where they've had a couple slip-ups, but it's the high level of consistency from alternate attacks, which is just a pleasure to watch, because it's unbelievable how well they attack. And in terms of their base builds, it's just been remarkable to see, what they actually come up with as the meta is going to continue to establish itself more and more in the next coming weeks. So we're going to see now what Ast can do for attacks against Clinge from Repotted Gaming. As you can see already, the Queen does come out to play to push in from that 9 o'clock position with the Unicorn, just to see what it can do in terms of being able to take out a lot of that defense, with the King pushing in down that south side. With the healers now going to give a little bit of a helping hand there for the Queen.
He's going to have to adjust for this because he got the wall break open for the scatter shot compartment, but the King completely walked off to left field. So let's see how he connects the jump. He did set up the path here for the Queen to move along, but he's going to need to focus on taking that down. And when you are doing these drag riders, depending on the pathing, you need to bring your Royal Champ coming along if there are any heroes potentially in the way. If you're not using dragons to work along, you need that Royal Champ to be part of your cover. So he's going to have to adjust slightly for this. Now the King working on the outside edge, he is going to clear some of the path, and we'll have to wait and see how exactly he is going to form this, but I would say likely coming in from the scattershot compartment now.
Yeah, the King was just doing an 80% speed run on that lower half, you could say, on the structures on the outside. Managed to use his ability to take out the rest of it to, like you rightly said, give a little bit of leadway for the next attack, as one of the Loons now just coming in to see if he can find anything. The Stone Slammer will come out to take out that scatter shot, which is vital to this push. And speaking of the push, B, here it comes with the Dragon Riders, the Loons, and that Warden there to try and take out that. Of course, the Inferno Tower is going to be a real pain in the backside. We'll find one of those back bomb traps as well. And you can see the Queen on that north side looking to take out the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Queen doing her job, getting that done. But we have the Drag Riders cutting across the path. Look at the Stone Slammer as it cuts along the outside edge. Ideally, you wanted to keep that a little bit further in the center of the base, picking up any possible traps, which we do see here, because it can help absorb that and give a little bit more life. But he's got so many Dragon Riders left to go with this, and the Warden ability, perfect to also try and keep this Royal Champ alive as long as possible so she can reserve that ability, even a freeze, to try and help hold off the single targeting Inferno if it switches gears towards her or any of the back end defenses. But holding off this air defense actually to give more power to the Drag Riders, and they are taking good cover to keep that Royal Champ alive so she can preserve the ability, which honestly is not, I would say, with what he has left over, not completely needed, but why risk it with those remaining defenses? With that, the healer switch over, with the Queen dying out, the Royal Champ had so much opportunity to come in and freezing up those skellies just to keep this moving along quicker. And we've got us coming in with another 3-star for ATN.
Yeah, just for insurance, wasn't it, really, B? Just to be absolutely certain. Yeah, we done it by quite a few seconds, but you never know sometimes. Things can get a little bit weird. But yeah, in a tournament setting, I think you do an extra few bits and pieces just to make sure you're insured to the absolute maximum. You don't want things to, go a bit downhill or spiral out of control in terms of that kind of situation. I'm sure a few of us would have done it ourselves in that kind of situation. But again, a great attack there. Another 3 stars you see, being able to follow through into his next attacks now. And again, see what Repotted Gaming can do to now respond to how our alternate attacks are playing. Because like we said, out of everyone in this competition, alternate attacks are the most highly consistent team on the circuit by not a huge mile, but it just depends on what days they have. But let's be honest, they have more good days from bad days coming into a lot of these tournaments. They definitely one of the most prepared teams, especially. But let's see if General X can, maybe change that a little bit here. Just having a little look to see what he wants to do and how he's going to plan this out. As already he's going to start from that north side to take out some of those structures and making a primary focus there with the Queen Unicorn as well to take out the air defense and the Wizard Tower as well momentarily, but especially that Town Hall as well.
And nice use of the Yeti and Wizard Tower combination, or the Wizard, to take down the outside edge of the base, get the funnel there for the Queen, but he just wants a little bit more value. He did want to see that Archer Tower going down so it's not sniping off the Queen. We've got Boom, who's trying to really keep this away from really getting taken down easily, but Boom was prepared, General X was prepared for it. And the Zapquake helping to connect the pathing, and you can see this beautiful clear cut, right centralized. Judo and I talked about this last week. What we're seeing is the push from hero on one side, a Zapquake or another hero on the opposite side, and leading this beautiful centralized pathing through the core of the base. But what this does is allow the King to do even more cleanup work on the outside edge while the Dragons focus through the center.
This Drag-Loon combination with the Warden as well, looking to make that push with the Stone Slammer still alive, and finally gets cleaned up to take out the rest of those defenses on the left-hand side. But now the main focus is going to be these Inferno Towers. Of course, a huge amount of those Loons were cleaned up with the hit points of those Dragons that could push on up with that Rage Spell, of course, absolutely required here. The rest of the Loons have always been cleared up on the north, so just trying to stay up as much as he can. But we do have a few Dragons on that south side as well, pushing in towards that air defense, the Archer Tower, and the cannon just focus on the Yak there, just playing silly buggers on that bottom right hand side as well. But still, there's that multi-Inferno Tower is going to cause a big issue, as well as that scanner shot. Still a minute and 15 left to play with, so if he does get away with all this, it's just a matter of if it's going to be a time fail or not.
Oh, definitely not. A minute 6 left to go. Now, Dragons are a unit that we can run the risk of the time fails, but this was superb the way he handled it, even waiting for the Royal Champ waiting for the Dragons to come down before deploying the Royal Champ to have some tank. Now, a lot of times you can wait for your King or something else to come through, but those Dragons really, with the invisibility spell, gave her what she needed to finish the job here and take on those remaining defenses so the Dragons could just go on cleanup.
General X continuing to get those 3 stars bagged for Repotted Gaming. Good stuff from them, just proving that their attacks are just as strong and maybe stronger, depends on next circumstances of the next few attacks. Is now alternate attack Speaker the Devil will be next up to see if they can continue the 3 stars and add a little bit of pressure onto Repotted Gaming. It's been a little bit of a struggle so far, as you know, they do see alternate attacks as a bit of a threat, but of course with the little slip-ups here and there from alternate attacks in terms of what we've seen in the past few play days, it's made other teams think, oh, okay, so there's definitely a few options for them to try and break through a lot of their defenses here. As speaking of defenses, Yanis is going to be defending against Sir Iron. Now, Sir Iron hasn't had the best of runnings in terms of some of his attacks in these last few play days, but this could be his time to redeem himself. I said that last time in their last matchup against Team Elevate, but now is the time to definitely try and redeem himself. Wasn't really a bad percentage overall, just sadly some of the attacks weren't as clean as he would like them to be. But we'll start with the King Yak on that east side, sorry, the west side, just pushing on up towards the north with those structures. But we'll see how things turn out. Not the most aggressive pushes here, but we'll see if Sir Iron can back that up with the composition later on.
Yeah, the main focus here, taking on the Town Hall, and we can see the shaping that's navigated. We, of course, will have the 2 scatters to worry about and the Eagle here, but the Queen is in a good position to continue and carry on. I mean, he's even got 2 more wall breaks to get access coming in, but looking at this King cutting across and the value of bringing in the Royal Champ, and this is huge because it is going to help narrow out the path needing. And I'm curious if he's going to sneak these wall breakers in to get the Queen into the center of the base. And yes, indeed, that is what he goes for. It's on its way through. The poison bomb gets hung up by a tornado trap, though, and cannot get that Queen through. And the Queen is going to be a little bit untimely trying to beat through the walls to get in there to clear that out. So we'll have to see how the drag riders do, having to contend against that. Plus, look at this, we've got the Queen who is trying to pick them off one by one here.
Oh yeah, you saw we're now prioritising one of the mines instead of actually being in range of that Inferno Tower as well, because it's actually centered more to the right. It's actually just out of range for the Queen, so now it's going to be stuck there, and the rest of the pack are now just pushing towards that right-hand side with those Dragon Riders and the Warden as well. It's going to be very, very difficult to say for this, as the Queen's not being able to do any more help for a while here, as the Warden's going to continue to pile on the pressure on that right-hand side. And definitely could have been a lot more of a different story if the Queen was able to be in range of that Inferno Tower in the center, or maybe try and break through. But still though, we're going to see what he can do here. 40 seconds left. The Queen almost in range of that scatter shot, but still just barely on the outside. The scatter shot just trying to keep them back. He's actually decided to prioritize the Dragon Rider now, as well as the Warden. Both so weak here, as the scatter shot does get taken out, which is give him a little bit of leadway, but still got to deal with those testers. Finally, he's been stopped in his tracks. The Queen, a bit late to the party, but finally makes it through in that last compartment. But with 15 seconds left, this is going to be very, very close, as the minions just take out one of the storages at the bottom, whilst at the same time going to be pushing on up. 5 seconds left. It's just going to be a tad too late, and with the skeletons as well, it's going to delay the push even further. That is such a shame, but I also thought Sir Iron, that is much better from what we saw compared to his previous attacks. But still though, 2 stars, 97%, can't really complain too much. But yeah, will be kicking himself just a tad, considering that was actually not a bad attack, apart from the Queen getting stuck a few times.
Yeah, and you think about it, that Rage and the Invisibility spell combo really helped keep the Dream alive. Obviously not enough with time, but what could have been traded into that, using a jump instead to get the Queen into the core, since the wall break did fail due to the poison bomb and tornado trap from keeping it moving in. I mean, that could have been the difference maker as well in this one. But those are the trade-offs, that you make in the initial plans. And unfortunately, it did not work. But it was a beautiful, beautiful turnaround with 97% on that 2-star, which could do them good work if they can find a defense to come in against Repotted. Tintastic, though, wanting to secure this 3-star and try and take down ATN and find their way to work up the leaderboards here, kicking it off with the Blizzard. And he goes in for this slightly deep dive, not as far as getting to the Town Hall, but really navigating and shaping up the path.
Absolutely. 2.5 minutes left. A very aggressive approach to begin with that blimp, but doesn't get as far as he would like you've already mentioned. Now we're going to see how he's going to plan this next source of the attack for the Queen. Going to be beginning on that south side, beginning her work there just to take out some of those structures on the outside. The King Yak has decided to join in with the rest of the fray to see what he can do. Just continuing on to do work on that left-hand side as the Arsenal will come out as well, and we're going to see how this attack is going to pan out nicely for Timtastic. Like we said already, if they do get this 3 stars, they will be 1 star ahead, even though Sir Iron is helped out with that 2-star 97%. So we'll be behind in terms of percentile, but Timtastic will not want that at all. And to continue that 3-star, the RC does come out on the western side to take up that compartment, looking to now jump over towards the mortar and hopefully deal some damage as quick as possible onto the Expo, as well as the Inferno Tower, as well as with the pushing still continuing on here. The RC is still alive, it's waiting to the very last moment, but will get healed as well. So it's going to be pretty safe to say 1.5 minutes left, still a fair amount to deal with, but let's see what happens in this final attack.
This is a stunning opener coming in from Timtastic. Not only the percent that he's gotten coming in, but the value, the push going in 3 layers through to the center of the base. You know, only that Ice Golem to tank the King, doing a ton of work to keep that Queen alive, and those invisibility spells invested paid off to the T. Now the Lalo only has a narrow path to push, though we did not get that air defense down. The Hounds do cut across, maybe not in the best position because we want them heading also straight up, clearing the path for the Loons, working up to the 12 o'clock air defense, but the Warden ability does help them through a lot of the absorption of those traps to get them past the scatter shot here as well.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time, but those Lava Hounds were tanking damage for the rest of those Loons coming from the south side, so they're going to be pretty pleased about that. The Warden and a fair amount of Loons are still alive. And in terms of defense, he's just having a look. It seems to be okay. He's going to be okay during this match. It's just a matter of if he can clear out all of these structures in the next 20 seconds, as Timtastic is desperate, gagging for this 3-star here to put Repotted Gaming in a fantastic position. But are these Loons going to be split up enough in order to get this 3-star? You know, I can't really call it here, but it looks like he's not going to get it. It's just going to be a high percentile to finish things up. It's going to be a real sad moment for Timtastic, 96%. And I was trying to remember what Sir Iron had. Was it 97%? I think it was 97. So literally 1% behind. It could be anything at that point. I think I was hoping for him, but the Loons would split towards the end. They didn't. They actually just bunched up together, which is understandable due to the prioritization and the range of it in. A little bit of a shame, not what Timtastic wanted, but then again, at least he kept percentile high and couldn't put that added pressure onto alternate attacks for 3 stars. So a little bit of a shame, but nevertheless, that attack was super clean, super efficient compared to what you mentioned at the start as well. The RC doing a huge amount of work pushing into the center. Now we can see if alternate attacks can now go in with a 3-star of their own.
Yeah, they're keeping this one definitely close. I mean, we're 1% away from each other. And I would not have, I wouldn't expect anything different from this match. I mean, we have Repotted Gaming, who is part of the Inquisition family. Another strong German team. They have their presence in other leagues like ESL Meisterschaft, though this is a different team of theirs. This is one of their secondary Inquisition teams, but they have definitely proven why they are here. And even with a 96% coming in, you can see these guys are just going strong with their plans. Beautiful, beautiful start for them so far. But they'll need to see if they can trip up possibly Vala here to get back in it. Now the Zapquake combo is going to help likely navigate the core of the base, as we already start off with the heroes to pick up that additional connection.
That's right, we're still waiting for that major slip up here. It's just a matter of how and when. May not be how, depends on the circumstances of his next attacks. You can see the King Yak just pushing into right compartment, taking out the major parts of the defenses there. If he takes out the Expo, that's going to definitely do wonders as well, just to add a little bit more insurance to be able to push it on through straight afterwards there. And you can see as well with the Zapquake there into the center, just taking out a fair amount even more. And look at the RC as well, pushing from that south side, looking to take out that scanner shot. The air defense as well for this Lalo attack afterwards. This is going to be absolute wonders here. The RC, if it takes out the air defense, that would be huge, just to make matters worse now for Lion. And he does take it out before the RC gets taken down. So that's a nice fair amount of defense cleaned up, ready for the bulk of this next push.
Now we need to see how he's taking care of the super minions here, though he did get that double poison combination down, and that holds him in. just long enough. Now, their propensity for the Clan Castle troops is to move out, but that slowed them down, kept them in it, with the Lalo actually starting to drag them across to the very edge, and the Lalo to come through. He's got a fairly easy push with the blimp already sailing across to the Town Hall, only met with a little bit of resistance from the air sweeper, but the freeze holds it off. It actually lands right on top of the storage, and this is not good because those sneaky goblins do not make their target. This is going a bit wrong for Vala here, but he's got a surrounding of loons to try and finish it off.
Oh, this is so close. I was a bit, I don't know about how that blimp's going to get in the sweep. It did cause a few issues here and there as well, but you know, a lot of the defenses have been taken out. Look, there's still a minute left on the clock, and you can see there as well. It's going to be very, very tough, and he's going to be kicking himself, especially. Didn't expect this from Vale, especially coming into this, but let's have a look and see who's got alive so far. So he's still got a few minions. He does have that Warden as well, so if he does want to make that push, he can, but the sweeper is just worth his weight in gold this time, stopping the blimp from coming in to drop onto the Town Hall, keeping the Warden back as well, and there's left but one measly minion. Oh, actually, sorry, there is a couple there on that 7 o'clock side as well, but I can't believe it. This is going to be a 1-star B, and you wouldn't have thought that as well. And Repotted Gaming are probably thinking, right, well, this is our moment. We've got 2 attacks left, and we could really do some damage here.
Oh, this is going to be a tough blow for ATN at this point. And I can say it is not easy to trip up these guys to 1 stars. A huge accomplishment for Repotted Gaming to hold off Vala. But, you know, that freeze just not quick enough down to keep the blimp in there. And that's the tricky thing about when you're approaching those town halls where you do have a storage in front of the way. That's why you need to get them opened up right on the town hall compartment. So a bit awry, and ATN might not be able to catch a break turning this one back around.
Well, I can tell you what, B, that sweeper's going to definitely get more than just a pat on the back tonight if it actually able to stop them from being able to win this matchup. But for Repotted Gaming, this is their opportunity now to bring this back. And not only bring this back, but just, you know, the fate is in their hands right now. If they get this back-to-back 3-star, they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank and getting a win underneath their belt. They need it currently going 1 and 2 and just causing a bit more damage against alternate attacks in terms of burst standings as well. And it's just a little bit of a shame. I just did not expect that in the slightest, especially from him as well, of all people. It was a little bit strange and, you know, very uncharacteristic there. Maybe he thought he could get away with it and hope the blimp can do his best to be able to get himself inside that compartment. But a real shame. Not over as of yet, as Repotted looking to go for that 14-star win if it's possible. Alternate attacks do have 1 attack left as well. So you've got to remember that if alternate attacks 3-star the last base and Repotted 2-star the next 2, then it means that Repotted could still win just based on percentile, as we are now going to find out what Clinch can do here, as if he does 3-star this base, then they're going to be in for a very comfortable lead.
And Circling starting this off with the Blizzard and even get some shots fired onto the Town Hall as he makes the approach in, already activated and ready to go for this Queen to take on. But she'll have an easy push with the ability. Now, no healers to keep her going, but that Unicorn again for the narrow push. And that's the main focus here, is to take that down to start setting up the funnel needed for the Lalo and the King from the opposite side here to take on the scatter shot. We have yet to drop the RC. We can do even more work. I'm curious to see if he's going to drop it for the air defense. Yes, indeed, he does. And this could maybe give her enough power. We'll have to wait and see to push her way through the core. But even so, we would see great use out of the Warden ability there.
Well, compared to the last attack, this Town Hall has been taken down early, as the bulk of those loons are going to be pushing in from that 11 o'clock position, with the Warden joining in with the rest of the pack to take up that Eagle artillery. Absolutely vital that it gets cleaned up as soon as possible. And speaking of the RC, like you already mentioned, as well as taking that left compartment early on, he's pushing them in all the way to the center here to take up that Inferno Tower. The sweeper will be absolutely vital here as well, but he doesn't get... You see that the RC does get taken down, but the sweeper shouldn't do too much now because the loons have actually pushed all the way around into that eastern side here. So it's not really going to affect him at all in the slightest. Still got 1:05 left on the clock and literally barely anything left. Still got the Expo to take down on that south side. Look how many loons he's got left B from that attack. Clinge wasn't worried at all in the slightest, but not only that, he had 55 seconds. He had plenty of time to do whatever he pretty much wanted there. Good stuff there from Repotted Gaming, almost guaranteeing the victory over Alternate Attacks. But let's see what happens in this last one for Final Attacks in terms of their final attack.
Even two swag spells there in the end, the poison and the freeze not needed to get that value, to get a massively powerful push. But I feel like, you know, they've got to be overjoyed to hold that 1 star against ATN, and for Klinga, that definitely showed strong there.
Certainly was indeed. Alternate Attacks on the back foot here. You know, I'm sure they're pretty much sweating, hoping they can get something out of the bag. Not only that, it has to be a 3-star 100%, but they need to make sure Repotted Gaming don't get 2 or more. And the chance of that is highly unlikely. And let's be honest, for their sake, I hope they've got an anti-2-star base coming their way. Even in terms of percentile, it's looking very, very solid. Looking at 99%. So unless Repotted Gaming have an anti-2-star base or something like that, then yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. But like Judo has mentioned a few times already today in previous play days, that Yo-Yo, one of the best attackers here for Alternate Attacks, will be coming in to try and get that 3-star if he can. A very gifted player, and from what I've heard, very creative as well with what he likes to do with as a lot of his attacks. So the Loon coming in on that left-hand side to find any traps with the King as well, pushing on in. And the RC coming in quite early as well to take out that scatter shot and the air defense as well. A very quick and very aggressive push here. Really controlling the tempo here, pushing on forward to take up that north compartment, sorry.
And the Queen to pick up the Town Hall, and this is while the King and the Royal Champion actually are distracting the Clan Castle troops, although unfortunately we do not see the minions in the poison quick enough, which means he'll have to find a way to contend with them. He does have a baby dragon at least, so if the Queen can't pick them off, which she won't, taking on too much damage, but obviously that Town Hall, her main objective, he does pull it to the corner with that Loon, drops a baby dragon because he does not want any risk of the majority of his Loons getting quickly picked off.
Absolutely spot on there with the Stone Slammer saying hello from that 1 o'clock position, with a few of the Loons pushing from the right-hand side, looking to take out that air defense and the Eagle Artillery. But lucky for them, the Eagle Artillery went and actually focused an attack on the left-hand side. I did miss what that was, but I'm pretty sure it was nothing to worry about for his sake, as it does take it down, but does get that final shot off. But actually looking very, very good so far. The Loon's pushing in from the south side as well to take out some of the bits and pieces in terms of those Teslas and that scatter shot there, with a few more of those Loons pushing from the south side as well. But let's see what we've got left so far. Still the air defense on the left side, still got the Inferno Tower as well as the Expo on that center left-hand side. Still looking to continue on with this push up to 61%. And still got a fair amount of work cut out for him.
Yeah, the Stone Slammer, though, still there tanking, which will help as he makes a push into the AD. But, I mean, beautiful pathing here from Yo-Yo. We would expect this to come in from him, obviously. And as the Stone Slammer tanks but opens up, he gets an additional push and reinforcement of Loons, of the Inferno Drag, which is all going to help with the cleanup here. 31 seconds left to go, more than enough, particularly with the spread out that he has of the minions on the storages and that Inferno Drag who just came out of the Stone Slammer to help secure the 3-star. And I gotta say, it's probably one of the hardest positions to be in, to try and keep focused when this, you know, when everything's stacked against you. You know that the team coming up next only needs that safe 2-star, but you got to give it to the players who actually give it their all, don't give up, and keep it going. So Yo-Yo, absolutely phenomenal pulling in that 3-star.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the worst feelings, knowing that the fate is not in your hands anymore in terms of the, you know, the outcome of how this war is going to pan out. But yeah, it's like we said before, with Repotted Gaming, as long as we have an anti-1-star, sorry, anti-1-star, that would be a little bit bleak, but an anti-2-star base, or at least get a 50% and the Town Hall, then yeah, they should be perfectly fine, ready to go. They could be very happy so far. They knew that after Clinge absolutely slapping in that last attack previously, with that 3-star 100% with a very clean attack, probably one of the cleanest we've seen all day so far. He's going to be pretty pleased with the fact that he's pretty much guaranteed Repotted Gaming to victory. So, jinx aside, anything like that, we're going to see what's going to happen in this final attack from Repotted Gaming and to find out what they can do here to solidify this victory. But it's been an absolute pleasure to watch. I didn't expect, of all people, Repotted Gaming to actually come in hot today, especially with this victory, as Lion now from Repotted Gaming is going to start things off, and we can see what he can do against Sir Iron's defense from Alternate Attacks.
And we have seen Sir Iron come in with an OP defense previously that won them the match, but this is a big ask for a 1-star essentially that they would need in order to get this final win, and obviously the correct amount of percentage at that. So with these types of attacks, you got to feel that the players are going in with the safest way they can for the 2-star here. Otherwise, why put in the risk? If you know you need a safe 2-star, that's all you got to do. No need to risk it. We do have 3 super wall breakers, which means a king will be used at the 12 o'clock compartment to help secure the town hall here.
You can see now the Queen just continuing to do a little bit of work here, using that rage spell to push in towards that left compartment onto the scanner shot just to finish it off. You can see the defensive RC as well, just trying to get her hands dirty. Not going to happen though, as the Queen is going to continue making that push forward, not only towards the cannon, but you can see there towards that Wizard Tower, and you see the air defense as well just above it here. So the Queen's finally about to push on through with a few delays here and there, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. Still looking forward to see exactly how the bulk of this attack is going to be able to continue that push, and also where it's going to come from as well, as the Queen's just in range of a couple of bits and pieces here, but will need to break through that wall in order to continue on piling on the damage and to get more value, which is going to be a bit of a pain, but it's just one of those things, sadly. As you can see now, the King Yak just making a start on the structures on that north side.
And Queen already making her path into the center of the base. We've got the next wall breaker to come in, wanting to open up that core to give the Queen access to the multi-targeting Inferno, and that King there already on his path, but met with some resistance of the Skellies that pop up. He still does have his ability, which is going to give him enough, particularly with that freeze that holds off the ground bow. This Queen is doing superb work, and with that, we're allowed to reserve the Royal Champion, who will be much needed for these drag riders, considering we have a back-end Queen to worry about.
Already got the 2 stars. Percentile does not matter anymore, as from Repotted Gaming has guaranteed their victory over Alternate Attacks here. Just anything now, pretty much, you could say is a bonus, pride, anything else doesn't really matter because the job has already been done. And no matter what happens here, Repotted Gaming are going to be very, very satisfied and relieved with the outcome of this matchup. So very well played from Repotted Gaming overall, as we're going to continue seeing the last of this attack, with the Warden still staying enough to push on towards the air defense as well. And speaking of defense, not really too much left there, just a couple of those archer towers on that northern side. The minions taking out the storages from the east as well. And I must say, Repotted Gaming have looked very, very good here. Look forward to see exactly what they do in their future matchups. And there we have it, as they will take that victory. And there we have it, Repotted Gaming as well. Quite unlikely from what we've seen from a team where, not had the strongest of starts, but going to be satisfied nonetheless. 13 stars to 12, 98.6%, a 0.8% in terms of deficit. Very pleased with that, and look forward to see how they do in their future matches as well, especially against Alternate Attacks.
Yeah, it hasn't seemed to have been ATN's day today, unfortunately. But again, this is a team that, despite the losses, will hold their heads up high, not give up. Yo-yo proof of that, and absolutely stunning. But we will get to see a little bit more of them through the weeks, and hopefully a big turnaround. But GG to Repotted. There's more action to come, so make sure to stay tuned.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge for Clash of Clans. I am Lethal, joined with me is Judo. Welcome back, Judo. I'm sure you saw that last series, something we did not expect in the slightest, with Repotted Gaming taking down alternate attacks, but we've got something a little bit more different this time. We do have Burger Rangers versus Team Elevate. Two of them, or we could say both of them, bottom of the barrel at the moment. So at least one of them today is going to be guaranteed a W to make their mark on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, that's a positive for them at least. Look, both of these teams got a lot of experience. They've actually put up a lot of stars across the wars that they have had already. They just haven't been able to pull that victory. So it will be interesting to see who kind of starts the challenge winning streak for them, and maybe they can continue that through, because we still do have a couple of weeks. But we've really been seeing a lot of the teams fighting for the top 4 spots. And this is an interesting one, because whoever loses this, it could start to slip away from them, really, with them both being bottom of the barrel, as you put it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I shouldn't think of another way of putting it, but it's as nice as I could say it. And you can see Burak 38 will be competing alongside the rest of the members of Burger Rangers coming in today and for future play days. So very excited to see what he can bring to the table here. You know, it's just the fact that he's only just jumped in. Hopefully, it won't be too much pressure on him for Burger Rangers. But it's like I said about Team Elevate. I've never known a team where the stat line, like 0 and 6, it does not represent what they're worth at all in the slightest, because they are actually a really, really good team. Just a few bits and pieces and, you know, a few major faults in their defense, and you've seen it today already, almost taken down at alternate attacks early on. And I'm sure that we're going to see or expect a lot more of them from now going onwards to the future playdays.
Yeah, I mean, even though Team Elevate are technically bottom because they've lost an extra match over Burger Rangers, I would still think they're the favorite in this matchup, just because, like you said, there's roster changes with Burger Rangers. Team Elevate have still been putting up 13, 14 stars throughout every single war, and they did go into the qualifiers for the World Championships this weekend as the #1 seed. They won the pre-qualifiers. So I would definitely expect the favor to be kind of leaning with them, but who knows? Maybe we will see a strong comeback this week from Burger Rangers, and it is the Burger Rangers to kick us off.
Yeah, certainly will do. Indeed, we've seen plenty of upsets, some weird bits and pieces coming into the ESL Mobile Challenge, but I absolutely love every second of it, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more. But this is something Elevate does not want here, as they want to get their first W more than anything. But so does Burger Rangers here, so it's all to play for here coming into this matchup, as the Queen now continue to make the funnel through into the center here, and as well as the Ice Golems now coming out from the defense just to try and delay as much as possible the Queen, and then obviously the rest of the healers over the Baby Dragon taking out that cannon and not the Tesla. But again, just make sure to do work to keep that Queen Bay as long as possible, using one of those loons to see if you can find anything coming out of the woodwork in terms of any traps. We'll find that one Tesla, but that's literally about it so far. But the Queen continue to get as much value as possible.
Always nice to take down the Ice Golems out of the way of danger. Obviously, if the Queen was attacking the Ice Golems in the center of the base, it could have been a whole different story. But you can see the funnel being created down to the 6 o'clock area of the base. Obviously, the P.E.K.K.A. and Witches being deployed. And then we're just going to try and drive the Queen in via the jump spell. And there's a lot riding on the Archer Queen here. He's got to make sure that does not miss any abilities or spells or anything like that, because the Queen has got to get to the Town Hall.
Certainly does as well, trying to do everything they can. But on the left-hand side as well, you've got the P.E.K.K.A.s and the King as well, just continue to do work on those structures. May be able to even try and delay things further, but it's going to be so close. It's the King Sweet. The Queen now just pushing into the center of his rest of those healers. Going to try and attempt to take down the Town Hall. The healer's been pushed back by the Sweeper, so let's see if they can actually be able to stay alive in order to take that Town Hall. It's still doing the absolute best, but will the spell last long enough? Yes, it will. The Queen will take down the Town Hall, and the Hog Riders now coming into play.
Yeah, very nice blending in with the Hog Riders there. Archer Queen did lose a couple of her healers due to the Black Bomb, so I was a little bit worried, but adapted well with the invisibility spell to keep her alive through the Town Hall. She does now go down, though, from the enemy Queen, and I think that spells the final moment of the attack. When you look at how many defenses are left in the center, it's a 80, closing in on the 85% 2-star, but it's still so far away. There's so many defenses there, so a great hold by Eve Mark on this one.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, the Peckers have a huge amount of HP, but not enough to be able to continue on with what they were up to earlier on. So 2 stars, probably 85 or 86% once this last bit of structure has been taken care of, depending on the circumstances with the time remaining. But a little bit of a shame, not the start they wanted, but Eve Mark is going to be very happy about that, considering, you know, the series they had against the alternate attacks early on. But yeah, like we said, not a dream start for Burger Rangers. We'll see if they can come back later on. Will be a 2-star, 85%. Didn't look too bad to start off with, but, you know, not the dream start they wanted either. So we'll see if Burger Rangers can put up a bit of defense later on in this next attack from Team Elevate.
Yeah, definitely not what Juan wanted, because he did only get 2 stars last week as well, the 88% and the 95%. So he would have really liked to change that and get a 3-star, but I guess you can't 3-star them all. Burger Rangers starting with the comfortable 2-star. But Team Elevate, like you said, they got lots of 3 stars, nearly took down alternate attacks. If they can whip one in early here, then it could mean they are really looking good to, you know, push Burger Rangers against the wall and just close them out.
Well, this is what we mean. Like, if their attack was as bad as their defense, then we could have had a clear indication of, you know, where we expect or what to expect from Team Elevate. But it wasn't. It was good. It was equal, if not sometimes better than a lot of the other teams, which is mind-boggling to say the least, but also really annoying at the same time, because we know how much potential this team has, especially, like, you know, not just one player, but, you know, for all these players on Team Elevate here, as we're going to see exactly how things are going to pan out for Mark at the start of this attack. And it's looking very good, as you rightly said already, pushing on up now to take out a lot of the defenses from that 4 o'clock side.
I thought for a moment he was going to take down every single one of the multi-target Infernos. I think he might have even wanted to do that via the clan castle. Unfortunately, there is a battle builder covering that multi, so it is going to be repaired back up to full health. But I don't think Mark's too dissatisfied there. Probably didn't really want to get much more than that, because he has created the funneling. He's lured the clan castle, took out the enemy queen. So yes, the multi-target is a little bit of a annoyance towards the back end of the base, but I think it's something he can certainly counter. So the Archer Queen has the funnel set up to move into the base, and I like the Royal Champion has been deployed at the same time here, Lethal, because if you notice, the Expo in the center is tanked on the Ice Golem and the other heroes, so the Royal Champion has a good shot at getting a little bit further down and maybe even to that Eagle if he's fortunate.
Yeah, if he is fortunate, we'll definitely keep an eye on that RC to see if he does be able to survive long enough to take up an Eagle Artillery as well. But it looks like he may be able to, depending on where the Eagle Artillery is actually going to be focusing on here. But the Town Hall's going to be pushing on as well to see if they can try and take that down. The Town Hall will be cleaned up, but the RC does not take down the Eagle Artillery. So the Loons will be coming in. It's going to be a real pain in the backside, because that's even more DPS going to be flowing from Noob or Burger Ranger to try and keep this Loon attack at bay. But let's see what's left so far. The Eagle Artillery does get taken down eventually, just a little bit more time than Mark would actually like, as the Tornado spell now does come out with the Black Air Bombs as well. Going to take out a couple of those Loans, or at least do a fair amount of damage with the Scatter Shot being frozen, being taken out as well. The SW finally cleaned up momentarily. Inferno Tower is still there. It's been there since the very beginning of this matchup, but he's got so many Loons at this point, he should be perfectly fine. Just a matter of picking up all the bits and pieces of these structures here. Still on his 8 more percent, 35 seconds left. Judo, he's loving life right now.
He certainly is. We talked about countering that multi-target Inferno, and Mark did it perfectly, holding on to the Warden ability until the balloons got to that final area, even had the haste to power them through. So it's an early lead for Team Elevate, and it's kind of what we could have expected, them being so hungry for the victory. After all, they have put up all of the amazing matches, but unfortunately fell short. So it's the early lead to them. We'll have to wait and see what Burger Rangers have got up their sleeve.
Yeah, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to come back from the losses which they've actually taken so far. But the fact that they're an incredible team and they've taken that many L's coming into this third play day, it's just, you hate to see. I'm sure everyone in chat's also thinking the same thing about how well Elevate have done, and their win-loss ratio on the leaderboard here at the ESL Mobile Challenge nowhere near reflects the potential this team has. So if they get this first win against Burger Rangers and, you know, exploit all the slip-ups that Burger Rangers have made in the past going into this, then they should be not going to be happy, but content to an extent, knowing that they can definitely make even more of an effort to reposition themselves at a later date.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we almost forget now that we're in the challenge phase of the competition is just what the teams have had to do to get to this area, battling through the different ladder stages and then the planes. And every single team that has qualified into this challenge phase is top quality. In order to get here, they really had to win a lot of wars and put on great performances. Burger Rangers even winning Ladder 2 and not even having to play in the planes. So it's the best of the best, essentially, Lethal. We do have Burger Rangers starting this time with an early Yeti blimp in towards that area. Rage Spell actually nicely takes down the Battle Builder hut as well. And as ever, pulls the clan castle away so the Queen can deal with that before charging into the base.
What you said is absolutely spot on with these teams. There's definitely no weak link in any of these teams or players now coming into this. Every single one of them have taken a lot of effort and a lot of obstacles to make it here. Penta's a fantastic example of that. I'm sure we'll see them later on this evening against MCES. Is now going back into this matchup, as you can see E-Vision now looking to try and defend this off of the Queen. Heading towards the 9 o'clock side, with the King Yak now getting involved to at least take up the structures on the left-hand side to create that funnel for the Queen, taking down the cannon and now pushing on up to see if we can take out the Tesla as well. And I like this as well with the RC coming in early to take out the Archer Tower and get a little bit of leadway for the Queen as well. It's actually, the Queen's got quite a lot to deal with both of those Inferno Towers, as now the RC take out the Eagle Artillery, take out the Tesla, we'll take that Wizard Tower as well. And so far, so good.
Yeah, the danger of charging into two multis is they can both lock onto the healers. We've actually seen that today as well, where the healers just end up going down. But in fact, he's been able to push through that area. The Royal Champion is onto the third multi, and the Barbarian King even takes down the scatter shot. In terms of major defenses left for the Lalo, there's really only the Town Hall here, Lethal. That was an incredible hero dive, and now you see the Lalo moving in. He just needs to hold it together now. I feel like Lon was the strongest player for Burger Rangers last week. He did get a 3-star and 2 stars in the 90 percentile. He's looking to add another one to that list, and to be honest, as long as the Grand Warden ability... Oh, it missed some of the loons, and they're caught in the tornado trap. He could still get this, though, as long as they push to that Wizard Tower.
Okay, a little bit of, almost a spell of disaster, but that should be perfectly fine. Let's have a look so far on that north side. Looks like just need to take out an air defense and Archer Tower, and they're going to be absolutely sorted. 30 seconds left. Plenty of units in their composition is going to push on up, even though a lot of them are quite weak. They're going to be okay with the minions just doing the dirty work now, just cleaning up the rest of those structures behind them. So, great attack there from Burger Rangers. Much better from what we saw compared to the first attack early on. It's not what they wanted, but they managed to recover quite well, and now we're going to see if they can continue on and try and catch up, as well as pile on the pressure on Elevate.
I feel like when you have one of your top players going up and you're in a sticky situation like Burger Rangers was, you need them to perform, and Lon did exactly what he needed to do. He, like I said, was their best performing player last week. He's delivered again for them today, and if you can count on your top players delivering again and again, then you know that you can get a stable amount of stars, and sometimes that can see you through. But Team Elevate, let's remember, they are kind of in the driving seat, if you will, getting that 3-star in the opening attack. And it's none other than Eve Mudder, who I did mention was Team Elevate's MVP, and he did get the 3-star in the opening war today for them as well. So it's essentially their strong link now as well.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed, with the Queen starting off on that south side as well, with the Baby Dragon just clean up some of the structures to give the Queen that funnel into that south side, pushing on up to take out the AD to begin with, and then we'll be cleaning up everything else in between. You can see good stuff so far, as well as the mortar on the top right hand side just taking doing a little bit of damage onto the King Yak. It's just going to push into that right compartment. Make sure to keep an eye on that as well to see if it takes down the Eagle Artillery as well. We'll have to find out soon enough with the Queen having to just sit back a little bit, just, you know, delay the inevitable with the Lava Hound, have to deal with that as well. It's a nuisance, but that's what it's there for. As you can see now, the King Yak looking to push it on through. Will be focusing on that Eagle Artillery here. Will he about to take it down? Yes, he does, and that's going to be a good start so far, even with that Queen delay.
Yeah, beautiful stuff with that little headhunter just sneaking in. And I noticed a couple of balloons to take out the mortars on that left-hand side. Nicely done so, whilst he doesn't really have to think about much because the Dragon Riders will move right on through the tough defenses now. They don't have to be drawn to the outside of the base to the mortar. Would be nice to just merge those balloons in at the same time, but sometimes you have to think about the complexity of your attack, and if it means that the spells are placed well, then you might as well use the balloons earlier on. So here are the Dragon Riders from the north. I really like that Stone Slammer as well, just moving through this other compartment. But the Queen down the bottom is starting to struggle, Lethal, and she goes down, unfortunately.
Oh, that was a little bit of a shame there. You saw with that Stone Slammer as well, dropping out the Dragon Rider and the Drag Bear, just to continuing taking up that damage, or soaking up, you could say, to let the rest of the Lins push on further into the center here. But let's see if they can try and recover from, like you rightly said, about that Queen making that slight mistake, as it does get taken down, still continuing to push into the center, taking out that Expo. But let's have a look so far and see what's actually left. There's still a couple of Archer Towers and only little bits and pieces here and there. It's not really a huge amount to work with. It's just a matter of if it's actually going to be a time fail or not, as that Clan Castle will get taken down into the center with that drag. It's going to take a little bit of time. We know how slow it is, going to be pushing on towards the rest of the structures here and there. But you can see as well, actually, those Dragon Riders actually focusing on the Archer Tower does mean that they hopefully will need to split up in order to make sure it is a successful 3-star 100%er.
Yeah, I think Eve was safe here, but I do wonder whether the spotter didn't realize that there's an invisibility spell there, because he could have probably protected the Royal Champion and sped up this attack. And it doesn't really matter in terms of getting the 3-star, but sometimes just getting into the habit of doing those stuff. And look, I mean, I know these players will be, it can mean that it helps when you really need it, and you never know when that might happen. Nevertheless, though, Team Elevate getting that 3-star and holding the victory thus far.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed worth the weight in gold on many occasions in the past, but now looking to continue on with all their strengths here. As you know, we rightly said, we know against alternate attacks, their base is looking much better. They're actually defending a lot better as well, and it's fantastic to see. I suppose Burger Rangers are probably thinking, why couldn't we play them last week instead of this week? We could have a little bit, you know, could have had a much better chance considering. But it's all based on their attacks as well, because they haven't been anywhere near from perfect either. Like, look at the examples from the last play days as well. They're both in the exact same spot, bottom of the barrel, and looking to try and get out of that barrel if they can going into this matchup. We are almost at the halfway stage, or technically at the halfway stage now, as we're going to be looking at the third attack from Burger Rangers, as Noob is going to be kicking things off against Murder to see what he can do. Sign off with that blimp and the rocket loon from that the 8 o'clock position.
Yeah, I didn't quite see how many rocket balloons he used there, but didn't get the air defense down, and the battle blimp has popped early. Goblins have gone down. He's got the sneakies. I think he should be okay here, but it's a little bit risky as one of them goes across to the gold storage. I get worried with those sneaky goblins. I really do. He gets it. But yeah, a bit of a scary moment. And he has lost a healer straight away down to the bottom of the base with the Queen.
I don't blame you. I do get a little bit worried as well, and have to literally try and zoom all the way in to try and see exactly what is going to happen, if it's going to have enough DPS to be able to finish that up. So at least that Town Hall is going to be taken down on the 9 o'clock side though. So let's see what's going on elsewhere. As you can see now, the Queen just pushing on from the 7 o'clock side, and from the south we do have that King Yak as well, taking out the AD, pushing towards the Wizard Tower and the Archer Tower on the right hand side as well, looking to see if they can find any air traps whilst pushing in towards that Phono Tower. Looking really good so far, as the ability does pop for the King, just looking to see if he can take out not only but some of the defenses, but Eagle Artillery is going to be so important. Will he have enough HP to clean it bad up? He should be able to here, considering the circumstances, and it's almost been taken down. As I say that, the Expo trying to do as much damage as possible. Doesn't finish up, mind you. Oh, actually it does. I was going to say balloons will finish up anyway, but it doesn't matter. It's nice to see that he does have a backup plan coming through.
Yeah, he's lost a couple of loons from that area, presses the Grand Warden ability because he needs to at this stage. A lot of those balloons are on very little health. And I have to say I admire the Queen charge here because he set it up perfectly. She's got into that central area, but he's got a couple of dangerous defenses on the back end to deal with. And the balloons are struggling. If the scatter shot locks on, which it does, they just about get through, and the red air bombs go to the minions. That is super fortunate for Noob to keep the balloons alive, and the Royal Champion now, with her ability and the invisibility spell, is going to be able to finish this one off, keep the pressure of this war alive. These teams might be bottom of the league, but they are showing why they are here, putting up 3-star after 3-star. What a matchup we have.
I was a little bit skeptical because of our AD being alive for so long in a north position, just taking out one loon after the other, and rightly said with those air traps as well, just give a bit of leadway, going for those minions as well was actually be able to be a lot more successful than we anticipated. So a little bit of RNG on it in his favour, so he's going to be pretty happy about that considering. And now we're going to find if Elevate can now retaliate with another 3-star. Their attacks have been very, very good. But then again, so has Burger Rangers. Just a little bit of a slip up in the first attack early on. But they've kind of, put that under the carpet, you could say, Judo. Looking forward to see if they can continue with the 3 stars they've had in the last 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot, isn't it? Because all Burger Rangers can do is try and keep the pressure on. That one slip-up, like you said, by one at the start of the war, could end up being the difference maker, because we have actually seen a 15 versus 14 war in this challenge. So, and I think that was with Team Elevate as well, wasn't it? Unfortunately, they were on the wrong side of it that time, but maybe they will be on the correct side of it this time. Who knows? Keeping the 3 stars going, because Team Elevate are in the lead. They just need to, keep that 3-star streak going, and Burger Rangers couldn't catch up. So we've got Carlito moving in with the Queen charge. And I'll be honest, I really like a Queen charge into the Town Hall, because with the Poison Blast, it's just such a safe method of getting through that. And if you don't use something to take out that Town Hall initially, you can lose a lot of troops to the poison.
Yeah, you certainly can, as the Queen rightly said, taking down that Town Hall right at the very beginning, but we'll need to deal with the defense there. So she's going to keep herself preoccupied for the next 20 seconds until Carlito figures out exactly what he would like to do with the next portion of his attack, using that King Yak as well coming in from that western side. Looking forward to see what he could do with the bulk of it here, but the King taking down the AD. But the main focus, of course, is that Inferno Tower, if he can take it down. That'll be a nice little Brucey bonus for him, pushing it into that left compartment. But it looks like he will have to pop his ability to try and stay alive a little bit longer, which is perfectly understandable here. But now this is going to be the main focus of that Inferno Tower. Does take it down, and you can see on the right side already the Stone Slammer and everything else in between here, Judo.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Lethal, but I'm having a hard enough job keeping up with the different areas of this attack. Never mind actually doing it for Eve Carlito. He's got things everywhere, and he's continuing to keep on top of every stage. Yes, the King went down, but he was intended to. Queen's still alive. RC moving through with the Dragon Riders. And honestly, with that invisibility spell now being the cherry on top, he can take down the multi, and we've even got headhunters getting to work on the Eagle Artillery. Dragon Riders slowly moving into that area as well. The Queen has to get through the wall here to try and help speed things up, but honestly, I think even if not, RC can help get this done with the Dragon Riders. A beautiful attack by Eve Carlito, and he's keeping the 3 stars rolling for Team Elevate, making sure that even if Burger Rangers keep putting up 3 stars, they can't catch Elevate.
Exactly. They're like, well, do you know what? We're just going to keep doing it, and eventually you're going to go down to us at some point, at some stage. And remarkable stuff there from Carlito. A lot of multitasking in comparison to what we've seen in a lot of previous attacks and a lot of his previous play days. But what a fantastic methodical approach from Carlito. It's very, very difficult to keep, a dab hand on exactly what is going on overall in every part of the map. But the way he did it, he just made it look so easy, made it look so simple. You hate to see it, but you love to see it if you're on Elevate supporter there with Carlito now, continuing with that 3-star trend. And now we're going to see if Burger Rangers can, like you rightly said, just pile on the pressure even further to let Elevate know that, you know, we're on your tail here. So it's a matter of time, so surely you'll slip up at some stage here. It just depends on, of course, the defenses of Burger Rangers in these next couple of attacks. But so far, so good. You know, as you can see, Elevate, we haven't really seen much inconsistency from their attacks either today or on previous days, which I love to see so far. I'm glad that they haven't been too demoralized coming into today, knowing that it's been looking pretty bleak, getting further and further into the ESL Mobile Challenge. But why should they? Like I said, you know, from what we've seen from the ratio of their win-loss does not reflect their performance. And I think some of the stuff they're doing, it's just been absolutely incredible. So we're going to start with Fluxy now from Burger Rangers. He's going to be doing the second last attack for Burger Rangers, but a 3-star is absolutely vital here.
Oh, it's crucial. And like you said, all Burger Rangers can do right now is keep putting the pressure onto Team Elevate, because so far Team Elevate, let's be real, they've put up great wars, but they haven't put a perfect war up. They've slipped up and in at least one of the attacks for every single war. So Burger Rangers are counting on that happening again. They just have to be there on their tails. But Fluxy here with a little bit of difficulty, having to send in some loons to adapt and take down the multi. Not the end of the world, but it does mean he's got less loons for his lava loon push at the end of the attack, and you never know when that could be costly.
Yeah, sometimes the smallest amount of DPS can be, you know, could create huge changes here with the Blimp coming in from that 3 o'clock side, with the Queen just trying to deal with the bulk of the attack still to see how much damage it's going to be able to do here. Still, the Queen just trying to stay alive, has to pop that ability as well as the heals. And you can see from the north side as well, a few of the loons now just pushing in, taking out some of the structures, some of the defense, also trying to find enemy traps, as well as the King now coming out to play to push in from that funnel through into the center, going towards Town Hall and the rest of the defenses here as well.
Beautifully planned from the King, but he is in a lot of danger. I mentioned this earlier on in the stream about using the King to dive into the Town Hall and how we used to see the Barbarian King there, and that is what's happened in this attack. It did distract the King for a little bit, but it's not long enough to help the Town Hall survive, as the Royal Champion has joined the party, took that down. Oh, there's a Wizard Tower, survived, and even if the Lalo got through, which it's not going to, it would have had major problems versus that Wizard Tower. But unfortunately, Fluxy not able to pound through the left-hand side of the base, and this means Burger Rangers, unfortunately, slipping even further behind now.
Oh, yeah, this is not what they wanted. The Rage Spell helps the Loons give a little bit of leadway to take down that scanner shot, but let's be honest, look at what's left. You know, he hasn't really got any units to deal with now. That's going to be pretty much said and done. And even after that, though, look at the amount of defense left. He's still actually got quite a large chunk with the Expo and Inferno Tower in the middle, the couple Wizard Towers, as well as the Archer Tower there as well. Still had a fair amount to deal with. It's a little bit of a shame. And you were talking about earlier with, you know, a few of the Loons actually missing from the rest of the composition due to the start he had earlier on. That could have definitely affected this. So we have to, you know, could have been a slightly different story, you know, extra percentile, of course, but would have got a 3-star. I'm not really too sure, as just waiting for the last of the couple units to finish off that gold storage before we end this up. But Fluxy, though, not going to be too pleased about that. 86%, 2-star, and I think we can pretty say now that if Elevate get a 3-star and then maybe a 2-star with a decent percentile, they're going to be fine. They're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, as long as they get a 3-star in the next attack, I think it is pretty much their war. But
yeah,
you never know. We have seen, you know, some crazy turnarounds throughout the challenge here. So we will have to wait and see, because you never like to call things too early. I do want to say as well, though, on that last attack, you know, whether you have to send in more troops or spells, sometimes it needs to be done in order to try and rescue a certain phase. But there's also a bit of pressure and anxiety almost that gets added on when that happens. It knocks your focus when things aren't going to plan, and it's sometimes tough to, you know, deal with that. But Eve Vision starting off with a couple of rocket balloons, nicely picking off the air defense, and I note that he has 2 others as well. With air defense pushed to the perimeter, I can almost guarantee he's going to do exactly the same again.
Yeah, he can do it wherever he likes as well, because as you can see, the ADs on the left, right, and south side are in the perfect position for those rocket loons. I assume he will go for the one in the 9 or 3 o'clock position, depending on the circumstances. As you can see here, so far the King Yak going in towards that compartment for the Town Hall. Would he be able to take it down? It's going to be another question. Looks like he's going to be perfectly fine. Absolutely swinging, pushing on forward now. Having to deal with a lot of the bulk of the attacks here from that compartment as well. But the main focus is the Town Hall. The 2 rocket loons, like we mentioned, does come across from that 9 o'clock side to take out the other air defense. And here come the drags, and here come the loons here, Judo.
Flying right into this area, and the whole point of this is to try and take down as much splash damage as possible, because he does have bats for the back end of the base, which interestingly, there are 2 multi-target Infernos. Now, the Eagle Artillery is already slamming down on that big pack of dragons. The small group of dragons do take down the Eagle, but the major group have already taken damage. Now, look at the Royal Champion on the back end of the base. That is beautiful. If she can get the multi-target Inferno, you can see the bats now moving in from the other side. That would mean the bats have got a pretty easy ride here, but the RC is caught on some skellies.
So they are indeed. Now the RC still continuing to pile on the pressure. The RC now just taking things out here, Ben, absolutely everywhere. This has just been a remarkable attack from Vision, and it's not even the first time either. It's been plenty of times on occasions over the last previous play days. Just looking now to see what he can do now. He's got a minute left. He's got plenty of time left on the clock. He can go make himself a brew and put his feet up while the rest of the attack can now chill and be able to continue on through. So that does mean that Burger Rangers going into this last attack is at a 2-star deficit, and let's be honest, things are looking very, very bleak now for Burger Rangers as the L's are going to possibly continue on.
All they can do is put up the best attack they can, try and get that 3-star. Like you said, even if they lose this one, it might help to give them a little bit of a momentum shift moving into the next matchup. But I loved that attack, particularly the RC moving into the back area of the base just to clear out the splash and help the bats through. You know, sometimes you can watch the attacks and you can see exactly what the attack is doing, but in order for them to create that, I think really is a different level. So I just really enjoyed that last attack, but it is actually Burak, the player moving into help Burger Rangers this week, who is going to finish off and hopefully finish off strong for them.
That's right, the new blood in the team. It's going to be his debut, you could say, in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Is he going to be a superstar or no star? We'll find out in this last attack. Not going to be, I think he's going to be quite pleased because with this first attack, which he's going to do, kind of is like his debut, he knows that his team are on the back foot. It's highly, highly unlikely they can bring this back by any means necessary. So it's not going to have too much pressure onto him coming on forward. But using his Queens now to push it on forward even further. There's the Loons to see if he can find any of those air traps along the way. Doesn't really find too much as of yet, but the Queen still continuing to push on through still. And as you can see in the Town Hall in that north compartment here, just looking to see what it's going to be doing there. But so far so good with the Queen, and you can see the King Yak as well coming out to play from that south side.
Very, very creative to get that Town Hall. I have to say, that one giant just to tank the area, and then he could see there wasn't a lot of ground damage, sneaking in the wall wrecker because it's often a lot safer than the battle blimp. So a lot of things going on here. Queen surviving and continuing to take that out that area. So the Eagle now down, and if the King can take the scatter shot down the bottom, which it's not going to, unfortunately, that would have been major. But the Dragon Riders have actually been deployed there, so they will take that down pretty quick.
Oh, that Queen was very close to be taken down by that defensive RC. Just had to pop the ability there just to make sure it can stay alive. And now the Inferno Tower just looking to create a little bit of havoc into the centers. The Queen now just focusing on the clan castle. I think she's just out of range, or it doesn't matter. She's got the jump spell anyway, so that's all good. We'll have to worry about the range in the slightest, just taking out that Inferno Tower. But let's have a look on the 9 o'clock side so far with the Warden and the Dragon Riders just continue to wreak havoc on the left-hand side, taking out the AD and the Archer Tower momentarily. That Inferno Tower will need to go out very still, and still actually got 2 left, funny enough. The Queen's still just about able to stay alive, but it doesn't stay alive long enough in the center. And we're going to see now how Burak can now improvise.
Improvise he has to do. I really like the use of that one bat spell just to tank the single target Inferno. We often see that in a Inferno Dragon attack with Skelly spells, but it's not very often we see it with the bats to try and help the Queen. She did go down, but you know, he could still get this because he's really planned the attack well. He's been very creative. The single does go down. That was the major thing for the Royal Champion, and with the ability intact, it's just about the storages, which actually one of them flashed up, and I think it is at full health. So even with the RC ability, he's not really going to be able to get through it, or is he? Oh, he is!
It's going to be close. He actually does do it by about a second. I wasn't really too sure about it either, considering the amount of DPS he had left, because everything was so spread out, but looks like he was prepared for that. And, you know, as the substitute for Burger Rangers there, he's going to be very pleased in terms of how his debuts actually panned out there, considering, you know, you've got to remember, it's very, very difficult with the fact that, you know, all these players and teams have already been in the running for the last few play days, and you've literally just jumped in and having to try and make some kind of impact as a player to show that, you know, why you're here and, you know, try and prove yourself. But he's already done a fantastic job of his first ever attack.
Yeah, I think Burger Rangers can take a lot away from that they've added a solid attacker in. They've got the creativity to pull out these wild attacks and even have a little bit of luck on their side as well, you know, in terms of timing of that one. We've got Eve Carle to finish off strong for Team Elevate. They have pretty much won this one. He just needs to get that safe 2-star. And I think he'll be going for the 3 because there's something else on the line which a lot of the clans like to go for in terms of pride.
Certainly is indeed looking for that perfect war. The Queen now with the ice columns coming in. And I don't know what else I could have said really to replace that, but it had to be that perfect war with the Queen now continuing to wreak a little bit of havoc onto that northwestern side. As Loon now just bear as well, just to see if we can find any traps along the way. The defensive king now, of course, is in its path as well. But speaking of kings, we'll be dropping his own one on that north side as well to take out those Teslas and any other of the structures going forward.
Yeah, really nice to find the Tesla farm up the top there because the Barbarian King can take that out very easily. It means the Dragon Riders aren't necessarily going to get pulled to a different area of the map or anything like that. And I like that the Queen charges into the Town Hall. One, for reasons I mentioned before, but it also pretty much secures that safe 2-star. And one thing I noticed looking at the troop levels is the Dragon Riders are not maximum level here for Eve Carle. They're actually only level 2. So let's see if he can get through this base without max level troops.
Yeah, good awareness on that, Jude. I didn't actually know that in the slightest. We'll see how this push comes to shove here. Going on the right-hand side, takes down that scanner shot, and the Eagle Artillery there is going to be one of its primary focus, pushing on further. But still got a minute 15 left on the clock. Still got to deal with all these Expos and that Eagle Artillery here. Will it be able to do it, though? It's looking a little bit bleak from what we expected here, Judo.
Yeah, I was looking at the Dragon Riders and I didn't realize there was an air defense still alive, which was picking off the healers alongside the Multi-Inferno as well. He really couldn't get the wall break into the area he wanted for the Queen to take out the multi-target Inferno in the center. It's caused the RC to go over there and take it out. If he could have saved onto the invisibility for the RC, it would have been even better, but honestly, does he need it? It's more about time. There's 40 seconds. A freeze, which is not needed. As long as the RC doesn't hit like a small bomb or something on the way to this bomb tower, then it's going to be a lot closer.
Oh no, you said that as well and called it, and it was literally for the final compartment. That was just ridiculous. But I think even with the RC anyway, it wouldn't have been able to get that 3-star. But increased percentile, yes, absolutely. Like, I completely agree with you. But that is just absolutely typical. So he's going to try and do what he can. He won't get that perfect wall, which you could tell they were gagging for. Like, wasn't exactly desperately required anyway, but we'll show. But they're trying to make a statement here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But 2-star, 94%, could have been a perfect war. Certainly could have been nonetheless. But it looks like Team Elevate will be able to win this matchup 14 stars to 13. They're going to be very, very pleased about that overall. And as you can see, 98.8% overall in terms of averages. Very, very good stuff from Elevate. Sadly for Burger Rangers, they are going to continue with no wins on the leaderboard, but still plenty of matches to come for them.
Yeah, Elevate will be very happy with that, getting their first victory, moving up from that bottom position. So the only way is up for them, I guess. And we'll have to wait and see how they do for the rest of the weeks, Lethal.
Yeah, certainly have to indeed. But guys, we've still got 2 more matches. The next one is going to be Penta versus MCES, and the final one of the evening is going to be Repotted Gaming versus Burger Rangers. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge for Clash of Clans. We have MCES and Penta up next. And joining us back at the desk is Lady B.
Hello. Some incredible words coming through. A nice win coming in finally for Team Elevate that we got to witness, and a near perfect war. I mean, they've had an exceptional go. So not surprising to see that star count getting up there. But very excited to see MCES going up against Penta. Now we have Penta, who's gone 2 for 2. And they are looking to try and get another win, really rise their way up the ranks. But they're going up against MCES, who has gone 3 for 1 with a beautiful record so far, taking down Tribe Gaming, Elevate with a perfect war in that one, and taking down Burger Rangers as well. But let's talk a little bit more about Penta, who we have here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, this is an important war for both teams because Penta are currently in 5th position, like you said, with the 2 wins, 2 losses. But since Alternate Attax lost that other matchup against Repotted, what it means is that if Penta win this, they actually go level with Alternate Attax on that 4th position. So this is huge for Penta, but likewise for MCES, they are 3 for 1, and they're currently in 3rd position. The top 2 teams, Tribe and Tompinai, they are 4 for 1. So this would put MCES level at the top. So in my opinion, this is a must-win war for either team.
Yeah, this could be a big turnaround for anyone here, and it would be a mighty shift in the rankings where everybody stands right now. But I think, like, looking overall at star count from these teams, we have seen incredible performances coming through from Penta, including actually pulling in, I believe, a perfect war, against Team Elevate. And you know, we have seen MCS doing this, so really it's anyone's matchup. It just really comes down to who's going to be bringing the best defenses today.
Yeah, I agree, because I think the only matchup that Penta struggled with was against Tribe, where unfortunately they got perfected, but they also only put up 11 stars. Now, other than that war, we have been seeing 13 stars plus from Penta, so it was really that one slip up, and that could be the difference here as well. If MCES do have the bases that we can expect from them, we know how good they are, and MCES have actually kept the consistency in stars throughout their wars. So I think if MCES can bring the bases to hold Penta back, they should be good here, but you never know. Penta have, like we've said, put up some great wars, some great star counts. Maybe it'll just be their day.
It could be. I mean, we have seen that happen from time to time, including with Repotted Gaming having their day in the sun, taking down ATN. But with the incredible teams that we have coming up, I mean, we could call them upsets, but in the sense of where they are positioned in their rankings. But really, you can expect to see sneaky wins coming in from any direction in this one. And it wouldn't surprise me if this were to be one today for Penta.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, I mean, all 8 teams that are into the challenge, they have qualified to get here. They've had to win numerous stages of battles to get to this point. So they're all very good. They're all capable of beating each other. But naturally, you do start to get, you know, your favorite teams and the ones that you think will win. So I always like to see a little bit of an underdog victory. The thing I would say here is there's probably a bit more on the line for Penta, because whilst MCES are battling for the top spot, the 4 teams that are at the top do move through to the challenge finals, whereas Penta are in 5th. So this is like huge for them. They have to try and push into the top 4, whereas MCES, they're already there.
Yeah, and this would definitely give them that lead, but also tying them up, as you mentioned earlier, with ATN, and also it would put them tied up with MCES, kind of struggling into the next matches to realign their ranking position. So we could see quite a bit of drama coming out of this, depending on the direction that it goes.
Totally. So we will, you know, be getting into that matchup pretty soon, and I kind of want to do predictions because we did this last week, Lady B, and I feel like I got one of the matches correct, you got one of the matches correct, so let's do it. I'll go first, and I think as long as, you know, MCES are on form, I don't think I could bet against them.
Yeah, I would like to do the same. But you know what? I'm going to take a page out of your book last week, which worked for you, and I'm going to go against you. I'm going to give it to the other team. So I'm going to go with Penta coming in for a bit of drama going in the rankings for next week. But Remio, the one to kick it off, and just quickly dropping in the lightning, the Zapquake actually, to help start funneling this. Now we don't get the multi taken down, though I missed that quickly. I think I blinked too quick, and it quickly gets repaired up.
Yeah, I think the attack came in just as he was doing it, but to be honest, I would highly doubt, given the health that was on it, that he calculated to get that. Seems like he just wanted the buildings around it, and then we'll push in with the heroes. And I always like to see the heroes kind of spread out to the fact they can run into different compartments, but they're close enough that they are tanking for each other, if that makes sense. Because the king has charged into that bottom area, meanwhile the queen and RC move into the center. Clan Castle troops causing a little bit of an issue here, though, and having to use an invisibility spell on the queen.
Oh yeah, the queen needs to make her way a little bit further through. We want to pick off these super minions, or at least get them in that poison radius long enough to get them knocked down. Still holding on to that ability as she tries to force her way through into the multi-chamber, but with knocking it out, she's going to have to finish off those super minions, which is at least a good shout, and doesn't quite have enough for that multi, but because it's on the outside edge, poses a little bit less of a threat.
Yeah, he should be able to take that down early on, but it does mean a bit of damage onto the balloons. I think given the deployment of the RC, maybe he wanted the Royal Champion to go there. Has to use the haste in order to get through that, alongside a beautiful Grand Warden's ability, capturing the Battle Blimp as well as it moves right on through towards the Town Hall. It's a little bit of a nudge there from the Air Sweeper on top of it. That will go down momentarily. And really, it's about this multi-target Inferno, which he's just frozen, and if there's many traps around it.
Yeah, he'll have the haste to line this up, get the freeze down, haste those loons through quickly, but he's lost so many coming through, including from the poison bomb here. A couple along the outside edge and freezing up that air defense because he really has no choice at this point. We know that they're going to be completely obliterated, and with a very low health Warden and Electro Owl that are focused solely on the king, there is not going to be enough power left to get not only through that multi-targeting Inferno, but the back-end Expo, which looks like it's set to air, and that Wizard Tower as well.
I would love to see the start of this attack because I'm struggling to see within the plan what was devised to get the multi. Maybe he did want it with the lightning spells. I'm just not too sure because the king and queen wouldn't have really pushed that far. And even if the RC got the multi on the other side, I'm still not sure he would have sent the Lalo in from this bottom area. So I'm just a little bit puzzled as to the plan for that multi-target Inferno. Maybe he just thought he would have more balloons to power it through, but nevertheless, it's actually an 88% 2-star starting off for MCES, which is below the average we have been seeing throughout the challenge.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed he had the 5-1 combo, so he indeed was looking to pick off that multi with it, just likely not dropping it down quick enough. I mean, those builders you see can repair fast. It's all about the timing on that, and just unfortunately not calculated quite so right. Does him in. If that had gone down, this could have been a very different story for MCES, but Penta definitely relying on a huge defense to hold MCS 88% on a 2-star is big for them for a start.
Particularly starting off the war, yeah, that's huge. And that's one thing about the battle builders. Whenever you're trying to use the lightning, whether it's with the the earthquake or the RC ability, the battle builders can really just be annoying, to put it bluntly. So we've got Lewis, one of the key players for Penta that we've seen bringing in 3 stars again and again. He's only missed 1 throughout the challenge, and it was a 99%. And there you go, Lady B. He's actually got the Super Archer in there as well, just for you.
I think he was listening earlier, and this is one that we don't get to see often, but can offer a ton of value. Now, it doesn't quite reach as far as getting out the multi-targeting Inferno, but we have gutted out a huge portion of this base already, and we will set this queen in line to work through. I mean, when we're talking about dragon pathing, I mean, we are really cleaning this up with the king on the opposite side for the multi, and multis are really no threat to dragons, not as much as the singles, unless they are surrounded by storages and some higher hit point structures. So this is looking pretty solid so far for Lewis.
Yeah, particularly if the dragons can be held off, like you mentioned with the storages, that's huge for the multis. But through this other side, it should be okay for them as long as he can hold the Grand Warden's ability until they get a little bit deeper into the base. And he's still got plenty of spells alongside the RC, which could be dropped, on the fly, adjusting things. Nice Warden ability, just catch the dragons before they split and push them towards the multis as well. So I think that was ideal timing. Is he going to get that multi on the left? He does, and that is huge because all of the other dragons were basically nowhere near it.
Yeah, Royal Champ's going to have some easy work cut out for her already. I'm surprised he has not dropped the minions down on the storage just for early cleanup here to ensure that he doesn't run any risks of time fail. But, I mean, these dragons have been super tanky and often providing very sweep cleanups through. Oh, there we go. We've got the archers coming down to take care of that cleanup. It already suffered some damage. And with this Royal Champ ability, this is a done deal. Solid start here for Penta.
Beautiful job, and he's still got lots of dragons left over. RC ability as well, he can just use comfortably here for cleanup. And you know, I always see the RC ability for cleanup as a little bit of a celebration, and that is warranted for Penta as they take an early lead here against MCES.
Yeah, defense coming in strong, followed up by a triple. I mean, that's got to be very motivating for a team, taking down one of the top teams going into it just from the start. And forwarding that forward with a 3-star is got to keep them on a pretty good momentum this war. I think a lot of teams just really require that confidence boost, and it looks like Penta is getting it.
Well, they've certainly been putting up a lot of high-starring wars, including the perfect we mentioned about, against Elevate. And what that means is now, if they were to continue, it's done. I always think if you can get an early lead like that, the game is in your hands. From that point, it's not really even about your bases. You just need to be able to take down the enemy bases. And as simple as that sounds, we know it's not. It's definitely the position you would want to be in. But MCES put out one of their most experienced players here in that of Tryhard. Normally, I've seen him be very proficient with the Queen Charge Lalo. Looks like he's transitioning, as a lot of the players are, to the Queen Charge Dragon Riders.
Yeah, this is a very hefty attack, and I mean, Queen Charges are doing phenomenal work right now. If you're not doing Queen Charge, you're just not really in the meta. This is what we're seeing with the majority of the strategies, and no stranger to keep this one alive. But the interesting thing we see here is a Royal Champ coming through, going for that scatter shot, which means where he approaches in with these Dragon Riders, he needs to make sure he has a way to take on any of the remaining heroes. So I do notice the Headhunters that will have to come into play for that.
Yeah, taking down the enemy queen here with the attacking queen will be helpful. I do like the fact that sometimes the pets, let's say Lassie that was in front of the RC, tanked a little bit for the Royal Champion as well, because the king was obviously going for Lassie prior to the RC. The queen's ability is used down the bottom. Did use a rage spell. If he'd have got that in a little bit earlier, might have been able to protect the ability, but it's still not looking too bad here. He just needs to basically wait on the wall break to make sure he can hopefully push the queen through. And is this going as planned? Because the queen is breaking through the wall, but she will have pathing towards the town hall.
A little hung up here now for the Headhunters, for the CC coming out. And, you know, I was curious to see if he might bring the king in, but he's still going to need to continue the pathing shape of the funnel here. So it does look like he intends this queen to continue on, though the king is going to work his way around and maybe cut across, which would force the queen back into the center of the base. And the Drag Rider starting off strong here with the Stone Slammer to do the primary tanking for the scatter shot, along with this Warden ability timing to keep them safely through. And a Rage that's going to just force them along into this.
Oh, that middle area of the base does look dangerous as the red air bombs and a couple of black air bombs start going off in that region as well. In combination with 3 multi-target infernos, that is a surprisingly high amount of damage. The queen is going to go down to the poison down the bottom, but the Dragon Riders push through. And can they do this? Wow, Tryhard has adapted quite a lot here, and I'm surprised as to how well he's been able to push through the base.
It seems more and more these players are less worried about the traps in the core of the base. Yeah, with these drag, I mean, like, look how long they hang on to health. And that really shows how powerful these troops are just because of their hit points alone. I mean, this is what I'm saying. They're forcing these through the center of the base with really no concern about potential traps that will knock them out, because they know they can withstand all of this heavy damage.
I think we might have missed the start of the attack, but I'd love to see or rewatch what happened, because he did use 2 super wall breakers down to that bottom compartment. So I think the queen must have started to walk in the wrong direction and he had to break her back in, and then that's why he didn't have enough wall breakers to push her through the section he wanted. But either way, to be able to pull in the 3 stars like that, even if the attack's not going quite right, is very impressive. And it keeps things going for MCES. But let's remember, you know, Penta, they already got that opening 3-star. They just need to continue on.
Yeah, and 88% at that, which is going to sit them in a pretty good spot here. I mean, the more you can hold off on defense, the better position you're in, even if you have some of those minor slip-ups, which is often what we're seeing from these teams, just high percentages for the majority of their 2 stars, because they really know how to re-navigate when things do go wrong. But Hocus Pocus is going to try and carry this lead along by bringing in what I'm going to say the Yeti Blimp to get in this multi-compartment, get that Clan Castle lure, and start off the funnel here for the hero dive.
Yeah, I feel like whenever you can clear a compartment, get the clan castle, and with that take a multi and an expo, that's pretty good value. He did get a little bit unfortunate not to get that battle builder. Hut, I know the Yeti might kind of split in 2 different directions, which ultimately didn't help since it's now back at full health. But I don't think he planned for too much more than that. Clan Castle lured to the side, like you said. Now the Queen can just deal with that. And really, it is a case of using the Queen charges effectively. We mentioned in that last attack how they are kind of becoming the meta. But in this one, he's just using the Ice Golem and the King to tank a little bit for the Queen. So the adaptation using the hero dive and trying to still get the Archer Queen pretty deep into the base here.
Yeah, he needs to take down this town hall. So this is a very powerful push coming in. I mean, very aggressive considering you only have that 1 ice golem, but to have the king tanking, taking that jump, leading the forge across, and dropping in that royal champ to ensure that the queen makes a path in, because the king can't take that on single-handedly. The queen getting slightly distracted here. She'll still have her ability to try and force her way through, and he can always drop a freeze if needed to get her out of any tough situations. But the invisibility spell, the weapon of choice here to keep it alive and ensure that he gets everything needed, including that air defense.
Like you said, it was a little bit risky. It totally was. Diving the queen in with no other protection, but just having spells that are flexible. Having the invisibility, like you said, even has a couple of frees he could have used if it came down to it. But it paid off in terms of getting that town hall. And now he's just got to hope that the Lalo pushes through this bottom section. So the Eagle Artillery is down. He's already frozen the multi, but with the Tesla, the balloons are taking a bit of damage on that left-hand side. So it's just waiting on this Warden ability, because I think he's noticing the scatter shot there as well, and he has to be able to save some of the spells.
Yeah, that ability really helping out, and I like the position of the balloons, just kind of staying out of range of that air sweeper while they make their pass through. I think there was even a pup just kind of distracting it, but beautiful placement of the haste. Sweeps those loons in, so there's no risk of that splash damage, and even with the wizard tower here, everything converging together, nothing was going to stop Hocus Pocus from picking up this 3-star. This is a beautiful start here for Penta, and it looks like they're coming with their A game, knowing that that's what they need to bring going up against MCES.
Planned to perfection. And like we mentioned, they are 2 for 2, and they're hoping to have more wins than losses. It would tie them up with ATN, as we've already mentioned. And they're putting up a great fight here, showing the teams that are inside the top 4 in the ladder, or not the ladder, in the leaderboard already, showing them that Penta are after them. They have their eye on that spot, and they're not going to give them any wins or easy wins. They're going to try and take everybody out.
Yeah, but MCES, we know, is a team that's going to try and fight back, fight hard, and we often see pretty strong defenses coming from them. Ariam looking again to keep the stream alive, gets that blimp sailing through the Hound, taking the Clan Castle lure, but look how deep this push is straight into the center to get this Blizzard value. I'm quickly looking to see if we have any of those super archers in here as well, maybe taking a page out of Penta's book.
I have to say, I really like the use of the rocket balloons there, because not only did it take out the air defense, it pushed the Lava Hound across to the other side to set off more traps. So that was beautiful. And just look at the core of this base. It is gone. And now with the wall break to the other side, you can see clear as day where the heroes will just push into that town hall. We've even got the RC down to the bottom for that multi-target inferno. And Arium is looking to just pick apart Lewis's base one compartment at a time. And right now, it is working out beautifully.
I mean, when you see these pushes that some of these players do, it's almost like there's nothing left to the base except a postage stamp for the Lalo. And I mean, we are going to have a pretty narrow section, obviously the single target compartment remaining down at the 430 side, and we still have the multi to worry about, but a huge amount of value. And starting off initially against a single, smart, because it's a quick pick-off and he can reserve this Warden's ability as he makes the approach to the combination of the Queen, the multi, the scatter shot, all these areas that run a huge risk for these loons.
Such a beautiful entry into the attack, and really Arium just has to, I'd say, hold it together, but honestly, he doesn't really even need to do as much on the back end here. It's just a case of making sure the spells are placed well, and he's placing them absolutely perfect onto the defenses. I know you often talk about your potato Lalo, Lady B, but maybe this is what you need to do. Just do some crazy hero dives, blizzards, and just take a little bit of pressure off the Lalo, because I don't think Arium even lost a balloon here.
Oh, and what they really do is they just show how amazing they are. Things like blizzards, which I think a lot of people take for granted, the difficulty of it, not only getting that huge deep dive that he got in there, but picking up the value, getting those invisibility spells timed right. But you are for sure, I think with what he cleared out, even my potato Lalo is going to pick up that base.
Well, it was beautiful. And the thing that I like about that is, like you said, the Blizzard can actually be a bit of a risk, because if you miss one of the invisibility spells and the Super Wizards go down, it's incredibly difficult to fix the attack. But even though he cleared out the base so successfully, he was still so strategic in the spell placement for the Lava Loon, not putting anything to chance, making sure to get that 3-star, just keep the pressure on Penta, make sure that they know they're going to have to clear out the rest of MCES's bases if they want to win, because MCES are right behind them.
Yeah, so we have the nameless attack so
famous
far.
Now.
Yeah, Hydra, Skybrid, still something that I think, I don't know that it's been officially named yet, but coming in with a Blizzard to actually kick this off. And this is another one of those common things that we're starting to see as a Blizzard combination for the mix. Easy pickup for the Town Hall here, a lot less risk with it.
I like the combination of that Earthquake as well, just helping to loosen off the health of the buildings down there, and it actually helped to get the Inferno Tower in combination with the Super Wizard. So I think that one extra spell, it really helped to clear out that area a little bit. And now you can see with the heroes down to the 8 o'clock area of the base, that will thin everything out with the Barbarian King tanking, the Queen shooting over the wall, and it will just keep the dragons moving in. And with the super wall breaker, he can even drive the heroes into the 6 o'clock area to keep the dragons moving through the middle. He's lost a couple of them, but this still looks pretty nice.
Pretty stunning. We keep this kind of classic push along and are able to reserve the Royal Champion to come through. But look at these rocket loons coming from this top side, taking care of the air defense, taking care of some of the cleanup, which is going to give a little bit more for the Royal Champion. I mean, we've taken down a lot of the heavy hitting structures, so the Eagle should just be going down to this dragon. Unfortunately, the Queen was unsuccessful along with the King, but in these kinds of pockets, we know that it's a bit rough for them, particularly once they've already taken on damage. So really key for the Royal Champion to help finish things off as the dragons have completely thinned out. But I don't know, Judo, with this ability, she looks like she's rocking it strong.
Oh, she certainly is. Alongside that invisibility spell as well, GK Tim, he mentioned he liked the Dragon Riders, and ever since that interview where we had him on the live stream, he has not missed a beat. He has pulled in the 3-star again and again. And what must MCES be thinking right now? Do we not even get one slip up? Come on, Penta, give us a little bit of breathing room. But they're not letting up. Another 3-star, this time by GK Tim. team. And there we have it. Penta on form and still en route to win this war.
And Penta is definitely showing they can be this force to be reckoned with, that it's not just MCES, that it's not just ATN or Tribe Gaming or even Tompinai, who's been riding pretty high up there at this point. Penta's looking to get into this big race up to one of the number 4 spots here. And hopefully for them, they don't want to lose ground, but there's a lot left to go that could easily knock these teams down. I do think that these kind of victories, though, help motivate teams moving forward in rankings.
Oh, totally. I mean, we've still got a good couple of weeks before we know the final 4 teams. However, you don't want to fall too far behind. You always need to be kind of in that race, if you will, and that's exactly what Penta are doing. Even though they're 5th in the leaderboard right now, making sure they are hot on the heels of the other players. And Kingsman has, I mean, he entered the MCES squad last year, and he's really added a lot, I feel, to their squad. And himself and Remio, I feel, have been great additions to MCES. So let's just see if he can continue the strength that he's added and clear out this base, because he's already taken out the compartment up at the 2 o'clock area.
And so we have 3 wall breaks to actually open up, navigate the Queen's pathing, but we ideally want to make good value out of this King here as well, and already shaping up a little bit of that path, which is going to help connect the Queen here. I'm looking to see if there's anything navigated to force the King into the scattershot compartment, but we do get the next wall break open that's going to continue the Queen's pathing, and here comes the King, actually, who's going to force along to work his way into that scattershot, so the Queen can make the passage into the center.
Yeah, and I honestly, I wonder if he's aiming the King to even get to that multi-target Inferno on the left-hand side as well, because there's not a lot of damage on the King, and he might just wall break him right alongside that. So, I mean, can you imagine the value he will get if that is the case? Unfortunately, the King is on the wrong side of the wall. Just as I say that, it's like he knew. He's turned around, gone for the scatter shot, and Kingsman can even be a bit flexible here, because he hasn't used the RC, just waiting to make sure that the enemy Queen goes down. Otherwise, he would want to use it with the Dragon Riders.
And the King actually making that beeline into the safe spot there with the defending AQ down. Royal Champ's actually going to do a lot of helpful work in this one, almost unnecessary work, because again, we've talked about this. The Royal Champ is a good reserve for these Dragon Riders to try and pick off any heroes in there, I mean, particularly the AQ and the Royal Champion. But this has a solid start and giving it a much more solid finish left over here, though the Royal Champion does take on a lot of heat, still has her ability to help out, knock out some of the remaining defenses.
Yeah, uses that wall breaker on the side now, purely just to try and do some damage. I do wonder whether he did want that with the King, but there goes the RC ability. And the defenses take a lot of heat, but there's 20 seconds, and look at the buildings at 6 o'clock, Lady B. I think this is another defense for Penta, which means they are going to be potentially 2 stars in the lead moving into the last attack. I don't think at the start of this war they could have dreamt of being in this type of position and be so close to beating MCES and pushing themselves further up the leaderboard, but it's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, these kind of wars, you know, going into it, your defense has to be pretty well calculated against your opponent. And we talk about this, you know, we see some teams get taken down that are highly unlikely, like ATN, like MCES, because they do dominate the majority of the tournaments and the leagues that they play in. But they also get streamed quite a bit, which gives an advantage to the players going against them to not only go against them offensively and pick apart those bases, but to bring in the best defense to try and hold them off.
Yeah, totally. When you've got more stream time, there is definitely more opportunity for your opponents to watch. And that's one thing that maybe people do not realize, that the players put a lot of time into the background. It's not just showing up for the attacks. There's the base building, but also the studying of the opponents, like you said, which watching streams back, trying to see what they do, tweaking bases against it, testing those bases. It is a very time-grueling task, but here we have Zakia hoping to continue the pressure onto MCS. Like we said, this could put them 2 stars in the lead, but the Queen holds on to... Oh, right as I say that, the ability goes off, but I thought the Queen had held on to the ability.
A little bit risky there. I mean, with these abilities, particularly in Super P.E.K.K.A. smashes, any of the smash style attacks, even witches, you want to reserve that queen ability as long as possible, because looking at the back end of this, we still have a scatter shot to worry about. We have a single targeting inferno to worry about, and the Royal Champ cannot take care of that all on her lonesome. But the main thing is going to be ensuring that there is some healer transfer over to the P.E.K.K.A.s, to the Super Wizards, and that the Queen actually remains behind to help out as we get to the end, particularly since she does not have this ability intact.
Yeah, well, I think just given the fact that he's diving the Queen in towards the Town Hall, not having that little safety net can be very difficult, and he might choose an invisibility spell here maybe for the Queen. Actually opts for the freeze spell, but either way, he needed to have his focus there to make sure that the Queen is on that Town Hall, and she's missed it! He should have used the invisibility. Can he get anything onto the Town Hall? The Battle Builder was repairing it. Oh, and he's
Oh, I misclick on that one. Unfortunately, it looks like a little bit of panic sets in to try and recover. He does not want to mess up the opportunity that could have been not a 2-star lead, but he certainly does not want to lose the 1-star lead against MCS, so close to the finish, being their 4th attack in it. I mean, this puts them in a tough spot, but he has at least recovered it, took down the Town Hall, but now it's coming down to try to get this percentage moving along for them.
Yeah, he just needs any type of percentage he can here, because MCES, obviously with the higher percentage in their opening attack, that 88, means that the average would be higher if MCES 3-starred the next one and Penta did not, or presumably depending on the 2-star of Penta next. But either way, it does mean, like you said, Penta only 1 star in the lead now, so they have to hold strong for the last attack if they want to close out this victory.
Oh my goodness, 86% is possibly going to keep them a little bit further away if MCES can pick up this final opportunity here. A 3-star obviously puts them in a very tough spot. This is... It's tough to let things slip away, but they still have the opportunity as well with the triple.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I think the other percentage from MCES wasn't super high either. There were certainly a lot of buildings down to the bottom of the base. I guess we could quickly double check on that, but there was still a lot of buildings, so even a high percentage 2-star probably, or would still win it for Penta. But they certainly don't want to count on that. They want to get the 3-star, or even just a defense here would be beautiful for them.
Yeah, so Synthé coming in with the air attack, coming in with the Lala. We have been seeing him switching gears quite a bit, occasionally throwing in the Hogs. Typically, if I say he's not going to go in with Hogs, but bringing in the Zapquake Lala to try and apply this pressure, try and find some opening back up for them.
Yeah, so I just had a check, and it was 88% by Remio, 90% 2-star from Kingsman, which means that Penta really not that far behind in terms of percentage. Even if they didn't get their 3-star, they could certainly still win it on percentage. Synthé just needs to get to the 3 to give them any type of opportunity, though. And taking out that initial area with the Blimp and the Lightning spell for the core certainly sets things up well here. It's just waiting on time. I guess he's just a little bit worried and concerned about that Dark Elixir storage in terms of troops potentially walking.
So the Queen easing her way in. He still has the Ice Golem to actually help give her a little more protection, but we do have the King who's going to cut across here. Again, help tank. We've got the wall break going, and he's yet to actually drop that Ice Golem. Did he reserve the... I'm curious if he's going to reserve it for potentially the Royal Champ to come in.
Well, he's pressed the King's ability. Giant Bomb wipes out all of the Barbarians, and the King is still stuck. Oh, it didn't, actually. There's still a lot of Barbarians there, so he's used the invisibility, And does the king get the town hall? I don't think it's going to, you know, because the town hall is taking the king down pretty quick. The queen's now trying to get through the wall. Can the yak get it? It did not. The yak did not get it. So he would have to send in the RC or just a couple of loons alongside the haste. But that's pretty costly for his lava loon.
Yeah, that's investing those spells where you need them for the back end, but a very smart move at least to see if he can turn this one back around. Again, we do have that Royal Champ coming in. Ice Golem used to tank for her to power his way through into the Eagle compartment. We have a very shallow push for the loons, wide indeed, to get the initial power through, but not quite so long on the back end. And this Hound is tanking all day, picking up those traps, soaking them through. And we do have the loons converging together perfectly for the multi-targeting Inferno.
Oh, he's doing everything he can, Synthé, trying to deploy the loons surgically. Unfortunately, missing that Eagle Artillery down the bottom as well and having to send in the loons. But it's just one mishap too much, unfortunately. Having to send some with the haste to the Town Hall and then to the Eagle means he just doesn't have the strength with his attack. So it is another base which holds back MCES. And what it means is Penta now, with that 1-star advantage, just need the safe 2-star to win this war, and that would put them level in the leaderboard with alternate attacks moving forward, which would be huge for them.
Yeah, this is a good one for GK, Tim. He's got to feel proud about that final defense. It takes a lot of pressure off the team here. Though I have to give it to Kingspin on that one, because he really did everything he possibly could to try and turn it around. Just when you don't get that value, it can be very, very difficult to try and adjust. But some smart moves to try and continue with the plan by keeping the Royal Champ down at the bottom side of the base.
Yeah, you know, when he's got the plan of the RC taking the Eagle, he couldn't send the RC in. Queen moving in, the only thing he can do is send in the balloons. So it is Muffin trying to close this one out for Penta, and it looks like he's got lightning spells in store for us alongside this. Let's just call it a new meta attack for the moment until we get a consensus on the name of this. The Dragons and the Dragon Riders aiming for the victory.
So we get another combination here where we go for the Zapquake and we don't pick off that multi, though that's not quite as important to these Dragon Riders as it is to the Loons, but helps to shape up what's needed to safely get this Blimp in, get the Clan Castler, and just narrow out the path that he will need, where he can also connect it for the heroes. I know you're holding your breath right now as the sneaky goblins come in, take down the town hall. And with this, we actually start out very fast, dropping in the dragons and drag riders, which means we're going to see these heroes reserved for the cleanup. I would say likely around the 5 o'clock side, 4:30 here, where he's dropping them, just to keep the momentum moving straight into the center of the base.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, because he's already broken in towards the multi. Once the heroes get that, he can then break in towards the Eagle as well and try and just push the dragons through the center. I feel like once you get down to this stage, and Muffin wouldn't have known whether he needed the 2 or the 3, for example, he's not going to change his plan, but what he can do is push the dragons in quicker. Just make sure that he's guaranteed that 2-star, as he most certainly is now. There it is, the victory for Penta on this one. But can he close it out with a 3? Unfortunately, the dragons go down in the center. King and Queen can make a strong push, but with the RC and only 1 freeze spell, might just be a little bit too much to the back end of the base.
And Lassie trying to help out, but the tornado trap keeping her away. We also have the Skellies that distract the Royal Champion. The Eagle firing away. We're not going to get too much more power out of her, but enough to actually take down the Archer Tower, take down the Wizard Tower, and we've got the Queen's ability coming in. Oh, that's unfortunate. We don't see the Dragon take out, but the Royal Champ sneaks through to pick off that multi, and where this looked like it fizzled out quite a bit. I mean, we saw a big turnaround, though, the Queen dying out, the Royal Champ dying out. Now the Warden leaves it at a very close edge.
Super, super close for Muffin. Could have really, on a knife edge, easily gone towards the 3-star, but I don't think he's too concerned, to be honest with you. Getting the 2 stars, winning this war for Penta, and I will say again, that puts them level now on the 4th position, which is huge, as there is only 4 teams move from the challenge stage in a couple of weeks into the challenge finals, and Penta aiming to be one of those 4 teams. They need to keep themselves in the running. You don't want to fall too far behind into the final couple of days, which, you know, we will find out in a few weeks. So that is huge for them. What a victory. The 13 to 12 stars over the almighty MCES.
Now I learned something here. You root for the underdogs, and they often don't disappoint. Penta with this huge victory. 13 stars against MCES is something that they can certainly be proud of. Not just because of the win, but to be able to hold them back to 12 stars is huge.
I love that as well, because not only is it great for Penta, it's great for the action as well. We are seeing so many amazing wars, and it really just means that as we move forward, everything is so much closer. But we still have one match coming up after the break.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
So my name is Noob. I play with Fluxy, Juan, Lon, and Matthias on Burger Rangers.
So how did your adventure or journey with Clash of Clans start? You know, like, so when did you start playing the game? Did you play every day until, you know, you became the best in your area? Like, how did it start?
So I started when the game first came out. It was pretty good from there, but I wasn't too into the game. I actually took a pretty long break from the game for a while. I came back around the Town Hall 12 to Town Hall 13 area of the game. From there, I just kind of kept it going.
So you had a big hiatus. I can't believe you took that much time off. You came back Town Hall 12, 13, so that must have been around 2019, 2020, and then now you're pro. Like, how did the jump happen from casual gamer to pro gamer?
So I'd say it actually started when I joined the clan Resistance for a while. That's when I first started getting into league play. Just kind of going from there. I ended up working my way up to my now clan, World Top Korea, for now. And so, along with ESL Mobile Open and some other leagues, it's just been kind of elevating.
So what would you consider your team's biggest advantage is against your opponents? Like, you know, is it like chemistry? Are you guys particularly good at base building? Like, what would it be?
I'd say it's more of like it's like the underdog story. Like, we're the only non-known team in this competition. So, you know, we're expected to have like a lot of doubt going into this, and we kind of thrive off that.
Well, you had such an incredible ending to your ladder. You had a 7-win streak. What caused that momentum?
So the momentum came from a switch in planning and just, you know, kind of finding our groove, which we didn't really have through the first 2.5, 3 weeks. Once we kind of found it, we felt like we couldn't lose.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Joining with me this time is Lady B to finish off the last series of the night. And we do have Repotted Gaming versus Burger Rangers. Now, we could talk a bit very briefly because we know that the players are already trying to get underway and get the game started, which I don't blame them. You know, more the action the better, and less chatter from us even better, probably for a lot of people watching this at home. But Repotted Gaming, of course, they've been absolutely fantastic so far from what we've seen. Taking their alternate attacks back in the fourth match of the day. And look forward to see if they can continue their stride. But Burger Rangers, of course, still bottom of the barrel here in terms of table standings. Borak is, you know, the sub coming in for Burger Rangers. He had a very good attack early on, his first attack ever in terms of his debut. Did get that 3-star 100% earlier on. Look forward to see more from him. But let's see if Repotted Gaming can add another W onto the board here.
Yeah, Repotted Gaming certainly looking for their opening, but I've got to commend RPG because Repotted has really been able to kind of navigate through going 2 for 2 now, as you mentioned, taking down ATN. The one thing I think that they're going to have to be very careful of is the defense that comes in against Burger Rangers. We have seen Burger Rangers holding some of the teams off very strong with their defense, though the Elevate side of the war did not necessarily reflect that, but some of their previous wars have, including going up against ATN, where they held them back to, I believe it was 12 stars.
Yeah, it was something like that. So we've seen, you know, a glimmer of hope, some light at the end of the tunnel for how Burger Rangers have performed. We know they've had a few internal struggles in last week's play days, but now they're feeling a little bit more refreshed compared to how they were last week. So obviously, you know, a bit more of them here going forward. But it is going to be against Repotted Gaming, and let's be real here, B, is the fact that with Repotted Gaming, after taking their alternate attacks, they could be absolutely loving life right now. Extremely high in terms of momentum, morale, how they actually come into this. But let's see what Burger Rangers have to say about that, as now Juan is going to be the first person attacking for Burger Rangers. And let's see what he can do here, just taking out a fair amount of the defense in that top left compartment. And so far, so good. Very early start here.
Juan looking to try and secure a 3-star from the start. As we know, this can often set the tone for the war, especially going up against a team that, as you mentioned, is coming off that huge high, taking down ATN and really looking to climb their way back up the ladder if they can get this win. But Burger Rangers trying to just stake themselves in this one. Got that Yeti blimp in successfully, not only clearing out the 130 compartment, but getting the clan castle lure, which allows a queen to quickly take it out from a very unscathed spot. We are looking to do this big push leading down to the town hall to pick up a lot of threat and also really shape up the funnel that the drag riders will need.
Absolutely, the King has created a nice funnel for the Queen as well, pushing on through into the centre from that 3 o'clock position. The King now just pushing away, just going for the structures on that southern side, just to make sure to clean up as much as possible to keep a clean path for the Dragon Riders and some of the loons, like you rightly said just before that engagement. But speaking of the loons, actually, the Dragon Riders, they're going to be coming from north side. Their priority is going to be that AD and that Eagle artillery as well, Speaking of the Eagle Artillery, just trying to do a fair amount of damage onto the King. Still continuing to progress further on that south side, taking out a couple of defenses, but a lot of the standard structures you normally find there just to give a little bit of leadway in case there is that time fail. But in terms of the bulk of the attack, you can see already the Dragon Runners, the Loons go straight for that Inferno Tower. Good prioritization there. Now go for the Expo as well. You can see that platform trap does get cleaned up from that Dragon Rider. A couple more will be consumed by the Dragon Rider again. All these air traps, that poor Dragon Rider, the one as you take up so much into that center. And now a couple of Dragon Riders now, of course, pushing towards the AD, and you've still got the Warden there as well. So still got a little bit left here, but will he be able to even clean this up, let alone get that 3-star in the 40 seconds left remaining?
Oh, definitely. With the Royal Champ ability just launching off, the Queen's ability even to finish the job here. One is going to be able to secure this 3-star, and it has been a bit of a run for him to try and get these 3 stars in, but finally making that connection, which we'll have to see if it's going to be enough to motivate his team. But again, they're going up against Repotted Gaming, who managed to hold ATN to a 1-star, which is huge. So Burger Rangers is going to have to be very fearful of a lot of these bases they go in against, though this one made through like a breeze.
That's right, Juan didn't have the greatest of first attacks earlier on in the matchup against Elevate, but completely different story this time round. Clean attack was a little bit iffy towards the end in terms of time, but it looks like he had about 7-8 seconds remaining, so that was completely my fault on my part as an awful prediction there with the amount of DPS he had left standing. But great stuff from him overall, good start for them as well, exactly what they needed, because it's been looking very bleak for them. And at this point in the season, there's the fact that, you know, after this third play day, we've still got plenty of matches to come, of course, for Burger Rangers, but we need to get something done now. But Repotted Gaming are looking to try and add that W next to their name once more, because it should hopefully help them break into that top 4, top 5, at least in some kind of progression to challenge the rest of the teams heading into that challenge finals as well. We are going to see Yanis now, as I mentioned briefly in the past, but we did have an interview with him earlier on, and he, you know, talking about how he feels in the ESL Mobile Challenge, as he does seem pretty confident here. But you know, in terms of confidence, they could be, you know, full of confidence after their alternate attacks approach earlier on when they actually did defeat them. So let's see how Yanis could do here in his first attack against Burger Rangers and see what he can do here.
So he lands in that Zapquake in the center of the base, eliminating the multi-targeting Inferno, but that core, removing it, also eliminates the pathing for the Loons to potentially have to deal with any traps inside the center. Now we do have one lightning spell reserved, which can help if there are headhunters that come out of the clan castle troops, out of the clan castle, and can allow him to just quickly knock them down. Now the Queen might not get as far as getting that lure. The King might not get as far as getting that lure. So in case it winds up on the Loons, where he needs to pick up more value for the heroes, he's able to reserve that. Queen securely taking down the Town Hall as the King takes down the Scattershot, giving the Royal Champion even more life to work through.
Yeah, but he's already done so much work already. The Inferno Tower also taken up by the RC in that north compound there, and the Kings still continue to push on further, but he won't need to do any more. He's already got enough value from it as it is, and of course, you know, have to go through another wall. That's just not going to happen in the slightest. So this is what's happened so far on that north side, using that Loon to find any of those traps going further towards the southern side. And it's going to be interesting to see how Yanis is going to perform this next attack. You can see a fair amount of defense there, the Scanner Shot and Inferno Tower and the AD looking to pile pressure on that right-hand side. They get Eagle Artillery as well, depending on where it's going to target, as that Lava Hand is going to consume as much of that AD damage as possible. But speaking of soaking damage here, the Stone Slammer will be coming out from that 3 o'clock position as well, continuing to not only do itself justice, but also go for that Scanner Shot as well. So giving a lot of leadway here for the rest of these Loons to carry on pushing. Using one Loon as well, as you can see, in that northern side, just to stop the Expo from causing any more or trying to create any more havoc for the rest of this army composition. Now the Eagle Artillery will get taken down. Still got at least a minute left, and Yanis is looking very, very good so far.
Yeah, the Stone Slammer has done a ton of work, but it was those Loons down at the bottom side of the base. I love the drop of the Loons, not just to clear out the surrounding defenses, but to help pick off the air defense so that the oncoming Loons wouldn't have to worry, though it wasn't too much of an issue considering he still had that full health Stone Slammer that was tanking at that point. I mean, you can see the power of an attack with what remains in the troops, and he's got almost every single one of those loons left over. So Giannis not backing down, showing Burger Rangers that they are in this one to continue where they left off against ATN.
Certainly are indeed a huge amount of value across the board. You know, a lot of methodical approaches towards the very end, like you rightly said, with the loons coming from the south side, just helping out a little bit more. But yeah, that Stone Slammer did everything it needed to, tanked so much damage to give the loons a lot more breathing room to carry out the DPS required in order to take out the defense on the southern side as well as the western side as well. So again, like you said, great response once again from Repotted Gaming. We didn't expect anything less, really. We don't expect them to fall completely off the ladder, especially after just defeating alternate attacks. It would have been a little bit of a bombshell if it did, but you never know. Still got 4 more attacks. We could see something a little bit dodgy. We've seen a few weird things in the past. We've seen plenty of upsets here today, and will we see another one? You never know. Could do. We'll have to see. As Burger Rangers now will be the next ones to attack, as we can see which player it's going to be and who's going to be able to try and perform it and who's going to try and defend it. But so far, so good here from both teams. Nothing really too much, in terms of the change, anything, nothing too bad so far, I'm glad. But Juan, this time around, he was the first attacker earlier on against Elevate, but this time around, he was able to recuperate and redeem himself from his previous attack in the previous matchup.
And with the start of the war leading off with those 3 stars, that could really help them. We did get to see a nice performance coming in against Elevate. Their defenses weren't there, and I think that was their biggest problem, but I mean, Lon coming in with the 3-star, Noob coming in with the 3-star, and that new addition that you mentioned, Burak, who also came in to really support the team with that 3-star. If they have the same performance, we could be looking at a 14-star war for them, which would give a huge run for RPG's money.
Absolutely. Looking forward to see how this next attack is going to go underway. And we'll just give everyone a little bit of a chance, but also just to see exactly how the leaderboard is panning out. So remember that Repotted Gaming currently are right in 6th place, going 2 for 2. So if they do actually win this next game, that means 4 teams are going to be 3 and 2 going into this after this next matchup. That's depending on if Repotted Gaming do actually win this series. So the fact that it's, you know, in terms of the competition, it's been super close across the board. We've seen quite a few upsets, but sometimes you could say they're not actually upsets either. It's just the mass amount of improvements a lot of these players have made to their, you know, the base build or to attacks overall. And considering like people still slowly, you know, adapting to the meta ever so slightly, even though it has been a couple weeks now, still it's a fantastic thing to see. You see the blimps already gone into that compound, and you see the baby dragon on the left side as well as the queen just doing a bit of work, just cleaning up a few structures here and there, and you can see the ice golems as well, just looking to delay this push.
Yeah, so Noob showing his versatility. We saw that 3-star come in earlier with the Queen Charge Lalo, and hybrid is not something that's quite as easy in this meta right now, though it is not undoable. It really relies on a perfectly calculated Queen Charge that will not only help pick up the Town Hall, but go beyond that and pick up some additional value in the cleanup, because we can often see these time failing as the hogs lose steam, but you do have to have the proper pathing to ensure that your hogs, your miners, don't have to go through the poison bomb. So a lot of patience here to keep the queen moving forward. We get the second layer wall break, but we still need to wrap her around the base to keep things moving along, because remember, our king is what's going to be used here to help funnel the path for the hybrid.
See the queen now just pushing on through. Just main focus going to be that town hall. Is going to take a fair amount of damage from the expo, but should be perfectly fine. Nonetheless, it's going to continue the path of destruction there. But looking at the southern side, though, a huge amount of aggro happening with all these units taking out the scatter shot and taking out something else there as well as the AD. But the Inferno Tower is one of the definitely the main obstacles there to try and take down the expo as well. Just trying to keep everything back as much as possible. The freeze has come in, and the Warden continuing on to make that push as well as trying to take out the Eagle Artillery as one of the Hog Riders here. A few of them just still trying to take it down, but doesn't seem to be able to as of yet. Has to use a healing spell just to keep them alive, and do manage to take it down, which is a little bit close for wear, but seems to be okay. As you can see now, the keep moving on towards that north side from the 3 o'clock position to take out female structures. Does get cleaned up in the end, but this Inferno Tower is absolutely vital to try and take down here. Only 50 seconds left.
Oh, he's got the queen ability. She's able to take down that multi, which is huge. Those miners can't withstand the damage. I mean, there was nothing left over, even despite dropping the rage to try and speed them across. The wizard tower splash just really obliterated them while the skellies held on to this. And this is one of the reasons why, with this particular attack, you need to try and have your queen available as long as possible. But only 32 seconds left to go, and she is not taking that outside path. She's going to make a beeline through the wall, cutting through. At very least, the warden's there, but he's going to come join forces with the queen. Completely try and focus on her, though. It looks like he's going for the Tesla along with her. Now will help open the wall. Couple of sneaky archers up at the top, just out of range of any of the defense to help pick off the cannon. So the queen, warden can try and focus, but the warden's down for the count. And the queen breaks open the wrong wall, which means Noob is going to be left with a 96% 2-star time fail.
It looked like that in terms of the placements of some of the defenses there, it should have just gone through the other wall instead, which is a little bit surprised. I thought it was too far from the outside in terms of range for the queen to actually then focus on that wall. Instead, I was a little bit surprised about that. But either way, they wouldn't have been 100% in nonetheless. The warden also got taken down very quickly towards the end. A little bit of a shame there. A great attack nonetheless, but of course, if he went towards the outside, like you rightly mentioned earlier on, then yeah, it would have been a completely different story. So just shows that at this level, just the tiniest or most minor of mistakes can happen, which is just a little bit unfortunate there for Burger Rangers. But now we're going to see what Lion can do from Repotted Gaming. He wants to continue with the 3 stars, which is, you know, just begun towards that perfect war if possible. Fiddlerloon's already coming out as well as the Blimp to take down the Inferno Tower. And will he be able to, though? Will he be able to stand up? Yes, he does. And now the Blimp still heading towards down south to see if it can take up that Town Hall.
Nice clean path right in there with the Cocoloons and the healers helping to shape up what it needs, because it's picking up any possible traps along the way as the queen works through. So smart use of that to securely take down the town hall and give the queen even more value. This jump set in place is going to allow her to get pushed into the core, but we do need to use the king in order to keep that set as well, focusing on the multi-compartment here. With the Royal Champ actually coming in behind, she could pick up some big value. I don't see an invisibility spell, but I was curious if he wants to force her as deep as getting on that eagle. I would say it could be a tough ask, but with her ability still intact, it might not be.
Yeah, Queen's already pushed all the way through into the center to take out those 2 scatter shots. We're going to be absolutely vital here. And even though taking out the sweep would just be a little bit of a bonus, but let's see what path the Queen is going to take. Just focusing on the clan castle instead, which is understandable due to the range. We'll now be focusing onto that Tesla, but it's that other scatter shot's going to be so important. And the Dragon Riders are already coming on through, but there's a couple more Teslas just delaying this push from the Queen. But the Dragon Riders are already there. The scatter shot's already focused on the Queen, so they didn't really matter too much, as the push is going to continue on with the AD still putting on the pressure on the Dragon Riders, as well as that Black Bomb trap as well. So minute 10 left here with the Warden coming into play into the center, still looking to make this push. And you can see the defense left, still got the Inferno Tower, the AD, the Cannon, Wizard Tower and the Archer Tower behind the scenes as well. It's got a couple still looking to make this push, but it's going to be very tough. It may come to time, but the RC is taking out the remainder of this defense here and still able to stay alive. And they've got literally a skim of health, just a sprinkle of damage will take down this RC. Finally does, but we'll see what's going to happen here. It's going to be cleanup duty, and should probably have enough DPS depending on if they can get to those storages in time.
Yeah, he even has a sneaky goblin here, though. It would have to cut through the walls. He can start it off at the mine. I'm surprised he's waiting so long. Queen is going to have to beat her way through, but once she gets through this wall, it's easy pickings to pick up those storages that remain. The minions on the top side were invaluable to Lion here to help secure this one. Now, there's a lot of hit point structures left over to do this. I'm curious to see if the sneaky goblins initially got any down, but it doesn't look like it. So the warden coming in, or I should say the Electro Owl coming in with the assist, is huge for it.
There we have it, Lion with another 100% 3-star from Repotted Gaming. Just loving it right now. And that was, again, a very clean attack. Had to recover a little bit in certain areas, but it seems to be doing okay so far. The Burger Rangers now have to keep piling on the pressure to keep this as competitive as possible, because one slip up and it can all go downhill from here, and that's not exactly what they want at all in the slightest. And they know how well the other teams have done. They're literally all neck and neck, and they want to join the rest of the pack. They're going to be feeling a little bit left out right now, which is perfectly understandable, which is why they want to try try and get something going here. And this is their moment to try and finish off this last series of the night with a on a high note. But will it be able to? As the blink will come in, we'll find those 5 testers going towards that south side, and we'll have to deal with the scatter shot and everything else in between, including the Expo and that lava hand as well, as the push will be coming in. But so far you can see the Queen as well coming up from that 8 o'clock side, as well as the Baby Dragon just clean out some of the structures on the left side as well. So looking to try and pile on the pressure. Lava Hound though just could delay things just a tad.
Yeah, the Queen able to pick off those Teslas, but does drop the loons in, helping as a Coco loon, but can kind of give a little damage. Let's see if it had enough. No, not able to make it. But both of those Teslas are actually reachable for the Queen. It's just about keeping the Queen trained through the direction he would like to see her go, but making her way across, and has to unfortunately come into tangle not only after the Clan Castle, but now taking on the King. So it's eating up a little bit of time for Burak, but he's pretty pro at this. He knows what he's doing. He knows he can just give himself the time, and if he needs to adjust for the Dragon Riders, he can. Next wall break to come in gives that Queen the access to move into the Town Hall, though he's yet to actually funnel a little bit further to the side. She just has enough meat to pull her in there.
You know, Queen's not mucking about today in this game. Definitely get as much value out of her as possible, as Burak now, talking about making his debut today. He had a fantastic start earlier on, looking to create havoc in this compound, especially taking down his Town Hall with the Queen. Was you able to? No problem at all. He's going to continue on making this push on the attack. And you see now also on that top left-hand side with the Loons and the Dragon Runners there coming out to play with the Warden as well. So let's see how he's going to try and approach this. Taking out a lot of the defense already, with a couple of Dragon Runners taking out the AD, but the main focus, of course, being that Eagle Artillery. But the King Yak's absolutely not mucking about here, be taking out all the structures on the eastern side as well as the northern side as well, and now going to create a funnel for himself to try and push on through. Maybe able to get any excess damage here, a little bit of a bonus if he can. Be trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but will be popping his ability and see what he can do. But in terms of the rest of the units, so still continuing on with this aggro attack.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, just no fear rocking those drag riders through the core of the base. There's traps not enough to stop them, particularly if you're bringing the Royal Champ to help flank some of those defenses. Holding onto these freezes is perfect. Help to hold off the air defense, but now helping to hold off the scatter shot here as well, though. The Queen taking a beeline. We do have a back end opening that the King allowed for, so the Warden, she's not going to be able to take it down. Oh no, she turns back around. This is not the wall break that we wanted her to go for, and she's not going to be able to get really to it. We're not going to even have enough time for Burak to finish this one off, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shame there. Wasn't going to free start anyway, but every percent is going to count at this moment in time, as Burger Rangers does fall short, as their super sub in Burak doesn't, you could not get that free start. But even then, no, just a little bit of a shame, but he couldn't continue on that path because he had a good start and a lot of value to begin with. But that 2-star 92% is not going to give him any kind of leadway in the slightest for Burger Rangers. And for now, though, if Repotted Gaming do get another 3-star, not saying that's going to be completely it, but, you know, the curtains are going to be slowly drawing as they go into the next few attacks. So fingers crossed for Burger Rangers, their attacks will get a little bit better in terms of how we want to try and do things. But of course, it depends on the defense as well, as Repotted Gaming wanting to try and, well, you could say they're aiming for that perfect water, man.
I gotta say, I'm very impressed with the defenses that Repotted is bringing, because they did earlier hold off ATN, and now just showing to be able to hold off long enough to try and keep Burger Rangers back from that nice start that they had. That 3-star start I thought was going to be enough to keep them moving forward, but it's these defenses that are coming in solid. Now Klinga with a big opportunity here to drop this 3-star and really solidify this lead position.
Yeah, a lot of his base builds over the past week, not that it's changed a huge amount, but enough to really stop a lot of people in their tracks. It's been very difficult for a lot of his attackers here. But for Clinge, though, he made it look so easy earlier on. He's actually had one of the cleanest attacks today, and he's going to be looking out for that repeat, of course. You know, I don't blame him in the slightest. The Queen starting off in that south side, going to take out some of those structures as well. And of course, that Lava Hand's going to cause a few issues in a little bit, but you know, that's pretty standard at this point in time. The Ice Golem now coming up to play as well, with the Queen having to deal with it and have to be delayed, which is, you know, pretty much inevitable. And now you can see, you know, in terms of the path she's going to take, we'll have to find out very shortly.
Yeah, so patiently knocking down the defending Hound. We do have the Ice Golem doing a lot of tanking, which is giving the Queen a little bit more life through this, not having to worry about the Archer Tower to continuously pick her off, being one of those long-range defenses. But we've got that opening for the King. We saw the wall break come in. That's to give him access to the scatter shot, but that's going to also allow the Royal Champion to sneak her way through. And I'm looking at this jump because we were talking about these insane hero dives coming in, and this is yet another case of it, except we have nothing else tanking for the Queen here, though the King needs to take down the scatter shot, or the Royal Champ at very least, to give the Queen the opportunity to pick off this Town Hall. These are risky pushes, and Klinga just comes in, knocks it out, and she even finishes off taking down the scatter shot.
That was really close. I was a tad bit worried when I saw the RC get taken down, but with the support from the Queen taking a really good route, that definitely gave a little bit of leadway now for Clinch to continue on with this path with the Loons on that right-hand side. Using a non-semi-arc kind of setup to push on through towards these next couple of compounds to sweep. It's going to be a little bit of a nuisance here, but what is going to be more of a nuisance is that tornado spell as well, as it was going towards that sweeper. But it's going to take a little bit longer than required, but at least it's going to be cleaned up anyway nonetheless, as the push is still going to continue on in and taking down the Expo, the Inferno Tower, and the AD is definitely going to be the big ones in that north compound, as well as the minions now just trying to clean up whatever's in the way along the way to avoid that time fail at all costs. But it's going to be very difficult at this moment in time with the Warden now one of the few members of this attack left standing. It looking pretty good at one stage, but now of course with everything going a bit tad downhill, especially with the sweep as well, just delaying that DPS for way too long. And sadly for Clint, you know, we had that 100% free start early on. It's not going to get it this time round with 10 seconds left remaining. But I must say, that was a really, really good try, considering the circumstances he put himself in halfway through that matchup.
At 91%, not too bad. It's so unfortunate to see that fall apart, and you can see how much that King can actually offer for back-end defense, even against air. I mean, we're talking about a ground troop, but that King can really distract your troops from getting to the main objectives. And obviously we had that multi that picked off all of the Loons, along with a combination of the air defense on the back end. But the Warden, who had been full health, just couldn't get to it quick enough to try and take care of the cleanup with the assist of his Owl, because the King just kept it blocked off.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a shame. Just I'm not too sure what they can do now. It's just you know, I love to be as hyped up as possible for the side of Burger Rangers, but you know, we have to see what Repotted Gaming can do now. But okay, Clinch, don't get me wrong, fair enough. Like, he had one of the cleanest attacks earlier on, but in the end things changed and didn't go his way. He was looking for that perfect wall, but it doesn't matter. But you know, in terms of what he had, you know, the 2-star, was it 91, 92% percentile in the end? So you know, not too bad. It could have been a lot worse considering what he had to do with that scanner shot earlier on. But of course, with the attack he had to do right at the very beginning as well, he was delayed very heavily.
No, these sneaky goblins. This is completely baited, holding off the blimp. So the sneaky goblins, this is similar exactly to what we saw against Vala, and Lion is the same person that defended with this base. I mean, we're talking about 1-star. Now, this can be recovered because we're coming in from the start, but we have Burger Rangers falling for a bait again to try and protect the Town Hall. And that's a bit unfortunate, because now he has to find this other way to work about it. The Queen's already down for the count, and it's a Royal Champion who needs to take this on. We don't even have a Quake to actually pick up the Town Hall. We need to either Quake it needs to take some damage. So the Royal Champ is trying to clear the path, because at some point we're going to need to see the Loons come in. This is going to possibly be a big defense here for Lion again, if he can keep them back to the 1-star. But he does have the King actually to try and get the King in there. With his ability, he will be strong enough to try and finish a job.
Oh, the RC as well, and as well as the healers. The RC has to stay alive long enough to create that path and take a lot of the defense out in the center, like you rightly said. And now the healer's gone as well, just making matters worse. I don't know how he's going to be able to improvise from this, as long, of course, whilst the King is pushing up to take out that left-hand side compound. He's going to be thinking to himself, well, what do I need to do to recover? What do I need to do to try and improvise here? And he's going to have to take quite a few risks going forward, as the King, as you rightly said, going to try and go for that Town Hall, just trying to stay for as long as he can. He will be able to take it. Better late than never, but could it be too late here? It's now the Loons all pushing straight towards the middle to try and keep this at bay, trying to take up these 2 Inferno towers here, and now looking to push on up even further as some of the spells here and they're just going to try and speed things up a little bit to try and get into the bulk of the attack as long as possible. But so many loons have dropped here, and look at all this. It's just going from bad to worse so far. Don't even take out that Eagle artillery, and oh my, got barely anything left. This is such a shame for Burger Rangers.
Oh, you got to give it to Lion, though. This base building superb, holding off Vala, and now holding back Lon from any chance of a 3-star to try and get back in this game. But at very least, Lon was able to recover that, particularly because he came in from the start from it. So it was a lot less risky than Vala's attack, getting that push in with the Town Hall in the back end. But you can see how devastating some of these baited areas can be to make it so that he had to invest all of his heroes into that. I mean, bar the Warden for the Lalo push, but he was able to get just enough to squeak by, pick up that 2-star.
Yeah, definitely got baited. Jesus, that was a lot of investment there towards that left compound alone. And I don't think he panicked or anything like that. He did think about what he could do next afterwards, but by then it was just way too late. Having to use the King as well on top of that, just to give him a bit of leadway, because the healers were taken out with the RC, of course, when he's trying to take out the rest of the defenses to give that King leadway to go on in. But oh, that was definitely a real shame. But then again, fantastic job there from Repotted Gaming. That was a fantastic defense to keep them in the lead, assuming they're going to get at least 1 star, which I'm sure they will do nonetheless, the way they've been playing so far. Timtastic's now going to try and give themselves even more leadway here. And now the blink goes on the outside as well. What's going on here today, B?
Oh no, so Burger Rangers are getting just a little bit of revenge here on a baited blimp. Those super wizards not able to make the connection inside the court to pick up the value. So he is going to have to rethink his approach here. We don't have that multi go down. It's one of those units that we don't really want to have to contend with, at least not too many of them, against the Lalos. Noticing the sneaky goblins coming in. Okay, a few coming to the outskirts. Plan for that. Drops the invisibility spell. We see people doing this. Now, sneaky goblins are invisible for the first couple of seconds of their raid, so it's not necessary, but it does help if they lose that quickly, particularly if they have a little bit longer of a push, to ensure if they wind up out of the invisibility spell that there's no risk that they can successfully take it down. And that indeed he does. But with the Queen charging through to pick up the Eagle, we need to find another way to think about getting that multi, unless he just navigates it through with his lava pathing.
Yeah, let's see how he's going to improvise now. The RC going in towards the center, take up that scatter shot, and we'll be pushing on further if he can. We can see what's happening on the left-hand side as well. The King Yak as well, just pushing into the other compound as well to try and get that Eagle artillery and everything else in between if he can. He manages to stay alive long enough. He is going to go for it now, and the ability hasn't really done him a huge amount, but at least it's enough to take down the Eagle artillery nonetheless. But this is what we're going to happen here. See that Lalo attack with the Warden as well, going to be pushing on up to try and do the best he can. It won't be as bad as the percentage from the previous attack on Burger Rangers, but let's see if he can still manage to 3-star this. It's going to be quite tough, don't get me wrong. The Sweeper's definitely not going to do himself any other favours, but at least it's focusing on those loons and not anything else anyway in terms of that Sweeper's position. So let's see if the loons are going to be able to carry on making this push as the spells are coming out left, right and centre to try and delay that DPS. To now with the loons still continue to push on through and just seeing what's left. Still got the Expo as well, just focusing on the ground due to focusing on the Queen at the moment, so he's going to be okay with that. But Inferno Tower just trying to do as much damage as possible to make sure that it can at least just hold this back as long as possible. So 85% still, 30 seconds left to push. It is still going to continue, but Inferno Tower just trying to keep him back as much as possible. Even if it's taking out through the minions here and there, it could make up for that time fail.
Again, this King helping to protect the multi on the single on the back end, which is ultimately going to roast through the heroes or the archers. We're taking on a little bit of the damage. The Owl actually now doing this. It's going to wind up, even if this Warden can get through, to being a time fail. But this was a beautiful turnaround and near recovery to this raid. Considering the bait at the start, that blimp not going in, picking up the value, meant he wasn't able to get quite as much as he wanted out of the Royal Champion, but he did handle it rather well with the 2 invisibility spells to ensure that it went down.
Yeah, a little bit more investment than he would like, but you don't want getting 90% after the situation he had to go through right at the very beginning. Perfectly fine. It could have gone a lot worse, like we saw from the previous attack as well, which is not something you normally see every day. Just got a little bit unlucky, like you said, with the bait earlier on. So this is going to be the last attack. This has to be a 3-star, and I don't know what they want from Repotted Gaming. Probably a miracle to say the least, and was anti-2-star base, or maybe some massive hiccup at the beginning, like we've already seen. I didn't expect it to, see it back to back. It's definitely quite a rare occasion for us to witness from what we saw there in that kind of instance. But let's have a look here. It's going to be the final attack from both of these teams. If Burger Rangers does 3-star, they're going to be okay. We'll have a 2-star lead. The problem is they're going to fail on that percentile, depending on who's going to be attacking last for Repotted Gaming. So let's see how things pan out so far, but at least a 3-star is probably guaranteed to keep them even slightly in the running.
So the Queen charging her way through, patient on dropping those healers. We want to make sure that we have a clean, clear path to get them in, and obviously no real risk to the Queen means you can delay them slightly to get those Coco Loons in, but we get a partial lure of the Clan Castle for the Queen to take on as she makes her approach through, and we do have a jump that's going to lead her past the Town Hall here, that wall break to open it up, and we can get even more out of her by forcing her through into the center of the base. But that means you would need to get the King at the north side to pick up the scattershot compartment to get that lead. And here we go, we've got the rest of the Clan Castle coming out. Queen taking on a lot of damage, including from the Eagle, and manages to go unscathed without having to force through that ability, handling this really well considering there were like 2 ground bows on her at the same time.
Yeah, those Expos and the Eagle Artillery was just unlucky in terms of actually attacking the Queen, typical. But you know what, managed to have enough healing to be able to survive all that and just take all that damage, which is going to be okay, as now the Queen's going to continue making this push. And let's see what else is going to be in range as well, especially that sweeper and maybe the Inferno Tower as well. But it looks like it's going to be focusing on the outside anyway, which doesn't matter too much. It will divert with now the Loons coming out from that 2 o'clock position as well. Of course, the AD and Eagle Artillery is absolutely vital. The Stone Slammer coming in, and it will drop, but of course you wanted him to go towards the Eagle Artillery if he could, but the Loons are still coming in to see what he can do, and now the Eagle Artillery finally gets taken down, but there's still a fair amount of the defense left. The Multi-Inferno, the AD as well, and right next to it, still a fair amount to crack on with here, B.
This is a beautiful tome ability, keeping the Loons safely past a defending AQ. Timing is perfect with the Queen to knock her out simultaneously, and that freeze ensuring that the Loons get past the splash damage from the Wizard Tower, but they still need to get through the splash from the scatter shot and a ton of traps that filter through. He held onto a couple of back-end Loons, but it's not going to be enough to get, well, I can't say it's not going to be enough to get the finish, because we do have the Dragon coming through, trying to knock out the scatter shot here, and the Electro Owl doing as much as possible. But indeed, that Dragon not enough, and the Queen not going to have the time necessary or the health against the scatter. That is holding the strong defense. Timtastic has got to feel pretty good about that final defense to come in for themselves, meaning they've got an easy push to the end here.
Yeah, not a bad attack from Fluxy, but yeah, just nowhere near enough for what is actually required in this matchup. Just see 1-star, decent percentile, sorted, pretty much done here, and that's what Repotted Gaming are looking to do so far. It's been a great series nonetheless. You saw Burger Rangers putting out a little bit of pressure throughout the entire course of his last few attacks, but just a little bit of a shame. But there's a few instances which just didn't go their way. The only difference being, of course, earlier on in that 60-something percentile, he couldn't recover as well as he would like to, which is, it sucks sometimes, but, these things happen. It is very rare, but sadly, not the best in terms of bait, of course, with the blimps as well. But let's have a look at this. It's going to be the final attack of the day for this series, or just for the entire play day, nonetheless. Repotted Gaming only need 1-star, and they're going to be pretty happy, or at least 2-star, and then a decent percentile with the 1-star. But yeah, we should be perfectly fine here. General X did a 3-star 100% early on against alternate attacks. He'll want to try and do it again if he can. The Queen's come out onto that 9 o'clock position to push on towards the northern side onto those structures. The blimp to go in towards that Town Hall. And now the Queen's still looking to push on up to take that Tesla and the cannon as well. So the Town Hall has been taken down. A nice, good little start here from General X.
Yeah, so General X coming through. We've got more Drag Rider action to finish off the day with. One of the most popular strategies right now, though we do see quite a bit of Queen Charge Wallow as well in the meta. We're just seeing a little variation between favorites between some of the teams. So I do see a lot of former Queen Charge Lalo attackers going on with this Queen Charge Drag Rider. Queen picking up some great value here, initially securing that Town Hall, obviously, with the blimp. But the King 2 forces Queen along into the center of the base by taking out the 12 o'clock compartment. That jump is going to lead her through, and we're talking about a super narrow path that would be remaining for the majority of those drag riders. So a little bit spread out when we look down at the 7:30 to 8 to 6 o'clock side of the base here.
Yeah, we'll have to see with this next engagement. The Queen just looking to stay alive, just to pile on the pressure as you're going to continue on making that push. We can see what this next attack is going to bring to the table, as it's going to focus on the cannon and the AD on that right side to see how much work the Inferno Towers can do. As push is going to come in, see some of the loons already consuming some of those air traps very early on, just walking through every single one of these. But some of the Dragon Riders have tanked a lot of the damage already. The Inferno Tower does go down on that right hand side, so you can see already Repotted Gaming have won this series nonetheless, no doubt about it. So whatever they do here is going to be pretty much an added bonus, just flying on through here. And we've only got a little bit left to deal with, but still have that Inferno Tower as well. So we'll find out in these next few seconds as the push is going to continue to try and chime in there. It's now just trying to delay the DPS a little bit further, and now looking to turn that Wizard Tower, and the AD will be big as well, considering what he has in terms of his composition. But only really, but a last few bits left to try and push in for the Inferno Tower and the Testers. That's going to be about it. Just a matter if you can completely clean this up and freestyle, just to make the lives of Burger Rangers just a little bit more of a misery, with 25 seconds left to go. The minions now trying to rejoin the rest of the pack. The Warden just continue to make its narrow path towards that here, and the Healer's going to try and see if it can hit with the Warden before it does get cleaned up, which he may be able to, but not for too much longer. But 9 seconds left, and it doesn't really matter here, as Repotted Gaming have won this series 12 stars to 11. They're going to be pretty damn happy about that, considering the circumstances they were in halfway through that series. But Burger Rangers still sadly looking for their first series win here. But congrats to Repotted Gaming once again. And let's be honest here, B, they've had a real incredible day here, taking out alternate attacks and Burger Rangers going 2 for 2.
Yeah, this is huge for Repotted Gaming now, pushing their way up the ladder. This is an impressive turnaround today for them, especially taking on ATN, and this final win for the day is going to leave them in the next match in a good position.
Yeah, certainly will do indeed. I think we've seen like 4 different teams or anything like that between 3rd and 6th. So all to play for still, leading up to the Challenge Finals. And we've still got 5 more play days to come, so we still have plenty of action, of course. But what we've seen overall from the entire course of the day, it's been very interesting. We've seen a lot less drags, a lot more Dragon Riders, especially in the compositions. Obviously, taking note of what GK Tim said previously in an interview. But of course, they didn't just listen to him and go, oh yeah, I'll just do that. It's OP, yeah, it's fine. But of course, no. It's just a fact that it's funny how the compositions have drastically changed so much week on, week out. But it's fantastic to see that the meta changes all the time consistently, especially depending on how these base layouts change as well.
Yeah. I mean, we are seeing some defenses really shifting. I think initially we saw a lot of heavier hitting wars coming in with higher star counts, but starting to see a lot of these teams really grasping the defense and holding back the bigger players. I mean, MCS being taken down today, a big one. I think the majority of people who would put in a vote would go for MCES, but Penta showing that their base building is coming up to par, coming up to seam. And I don't know, ATN, MCES, some of these bigger teams are going to have to start worrying just a little bit more with what's turned around.
I think they certainly do it, B, because look at the standings so far, as Tribe and Tompinai are the ones who are gatekeeping those top 2 spots in MCES and alternate attacks. Penta and Repotted Gaming, all 4 teams neck and neck to try and break through and try and solidify that top 4 spot. Elevate, at least they got the first win on the board. I still have a lot of high hopes for them. I still think they're a fantastic team. And in terms of how they've been playing so far, the win-loss ratio, which you see there, does not reflect what they're capable of. We've seen some fantastic attacks from them. Just in terms of their base builds, it didn't look good the first couple of play days, but looked much better this time around, especially giving alternate attacks a run for their run for their money. But Burger Rangers still twiddling their thumbs, trying to figure out exactly how to get that first W on the board. They will find it eventually, I'm sure. It's just a matter of how and when, and of course if they can. But this has been really competitive, considering it's only play day number 3. So it means these guys still have plenty of time to work on a lot of the mistakes here and there, which need to be rectified, especially with their attacks as well, because it's been a little bit more of a struggle in comparison to previous days.
Yeah, it's been quite a bit of a turnaround, but I feel like Burger Rangers maybe will find their opening. We of course have Barack, who's come in. I like to root for the underdogs. I like to see these teams try and strive through. It's tough to start off with this record, but it doesn't mean that they won't see the turnaround, particularly with the new addition to the team.
Yeah, it's very, very rare, like I've seen turnarounds like this, but they do occur once in a blue moon, so I'm hoping Burger Rangers are one of those teams who can turn it around. But to try and contest for that top 4 spot, it's going to be a tall order. I think we all know that, like, just considering how they've been performing over the last 3 playdays. But you never know, we'll have to see here. But for you, though, B, any final thoughts before we close the show?
No, I mean, it's an impressive day to see some of these teams really switching things around, and it just means we're going to get more incredible action to come as the days go on. And remember, next week, we're not going to be here tomorrow for Play Day 4, but we are going to get to see you guys Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week to make up for that.
Absolutely. I was just going to reinitiate that as well and echo exactly what you just said. But yeah, we haven't got 2 play days this week, but 3 play days. You couldn't ask for more if you tried. So we won't be here same time, same place tomorrow. It'll be same time, same place, but next week instead. So if you guys don't mind waiting just for 1 week, at least you'll get 3 different play days next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But from me and from Lady B, and of course we do have Judo on the backlines, I'm sure he's watching this series and how that series panned out. Thank you all for watching, but not only that, thank you to the production at ESL and you guys at home, because these events would not be possible if you guys weren't watching here and now. So thank you all and good night for now.